Raindrops fell heavily into the blood-stained puddles, slowly mixing with the water. Amidst the vast field of corpses, there was one survivor who was still holding on with his last ounce of strength. This boy was David, leaning on his sword, trying to catch his breath, drops of blood running down his forehead. Suddenly, David raised his head and looked around him, a moan of grief escaping from his lungs. The entire battlefield was littered with the corpses of his brothers in arms. Many people had died to protect humanity, and he had been very careless. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a voice that called him a very strong man, and added that it was a big surprise. David looked back at his opponent, not expecting this bastard to still be alive. The boy approached the giant lying on the ground with his wings spread, and climbed onto his chest. It was the giant Daniel, who 20 days ago had unexpectedly appeared in the Empire, sowing chaos for unknown reasons. This monster was the last of the three giants. David said that because of him, half of the Empire had turned into a graveyard, but he was still alive. The giant replied that the boy should not worry about it, as he did not have long to live, and would soon return to his side. David leaned over Daniel and said that was good. His dead friends were already waiting for him there. Daniel looked up at David and asked which friends he was talking about, and the boy replied that he was talking about those who had come with him. One of them had been roasted to a crisp by a fiery red dragon. The second winged giant had been sealed away for eternity by an old man named Charles. David smiled, even forgetting his injuries for a moment, and asked if the giant understood him. Daniel replied that a strong person may not try to hide the truth behind superficial words, that the children of the stars share their feelings with each other, and they knew very well that they had taken their enemies with them to the other world. But that also meant that there were no strong people left, such as David himself. The boy was outraged by these words and shouted that he was still alive and that the giant should not talk nonsense. Daniel replied that the boy need not pretend. He knew very well that he did not have long to live. Daniel was glad, because if the boy had realized his strength earlier and begun to hone it, it would have been a major obstacle to their sacred desire. The giant's words angered the boy greatly, as he was already reproaching himself for this deep down. In the end, David overcame himself and said aloud that he didn't care. He knew even without Daniel that he had ruined his life. The giant Daniel said that the boy was a great man and therefore had every right to be proud. But in the end, his world would soon be engulfed by the starlight and dissolve into it. David decided that he could no longer listen to the advice of the enemy who had killed his friends and dealt the final blow. Although Daniel's murder did not bring the boy any satisfaction, he could now finally breathe easy. The boy looked around and did not understand how he could change everything that had already been done. David tried to walk, but after a few steps he was overcome by an uncontrollable cough. The boy remembered his friends and brothers with whom he had recently sat around the campfire. David remembered the jokes and laughter, the feelings of happiness and unity. Life had been carefree. The boy also remembered his best friend before they went into battle. Michael was a very cheerful guy, but now he was no longer alive. David knew this for sure because at that moment he was looking at his body. All his friends were dead. David fell to his knees. They had fought to the death because of their pride. Did they really think they were strong just because he was strong? How wrong he was. They should have first assessed the situation correctly and fled. They were fools, and they remained fools until the very end. The boy did not understand why giants, capable of repelling the aura of the swords of the strongest swordsman in the Empire, could only be struck by his weapon. If not for that, ordinary soldiers would not have had to stand as a wall on the front line, and all his friends would not have died at the very beginning. The boy's body finally gave way. He fell to his knees, full of despair, and gradually sank into darkness. He was freed from the darkness by someone's voice calling for help, someone shouting that they couldn't move because of their wounds. The boy felt that he knew the owner of this voice very well, and David resolutely leaned on his sword again. Sometime later, David finally limped to a huge rock, behind which a girl was still clinging to life. The boy smiled sincerely. Could the commander have survived this hellish battle? This brave young woman's name was Florence, and she had lost her arm in the fight. The boy said that Florence didn't look very good. She asked if he was a corporal, and added that he didn't look too good either. But for now, exchanging pleasantries was inappropriate. The most important thing was whether the giant Daniel was dead. David replied that there was nothing to worry about. The giant was dead, and his body was lying nearby. The boy had killed him. Commander Florence sighed with relief. Daniel was finally dead. She thanked David for his good service, and tears flowed from the girl's eyes, which she could not control. David silently looked at her beautiful face, which, even in such terrible circumstances, had not lost its attractiveness. The young man said that if Florence was so grateful to him, could she listen to his request? The young man was concerned about the bodies of the soldiers who had died. Usually they were thrown away or burned, but he wanted her to take proper care of them this time. Florence said she wasn't sure about that, as the young man seemed more alive than she did. So why shouldn't he take care of them himself? The boy replied that he couldn't, despite his ardent desire, and coughed. A large bloodstain appeared on David's hand. He showed it to Florence, and said that it was not yet clear which of them was more alive. David added that he could die at any moment. His injuries were more serious than he had thought. For most of his life, the boy had simply suffered from phignaea, so he had not accomplished much, and it seemed unfair that he would die this way. Florence asked what the boy would like to do if he did survive, and he replied that he had many ideas. Looking up at the sky, David replied dreamily that he currently had only one desire, which could be called his cherished dream. The boy said that he would like to know what it was like to study at the academy, and Florence asked in surprise if she had heard him correctly. David admitted that he was very moved by the words of that giant, Daniel. But in fact, his older sister had always wanted him to study at the academy. Despite all his dreams, it was already too late. David would soon be reunited with his family. Florence said that the search party would arrive as soon as the rain stopped. But the boy replied that she should not continue, as he would not survive. A few seconds later, the rain stopped, and the storm suddenly subsided, and the conversation between the commander and the corporal stopped. But something else happened that made the boy and girl open their mouths in horror. David saw a strange giant in front of him, resembling an angel with 8 wings. The most terrifying thing about this sight was that this winged giant was not alone, but accompanied by a large number of similar monsters. The boy looked at this crowd and could not understand who they were and where they had come from in such numbers. Florence also couldn't believe her eyes. Could it be that those 3 giants weren't the last, and that this wasn't the end? In the end, the girl failed to save the world for the 3rd time. She knew she had one last chance, but her strength was rapidly fading, and Florence was sinking into darkness. David's voice screaming in her ear woke her from oblivion. David yelled and asked what she was doing. The commander had to come to her senses and throw him at the monsters with telekinesis. The boy understood that from his current position, it was impossible to reach the enemies, so Florence had to help him. The girl asked if David really wanted to fight in this position, and the boy replied affirmatively, saying that they couldn't just sit idly by. Even if it meant his death, he was willing to take a couple of freaks with him to the other world. Florence looked at the young man with wide eyes, surprised that David wasn't giving up, even in this situation. But a moment later, she realized that he really was like that, and it was only thanks to David that they had been able to get this far. If it was him, her life's work might still have a chance for the future. Commander Florence decisively placed her hand on the corporal's shoulder and called him over. The young man turned around, and she said that there was no time for idle chatter now. Before David could recover, she pulled him toward her and kissed him. David was very confused. He didn't know how to react, while Florence, meanwhile, transferred some kind of energy from her mouth to his. Finally, David was able to break free, and immediately asked what Florence had just put in his mouth. The commander approached his ear and began to whisper something. The young man could not believe what he was hearing. When she finished speaking, David asked what nonsense she was talking about in such a serious situation. Florence replied that if they met again, he should tell her not to do anything foolish, and to become a seamstress. The girl had done many things, but this was a first for her, which is why she was so nervous. One of the giants, meanwhile, began to generate energy for his first attack. The world around him began to lose its clear contours, and the only thing David could see was a gradual increase in bright light. A few seconds later, the boy came to his senses on a clearing. It was a bright, sunny summer day. David looked around and saw a very familiar landscape not far from him. Some children were playing with a raft in the river, probably learning to swim. David couldn't believe that he had suddenly found himself in his hometown of Nimbuten. Had he really returned to the past? Time passed, but David did not move from his spot. He sat under a huge tree on the lawn. It turned out that the commander's words were true. The boy remembered how she had managed to convey something to him at the last moment with a kiss. He also remembered his reaction when she said that he had swallowed the sphere of time travel. Thanks to this sphere, she was able to transform herself from an ordinary seamstress into a woman in the position of commander-in-chief. This sphere allowed the bearer to go back in time only 4 times, and she had already used 3 of them. The boy had one more attempt left, and Florence left it all to him, believing that David had the strength to kill giants. As a farewell, the commander sincerely hugged the boy, paying no attention to the enemies behind her. The girl whispered in his ear that she believed David was the key to saving the world, and that he needed to hone his abilities. The commander was very pleased that the boy wanted this himself, because she had heard this from him quite recently. If David wanted to learn, he should go to the Philian Academy, where there were many outstanding people. So studying there would be beneficial for him. Finally, the girl said that if they meet again, he must do something for her. The boy must tell her not to do anything foolish, but simply to become a seamstress. She had done many things, but at that moment, she was doing something for the first time, and now she understood exactly what Florence had meant. David began to bang his head against the tree trunk he was sitting next to. If this was some kind of dream, he had to wake up as soon as possible. Even if it wasn't a dream, and he had actually returned to the past, what was he supposed to do here alone? Suddenly, David stopped, and the thought that came to his mind made his heart beat faster. If this really was the past, he could freely meet his older sister. David ran through the town, dodging the crowds of people that didn't seem to be getting any smaller on any of the streets. The boy smiled. If he had returned to the past and ran a little further, he would be able to see something he had never even dreamed of. Suddenly, the boy heard screams, and looking back at the sound, saw bullies tormenting some boy. He knew the bullies well, but he didn't understand why they had hung the child upside down. This gang of bullies was exactly the same bunch he remembered. Suddenly, David saw that the unfortunate child was not hung from a tree with a rope, but with magic. Mages were extremely valuable on the battlefield because they were rare. So where did they come from in this godforsaken place? Come to think of it, around this time that boy could have been here. The boy looked at the gang of bullies, not understanding when they would get tired of tormenting him, in which case something very bad could definitely happen to the victim. The boy hanging from the tree kept shouting for the bullies to stop. He swore to everyone that he really didn't have any money, that he had nothing to give them. This month, the price of his mother's medicine had gone up, but the leader of the bullies didn't care about such excuses. The bully said that he was just robbing him. Why should he care about the health of some nobody's mother? Unexpectedly, he hit the boy in the face and shouted that he had to earn money if he wanted to be a worthy son. Amidst the shouts of his henchmen, the boy suddenly looked back at the red-haired mage standing nearby. He yelled that the bastard in the tree had lost consciousness and was not coming to, so he needed to be lifted even higher. The boy began to say that he couldn't do it, that if he lifted the boy even higher, he might drop him. But the bully didn't care. He yelled that it wasn't his job to hang there, so he should shut up and lift the guy higher. If the magician, Thomas, refused to do so, he would be hung next to this scoundrel on the same tree. The red-haired boy began to sweat profusely. He didn't understand how it had come to this. Was learning magic really such a bad choice? At first, he just wanted to show everyone that he was capable of doing something good, something worthy. Thomas understood that he needed to refuse the bully, but the boy was very scared. He clenched his lower lip with his teeth, trying with all his might to overcome his fear, but his body betrayed him, and he began to lift the bully's victim up. Suddenly, his actions were interrupted by a blow to the back with a stick. David was standing behind him and said that Thomas had to stop because his actions would simply kill the boy. The moment the stick touched the mage's back, the victim of the bullies fell to the ground. The leader of the bullies turned to Thomas and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Has the magician lost his mind? He rushed at the boy with his fists and accusations, and Thomas began to justify himself, saying that he had done it unintentionally. David stood in front of Thomas and told him to forget about the bully. The boy should only look at him and talk to him. Suddenly, Thomas recognized the mysterious stranger. David said he had something to tell Thomas while the bully tried to get his attention. David asked Thomas where he had learned telekinesis, and he replied that he had studied with the help of a grimoire he had bought from a merchant. The corporal was impressed that this red-haired boy had learned to do such things with the help of some cheap grimoire. It was incredible. They needed to see what else Thomas was capable of, because sooner or later, they would have to face the giants. Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar clang of steel, a sound that could not be confused with anything else. It was the sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath. The bully had decided to use his weapon against those who dared to ignore him. He muttered that David had started to dare to do such things only because he had given in to him a couple of days ago. Today, the bully had set himself the goal of finally putting the boy in his place, and he lunged at David with his sword. David was shocked. He couldn't understand where this scumbag had found a real sword, how he had managed to get it. The boy's stance was certainly poor, but he compensated for his lack of skill with his strength. And in the context of this situation, that was quite enough. Everything would have been fine if the bully hadn't swung his sword at David, who easily dodged his opponent's first blow. The bully was impressed by the boy's agility. He had no idea he was so fast. David thought that his body was certainly younger, but the combat skills he had acquired during his service in the penal battalion had not gone anywhere. The hooligan laughed and said he wanted to beat the boy so badly that he wouldn't be able to lift a spoon. David replied that today, success was simply flowing to him. The hooligan wanted to force David to his knees and beg for mercy, threatening to take one of the guy's arms anyway. David wanted to feign surprise and fear, but he couldn't do it. He wasn't afraid at all. The last straw for the boy was when the bully threatened to take care of his sister after killing David. The boy asked if the bully had really said something about his sister, and the bully, without even flinching, answered in the affirmative. He continued to say something about his lust and his sister's round ass when David swung the stick at his head. A second later, the bully was still standing there, but his ear was missing, and blood was gushing out of the wound on either side. The sword immediately fell to the ground, and the scumbag grabbed his head, screaming in pain. His henchmen did not immediately understand what was happening and continued to giggle. But when their leader fell to his knees in front of David, they began to realize that something unexpected was happening. The hooligans couldn't comprehend how this was possible. A stranger had cut off their leader's ear with a simple stick. Having done what he set out to do, David looked at the other hooligans and asked if these fools liked his show. Pushing their leader, he said that now they all had to get out of there with this freak if they didn't want to end up the same way. When the bullies agreed, David added that they had to leave the boy's money behind, as well as pay for ruining his mood. The bullies promised to return everything and fulfill all the demands of the intimidating stranger. A few minutes later, the shocked boy got his money back, and David said that it was all for him. The boy said that there was much more money in the bag than they had taken from him, but David replied that he only wanted the sword. He added that the boy should not worry. The bullies would not come back for him. They would not be brave enough to wander around. David waved away the boy's words of gratitude, calling it a trifle, and urged the boy to go home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the red-haired boy caught the attention of both boys, interrupting their conversation. Thomas said that he was really sorry. He understood that such things should not be done, even under threat from bullies. Tears streamed down his face, and the boy confessed that he was terribly scared and couldn't stop himself. He apologized again for his actions, because he considered everything that had happened to be his fault. Unexpectedly, the boy replied that Thomas was crying just as he had when Paul first brought him here. The recent victim of the bullies added that when he saw him for the first time, he immediately thought that the bullies were picking on him just as much. Approaching Thomas, he put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to blame himself for everything that had happened. But despite all that, the boy greatly appreciated all the apologies that the magician Thomas had offered him. The boy said goodbye to his savior and went home, leaving only Thomas and David, who was watching him on the lawn. David nudged the boy with his elbow and said that they needed to talk urgently, and Thomas jumped in surprise. Realizing that he would not argue, he added that in that case, they would meet at the same place in 4 days. Thomas looked back at his new acquaintance and asked what he meant. David replied that he was busy now, but they would meet at the beginning of the month. Finally, David said that if the boy didn't show up on time, he should understand what would happen to him. Seeing that he had frightened Thomas enough, David ran off to attend to his business, his knees buckling beneath him. Sometime later, David was standing at the doorstep of a neat little house in the middle of the forest, unable to bring himself to enter. He was held back by the bouquet of flowers he had picked on the way. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but now it seemed excessive. He remembered that his sister loved receiving flowers, so he picked everything he saw on the way to her house. In the end, the boy decided that giving her a bouquet of flowers now would be too much, and turned around to throw them away. Halfway there, he was stopped by the voice of a girl who said she was trying to guess who was standing at the door, and it was her precious brother. The young man recalled that when he was in the penal battalion, he often thought about what he would say to his sister when they first met. But then he left without saying a word. He thought about it constantly. But all these were words that only David from the penal battalion could say. Looking at the girl who joyfully spread her arms in front of him, the boy realized that now he could only say one thing to her. Bowing his head and still holding the flowers in his hand, the boy said that he had returned home. A few minutes later, they sat down at the table, which the girl had set with great love. Suddenly, Willow cried out that she never would have thought that her cold-hearted brother would finally give her flowers. The boy saw with his own eyes how happy his older sister was, and felt a little guilty for planning to throw the bouquet away. Suddenly, the girl turned to David and asked if he wanted seconds, but he replied that he was already full. David asked how old she was this year, and she replied that she was 22 and wondered why he was asking such questions. The guy said he had simply forgotten, which greatly upset Willow. She said that such things should not be forgotten. Willow got up from her chair and began to fuss, suspecting that the guy had caught a cold, but he had calculated how much time he had left. David realized that if the girl was 22 now, then there were about 10 years left before those freaks arrived. The boy looked at Willow and realized that his sister was still the same as he remembered her. As she took his temperature with her hand and asked how he was feeling, he saw kindness and warmth in her. This moment was so precious to him that he wanted to prolong it for eternity. This time, he wanted to protect his sister and the whole world in 10 years' time. But he only had one chance. David stopped Willow's hand and said he had something to tell her, and the girl said she was listening to her brother carefully. Still holding his sister's hand, the boy said that he was planning to go to the academy. This news shocked the girl so much that she forgot how to move. Could her dream really come true? A second later, she started screaming for her brother to repeat his words. Had she heard him wrong? He had never listened to her advice before. Suddenly, she let go of his hand and ran off somewhere, saying that she had something interesting for this moment. Willow said that she had always known that this day would come, that he was a very smart boy, so everything should work out for the best. After a few minutes of diligent searching, the girl pulled out a huge cauldron. When the boy came closer and they both leaned over the cauldron, Willow said that it was his gift. The boy asked where his sister had gotten so much money, and she shyly replied that she had secretly saved it to surprise her brother. She said she wanted to be able to pay for his education at the academy if he changed his mind, which seemed incredible to the boy. He was really grateful to his sister for caring so much, but asked her to keep the money because it wouldn't be enough anyway. Willow began to say that there was more money than he thought, that it should be enough, but David announced that he would enroll in the Philian Academy. The Imperial School, the Philian Academy, was the best educational institution in the Empire. Thanks to the best teachers and huge funding from the Imperial family itself, this place provided the best education for applicants. The Philian Academy was so prestigious that it was called a factory of heroes. Its status was extremely high, and Florence also graduated from there. In addition to the commander-in-chief, the swordmaster Joseph, the worst of the bandits, the Winter Witch, and others studied there. During the war, the Academy students proved themselves very well. They were so useful that the commander-in-chief recommended this particular institution. But the problem was its popularity, not to mention the sky-high cost of tuition and high standards. David was helped and motivated by his sister's reaction to the news that her brother was going to study. He had to cope. The young man paused and solemnly promised himself that despite everything, he would prove to his sister through his actions that he was capable of this training. When he reached the agreed meeting place, David saw Thomas there, although, in fact, he had not even expected this, despite his threats. The red-haired boy emerged from behind a tree and whispered that his name was Thomas. He added that there was no need to be surprised, because David himself had said that he would not leave him if he did not come, and he said that they could forget about it. Taking his backpack off his shoulders, David said that they had a lot of work to do, but first he wanted to test the boy. Thomas asked fearfully what he meant, and David replied that in fact, nothing like that awaited the boy. He pointed at himself and said that the red-haired boy should test his telekinesis on him. Thomas had to lift him into the air as high as he could. The young magician was very surprised. He had not expected to use telekinesis as his test. It was unexpected. Thomas asked why he had to do something so dangerous, and David replied that it wasn't dangerous at all. The boy just had to do what he was told. To finally calm the boy down, David added that he definitely wouldn't die from it, so there was no need to be so scared. Thomas announced that he would do it in the next second and used the invisible hand spell against David. The young sorcerer's energy beams quickly found their target and enveloped the boy from head to toe. David felt his body become light as a feather. The boy was much better than he had thought at first. His height and stability were still lacking, of course, but overall, it was similar to what Timothy had felt during his last battle. It was the magicians who possessed the skill of telekinesis that allowed him to fight Daniel on equal terms. Telekinesis is a very rare ability among magicians, not to mention the fact that sorcerers themselves are quite rare. Based on all of the above, Thomas would become a key part of David's battle against Daniel in the future. Looking at Thomas, the boy said that his abilities were quite good, but the magician replied that it was quite difficult for him right now. The boy begged to bring David down to earth, but he replied that he needed to wait a little longer, as he had something to check. To Thomas's great surprise, David shouted that he would descend to the ground himself. A second later, the boy was already on the ground, holding a sword in his hands. Thomas was shocked. David had cut his mana. The boy asked what he had just done, and David replied that it was nothing, just an acrobatic trick he had learned long ago. Thomas had never seen anything like it before and was curious, but David stopped him with a blow to the head, saying that he himself did not know how he had done it. This was indeed true, and understanding what this ability was became one of the boy's main tasks for the future. David looked at his sword, believing that it was thanks to this skill that his weapon had worked on the giant. Deciding that now was not the time to think about these circumstances, the boy hid the sword in its sheath. Now he and Thomas had more important things to do. In any case, the boy had passed the test. David said that the boy must follow him immediately. They had something to do before the moon disappeared. This matter could become the first page of David's biography, the greatest historical book of the Empire. Thomas trailed behind his new acquaintance and asked about his intentions to enter the Filian Academy. The boy was curious if they were really going there, as only people from the Empire's elite studied at this academy. David replied that Thomas had heard correctly. Why was he asking again? It was very tiring and annoying. David looked at the boy and asked if he really didn't want to go there. Thomas replied that that wasn't the case. It was just that David had a talent for martial arts, while Thomas had very low self-esteem and thought he was good for nothing. The red-haired boy considered himself very cowardly and shy. David interrupted him and asked if Thomas wanted to continue living like that. He saw in Thomas an innate talent that the boy was wasting on entertaining foolish scoundrels. Did he really like that? After a pause, David said that, to be honest, the boy had a lot of stupid traits. He was indeed cowardly and shy. In addition, he was a crybaby who was ready to burst into tears over any little thing, and he was also a loser. These words struck Thomas right in the heart. David ended his speech by saying that it didn't matter at all, because the boy could fix it all right now. He should forget about the past, because it cannot be changed in any way. Many years later, Thomas would remember his past and regret it. David knew what he was talking about because he did the same thing every time he remembered his past life. The guy approached Thomas and put his hand on his shoulder, asking him if he had changed his mind. Thomas couldn't say a word, suddenly realizing that someone like David cared about him. David said he wouldn't force him, turned around, and walked away. It had the desired effect, and Thomas shouted that he wanted to change. The red-haired mage said he agreed to go with the boy to the Filian Academy. He wanted David to teach him everything he needed to know. David stopped. It was the first time Thomas had behaved courageously, and now his first obstacle awaited him. The words of his new mentor frightened the boy. Did he really have to do something right now? David was pleased with himself. A few seconds later, they were standing by the clearing, hiding behind the bushes. Thomas asked if this was really his first obstacle. David believed that the Moon Goblin was the best opponent for the young mage to demonstrate his skills. Moreover, this was not just any goblin, but their leader, which made the task even more exciting. David laughed and, putting his hand on Thomas's shoulder, asked if he liked the task. The boy decided that there was no time to waste. They had to get started right away because time was running out. The moon variety of goblins often appeared in this area, and these creatures caused a lot of inconvenience to the locals. Most people distinguished these goblins from ordinary ones by their yellow skin and deformed bodies. But their real distinguishing feature was their boundless love of gold and treasure. These terrible creatures loved to ambush merchants and steal their valuables, then gather everything they had stolen in one place. They built an altar for their looted treasures and held a real celebration around it on nights like tonight, during the full moon. Thomas finally understood David's plan, and he was struck by his mentor's audacious plan to steal all the goblins' gold. Thomas had never heard of goblins gathering their treasures in one place and throwing a party. He asked David how he knew this, and David replied that he had his sources, but he couldn't say that he had encountered such creatures in his past life. In any case, all Thomas needed to do was to use telekinesis to transfer their treasures into his backpacks, without them noticing. David thought the conditions of the test were easy, but Thomas did not agree. He was worried about what would happen if he made a mistake and woke the goblins. David replied that in that case, they would both be in big trouble, and things would be bad. Thomas began to whisper loudly that it was too dangerous, and that they needed to plan everything first, to which David replied that he was a coward. The corporal ordered Thomas to look at him carefully, saying that in order to get into the Filian Academy, they both needed two things. The first condition was money. They needed to cover the insane cost of tuition. The second condition was experience. Money was also a problem, but experience was much more important. David said that Thomas should know that Filian was full of aristocrats who had received elite education since birth. The boy asked if Thomas wanted to beat these rich kids, and if so, there was only one way to do it. Starting from that moment, Thomas had to begin gaining experience, risking his life. These guys were ideal opponents, thanks to whom the boys could get money and experience, killing two birds with one stone. Thomas cried his eyes out, and David asked if the boy had any better ideas. If not, then everything was decided. David opened the first backpack and slapped Thomas on the back. They had to start right away. Very slowly and carefully, Thomas used his telekinesis spell, and the first backpack slowly filled with treasures. In a matter of minutes, the last coins and the dagger landed in the boy's other backpack. David looked at the treasures and was satisfied. The task had been completed perfectly. The boy ruffled Thomas's hair with his hand, noting what he had said earlier. The main thing for the boy was experience. The magician breathed a sigh of relief. The plan had worked. In fact, David wasn't sure that everything would work out. But just think, the boy learned very quickly. It turned out that Thomas was even better than he had imagined, and the boy had finally found himself a wonderful servant. David said that since they had already filled their backpacks to the brim, it was time to run. Thomas did not immediately understand that they were done. The corporal confirmed that they had done everything they needed to do, so they had to leave immediately before something went wrong. At that very moment, two boys were running through the forest, trying to catch up with something that was moving at great speed. Unable to keep up with the pace of the chase, one of them started shouting that the chicken flying in front of them had to stop immediately. Everyone heard this cry. David did not understand what kind of sick freaks could be causing such a commotion in the middle of the night. While the boys stood with their backs to the goblins, their leader woke up, the same cry having awakened him from his sleep. The leader looked around to see where the noise was coming from and saw that there were no treasures in the chest. His voice, in turn, woke up the other moon goblins, who tried to figure out which thieves had stolen their shiny trinkets. Looking around, two of them suddenly noticed David and Thomas, who had not yet managed to escape from the clearing. David was dissatisfied, to say the least. Their situation was bad. The moon goblins were running at them in a pack to attack. The boy dropped his backpack on the ground. Thomas couldn't stand on his feet. David felt that from the very beginning, events were unfolding very well. He expected a trick and he got it. Thomas asked what they should do. Maybe throw away the treasures and run away. David was against this idea. In that case, they would not be able to pay for their education, and that was his goal, to obtain some money. And although Thomas thought that this was not the main thing, they still had no time left. The goblins were dangerously close. Thomas took his sword out of its sheath. It was made of cheap steel, and with its weight and strength, it would last for about 15 blows. There were about 30 enemies, and they all rushed at their only opponent at once, because Thomas could be disregarded. The boy had only 15 blows, and the first few goblins were already at a sufficient distance from him. After making the necessary calculations, David pulled the sword out of its sheath with a sharp movement and cut off the heads of the first few goblins with one blow. Thomas silently watched as the heads of the monsters flew around him, mixing with his own blood. David smiled. He still had 14 sword strokes left, which was almost equal to the number of enemies. Finally, the last blow fell on the goblin leader, the boy's sword piercing his skull. David was even a little disappointed. Everything had turned out not so bad. Thomas, however, was in utter shock. In his opinion, what had just happened was impossible. Before his eyes, David decapitated 3 goblins with a single blow, after which a whole gang pounced on him. The monster's tactic didn't work, because when it happened, the boy simply disappeared for a moment. But when David reappeared a few seconds later, there was almost nothing left of the crowd of goblins. This battle, which Thomas believed would be their death sentence, turned out to be a death sentence for the goblin leader and his gang. Thomas was even more impressed by the spectacle David had given him. He hadn't even asked for help. Suddenly, the corporal's voice interrupted the boy's thoughts. David asked him why he was standing there like a statue. When Thomas began to apologize, the boy asked him not to, but rather to hurry up and gather his things. David looked back at his new assistant and added with a smile that they were going home. The boys' backs ached from the large amount of treasure in their backpacks, and David was unhappy that they had failed to stick to the plan. He also noticed pain in his muscles, which appeared after the battle with a couple of goblins. Could it be because he was still growing? David promised himself that he would get back to his physical training as soon as he returned home. Thomas was curious about the screams in the forest that had ruined all their plans, but David had no answer. He called those guys sick freaks and promised that they would pay for all the inconvenience they caused during the meeting. Lost in conversation, the guys didn't notice the red-tipped arrow flying toward them. Thomas's sixth sense told him to look back at the last moment, and he saw the arrow approaching the back of his head. With a lightning-fast movement, David caught the arrow in midair before it could reach its target, and the young man was very angry. Thomas finally realized the danger only when he saw the arrow in his mentor's hands, and sweat rolled down his forehead. David was already beginning to feel that this forest was cursed, which was why so many sick freaks were wandering around it. Opposite them, 2 young men emerged from the darkness into the light, who were also surprised that the boys turned out to be human. After looking more closely at David and Thomas, the young men came to the conclusion that they were not just humans, but children. One of the young men, throwing his bow behind his back, apologized to the children. He said that he had heard a rustling sound and thought it was a monster, which is why he started shooting. Seeing something shiny in one of the bags, the boys approached David, saying that they had almost killed a person. Realizing where this was going, the boy interrupted them, saying that the strangers weren't even trying to lie convincingly. David demanded an end to this shameful game, saying that the young men should say directly who they were and what they wanted. The archer scratched the back of his head, apologized, and said he had forgotten to introduce himself. Suddenly, lunging at David with a knife he had pulled out at the last second, he shouted that they were Caliboro. But the boy's plan failed. David grabbed his arm and struck him in the jaw with lightning speed. One of the Caliboro choked on his own blood, which immediately flowed from his nose and mouth. David knew this name well. Could it be that he had encountered these scumbags again? Seeing that his accomplice was in trouble, another Caliboro took out his knife and rushed at David. But Thomas, who was standing nearby, had no intention of giving him that opportunity. The boy shouted to David to be careful and cast a restraining spell of an invisible hand against the robber. The blonde Caliboro couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't move. David, however, was pleased with Thomas's abilities. and took advantage of the moment to knock the weapon out of the attacker's hands. Picking up the dagger from the ground a moment later, he struck the blonde man several times with lightning-fast blows. Not understanding what had just happened, the blonde man asked who they were. But a moment later, Thomas had to jump back as the young man fell to the ground, bursting into several pieces and spraying blood everywhere. Shocked, Thomas asked David if he had really killed his opponent, and David replied in the affirmative, saying that the man had wanted to kill him too. Finally, he added that the boy must have also heard that these two were members of the Calaboro. This was a gang that kidnapped and sold people. There was no crime they would not commit. It was the most ruthless group in the Empire. Approaching the second man, David stabbed him in the chest with the same dagger. Having finished the job, the young man added that if he hadn't killed them, they would have cut Thomas up for his organs and buried the remains somewhere. Leaving these guys alive, knowing who they were, was tantamount to committing a crime. That's why Thomas shouldn't make a scene. He just needed to gather all their belongings. Suddenly, one of the young men's bags began to bounce. David looked around in surprise, not understanding why it was moving. Could it be that the Calaboro had been carrying it with them? Thomas was curious about what was inside. Perhaps there was a stolen animal. David replied that they would see everything now and decisively untied the knot. At that moment, a bird flew out of the bag. Even David was struck by the beauty of this bird. It was sky blue in color but resembled a chicken. Thomas was delighted. It was the first time he had seen a blue bird. David added that it was also a first for him, despite his experience. The boy looked at the handcuffs on the bird's feet. They were poacher's handcuffs, which disrupted the flow of the prisoner's mana. The boy had always thought that they were used in rare cases, such as when they were catching fantastic creatures. Perhaps this blue bird was something unusual, because unexpectedly, the bird began to talk. The bird demanded an answer, and in the end, cried out that it had finally been able to make contact. The boys were so surprised that they couldn't move. The first to move was, of course, Thomas. He rushed to David with an embrace, but David stopped him, realizing that it was the magic of communication. Judging by the fact that they started talking as soon as the bird flew out of the bag, it was most likely blocking the mana. The boy asked who he was talking to, and the interlocutor introduced himself as Paul, who studied fantastic creatures at the Institute. The bird's name was Marpez, and no matter how hard he tried to communicate with it, he couldn't. But luckily, everything turned out fine. Marpez asked who the boys were, and David replied that they were just passing by. They were intercepted by poachers from Calaboro and had to fight them, and it was the poachers who stole the bird. David didn't want to go into details because what happened was too bloody to talk about out loud. All the bird's owner needed to know was that they had saved it. Paul said that, of course, he had considered this possibility, but he hadn't focused on it. After all, he owed them a great deal for saving it. He didn't know how to repay them. But Thomas asked how best to return the bird to Paul, because Marpez looked very tired from the shackles. David asked if the bird would be able to fly normally if he removed them, and Paul replied that everything should be fine. The bird had a very good instinct for returning, so if they freed her, she would find her way home. David cut the shackles that bound Marpez's legs with a single stroke of his sword, and she chirped happily. Hiding his sword in its sheath, the boy said that the bird was now free and could fly home so as not to worry its owner. The bird was in no hurry. For some reason, she kept poking her beak in the boy's face. Paul said that Marpez was asking the boy to pluck her feathers. David did as he was told, and Marpez's feathers worked like a compass, always pointing in the direction of the bird. As they parted, Paul said that if the boys ever visited the Institute, they could come and see him and Marpez. The bird flew swiftly from David's hands, so Paul's last words turned into a solid echo. David noted that Marpez was an extremely fast creature, but Thomas focused on what was left in the boy's hand. The corporal said that this little gift was even pinching his hand, but neither of the two boys knew what it was. A few days later, they reached the city, where everything seemed to be as usual. The market was bustling with activity, with porters unloading carts full of countless goods. The local dealer, Don Carabel, was buying one of the usual pieces of jewelry and offered 20 gold coins for it. Turning to the boys, he said that they had brought him a large quantity of wonderful goods today, and that he was having a good day. Don Carabel was delighted to have met such a valuable customer, and the young man was also pleased with this acquaintance. He had finally met a specialist. All the other merchants who were present at the market turned out to be swindlers, and they annoyed him greatly. But David realized that his wandering around the neighborhood had not been in vain, as he had managed to meet such a conscientious merchant, and Don Carabel blushed. The young man asked if the dealer would like to appraise something else, a small item, and he agreed. The boy took the bird's gift out of his pocket and asked what it could be, as he did not want to sell the item. That night, the blue bird of dreams, or simply Marpez, left him this egg. At first, David thought that it had just pooped in his hand, but that wasn't the case. It had repaid him for his kindness in another way. He even threw the egg at a rock lying on the lawn nearby. But to his surprise, the purple egg smashed the rock to dust. It turned out to be really strong. Don Carabel, looking closely at the egg, said that he had never seen anything like it before, and did not know what kind of bird it might belong to. But it definitely belonged to an extremely rare species of fantastic creature, and this treasure could be worth a lot. The color and texture of the egg also caused surprise, forcing them to think and go over all the knowledge stored in their minds. David laughed, not wanting Don Carabel to say in a few seconds that it was just horse manure. The dealer gave the egg to the guy and said that he didn't really know what it was, but he thought it was something unusual. He asked David if he wanted to take the egg to a specialized place. David replied that this was the only option left to him. He couldn't sell the egg without knowing what it contained. After sorting through his treasures, the corporal asked if the dealer still sold books about the Filion Academy. David explained that he and Thomas were going to apply there, but knew nothing about it. Corabel replied that it was a great coincidence. Don Carabel explained that his daughter was also planning to apply there, and he was sure she would not mind helping them. He tried to explain that she would be there soon, and at that moment, the boys heard her voice. The girl asked what was going on. David looked around and saw a beautiful blonde, whom Don Carabel called his only flesh and blood. The girl's name was Marie. The dealer said that the boys were very important clients with whom he had just made a big deal. Mary did not believe her father's words, calling Thomas and David brats, which outraged them immensely. The merchant apologized for his daughter, saying that she had grown up in a merchant family and was therefore very sharp-tongued. Thomas replied that it was all right, but David was not concerned with such mannerisms. He saw something very familiar in the girl's face and asked her if she was really Marie. When Marie answered in the affirmative, he asked if her middle name was Alice, and she replied, "How did you know that?" David replied that it might seem very strange, but she looked very much like someone he knew. But just to be sure, he needed to ask the girl one more question in her ear. Mary Alice allowed David to do so, and he whispered, asking if she had something down there that was not typical for a girl. The girl was shocked by the nonsense she had just heard from the mouth of a stranger. David ignored her reaction, and continued to think aloud that it didn't seem like she had a penis. The boy looked at Don Carabella and said he would rather believe that the old man had another child he didn't know about. But David's thoughts were interrupted by a slap in the face from Mary, who now considered the guy a sick freak. But the effect of the slap was quite the opposite. The feeling seemed quite familiar to the boy. After the physical sensations, the boy was certain that this girl was Countess Mary Alice. When their penal battalion was in the city of Armalin, Count Mary was responsible for their supplies. Thanks to his excellent work ethic and friendly nature, he could befriend anyone. He was an impressive personality. However, as soon as someone mentioned the word member in conversation, he would instantly become extremely angry. When he lost his temper, he would start slapping everyone, and David was no exception. At the time, he didn't understand why this was happening all of a sudden. David always wanted to ask Count Mary why this happened the next time they met, but he never had the chance. Count Mary Alice died in battle, like all of David's other friends and comrades. He saw his body with his own eyes, but it seemed that David had just found the answer to his question. Who would have thought that this was the reason? He looked at Don Carabella's daughter, who was standing opposite him, angry, and realized that Count Mary Alice was a girl. Seeing the boy smile, Mary Alice exploded even more, deciding that she needed to punish him again and lunged at him. The girl's next attack was instantly interrupted by the boy, who hit Mary on the head and told her to calm down. Mary grabbed her head, and David told her not to get cocky just because he had allowed her to slap him once. But the guy decided to point out that he was also wrong in some ways. David's remark further provoked Mary, and she shouted that she would hit him twice. Mary Alice grabbed David by the hair, and he tried to stop these senseless efforts. The boy no longer doubted that she was seriously deranged. Thomas and Don Carabel watched everything that was happening in shock, not knowing how to react. Finally, recovering from the shock, the boy and the old man rushed to separate the two opponents, who had completely lost control. A little more time passed and everyone calmed down more or less. Thomas still couldn't understand what was wrong with those two. The two had just been fighting as if they wanted to kill each other. Mary asked if they really didn't want to sell it. David replied that it was true. He was just curious to see if everything was okay with them. David assured the girl that if not, he would buy something from them to replace it. Now Thomas watched as the two oddballs seemed to become friends. The boy decided to buy 3 swords and a magic wand from Don Carabella and his daughters. Mary asked David why he needed 3 swords, as they would be very difficult to carry, and he replied that it was just in case, as they often broke. The girl asked him how he liked the weapons she had offered, and he replied that they were not bad, but this black one was the best of them all. Mary explained that black iron was very strong, which was why all famous knights wanted weapons made only from it. The girl added that she didn't know how rough the guy was when using swords, but he probably wouldn't be able to break this one. And the staff she offered had a very beautiful magic stone, so the boy should take good care of it, especially considering that such a cute boy is with him now. She turned to Thomas and asked if he was a magician. Mary asked what kind of magic Thomas used, and he modestly replied that he had telekinetic abilities. Mary was delighted. In her opinion, it was incredible. And if the boy tried hard, he could even get a scholarship to the academy. The only question left was for David himself, what technique he was going to demonstrate in the practical exam. The girl said that in order to get into Filion, he needed to impress them and show his techniques in the practical exam. The theoretical exam was also difficult, but not as difficult as the practical one, and if the boy showed good results, he would definitely be accepted into the academy. If the boy did not prove his worth, he could forget about entering the academy. David believed that he only needed to be skilled with a sword. The boy asked what they usually show to the professors on the committee, and Mary replied that most nobles show their family's secret techniques. But most martial arts masters and applicants show their own fighting techniques using mana. David did not know that sword-wielding children of that age could already use mana, even if they were not magicians. But it turned out that he had to be able to do so as well. Mary said that if he wanted to join Filion, he absolutely had to be able to do this, to use his mana in battle. The girl saw David's reaction, and suspected that he still hadn't learned to feel his mana. In the end, the boy had to ask if mana was the same thing as an aura, and this question made Mary's jaw drop. Mary Alice covered her face with her hands and groaned. Was it really true that David was going to enroll in the Filion Academy? She said that they were incomparable things, but her reaction even slightly offended the boy. Mary Alice stopped laughing and suddenly said that they needed to go out into the yard with David, who was a little scared. She got up and grabbed the swords lying on the table, saying that she would borrow them. David asked where the girl got so much confidence from, as she could damage the weapons, but she replied that he shouldn't worry. Mary said that if she broke any of the weapons, she would pay triple for them. Looking back at David, who was still sitting in place, the girl hurried him, saying that it was no longer appropriate to talk, and that he should follow her. Mary explained that mana was the primary source of nature's power, that it was like air and was everywhere, but not everyone could use it. In order to use mana, one must first feel one's own mana and develop a sense of mana. This can be achieved if you have talent, through training, strong desire, or something else. Many factors influence the result. Usually it takes people about a year to do this, and after a year, they begin to feel it. And those prospective applicants who wish to enroll at Filion have already passed this stage. Mary said that David should forget about his feelings for now, as he does not even understand the difference between mana and aura. Mary, however, acknowledged that aura is a type of mana, but the difference between them was, in fact, like the difference between heaven and earth. Even with talent and incredible effort, it takes at least 10 years of training to get an echo of the innate power of the aura. Having said everything she wanted to say, Mary Alice asked if the boy understood anything, and David replied that he did, a little. He recalled that he had sometimes met such people on the battlefield, who boasted that they used their aura or some other unusual powers. They were his enemies, but not so incredible that if you cut them down, they would die just like everyone else. Mary Alice announced that the explanations were over for now and asked if they could begin. The girl was sure that with practical training, David would understand everything faster, because he would use his body instead of his head. The boy did not expect anything extraordinary from Mary, because in his opinion, she was just a young girl. But a second later, Mary Alice made him tense up as she attacked David rapidly, forcing him to defend himself. At first, he couldn't even collect his thoughts. This girl had clearly made an impression on him. The boy parried the girl's first attack, but she didn't stop and was already running towards him again. David was amazed that at such a young age, Mary was already capable of exerting so much force, especially while using twin blades. David hadn't noticed anything like that yet, so he couldn't say for sure. But it seemed to be the mana combat technique she had told him about. But Mary, on the contrary, was impressed. She wanted to end the fight with one attack, to show the power of mana, to force the boy to give up on entering the academy. In her opinion, this was the best way out of the situation, because if the guy failed the entrance test, it would be even worse for him. But things did not turn out as expected, and for some reason, the girl felt that David was putting pressure on her, that he was capable of doing so even without using mana. Mary Alice tensed up. This was nonsense. Her opponent's voice brought her out of her stupor. He asked what she was thinking about. With one lightning-fast movement, the boy knocked both her blades aside and Mary was thrown back. Shouting that the girl should dodge rather than block his blows, the boy launched a second attack, and Mary had to jump back. The girl's eyes shone with excitement. She understood that she was in danger, but now she had a couple of seconds to catch her breath. She asked David if she was right in thinking that he was an unusual guy, and he replied with a smile that the same could be said of her. She not only possessed the mana, but also the sword, although there were problems with the center of gravity. If Mary could solve this, she could become much stronger. Such bold behavior greatly angered Mary Alice, who was not used to losing. She shouted that David should not consider himself the winner. The boy was only concerned that the girl would keep her word, because one of the swords had broken, and she had promised to pay triple for it. Hearing the sound of iron breaking, David looked back and said that Mary Alice should get the money ready. Thomas, who suddenly appeared behind the girl, said with excitement in his eyes that she was very brave. But at that very moment, David shouted that he was very tired, so the boy had to hurry up. The next morning, David came to the market to collect the money he was owed from the previous day. But to his surprise, instead of money, the boy found books on theory for admission to the Filion Academy and Mary's notes. The girl said that there was only a month left before admission, but David was surprised by such generosity, since yesterday she was against it. David even threatened her, but Mary replied that she had no ulterior motives, she just liked the boys. She decided to do them a small favor so that they could all enter the academy together, and offered her services for free. Mary would have loved to teach David personally, but the trade didn't want to wait, and it was already time for them to leave. So Mary Alice wished the boys well in their studies, saying that if David failed after all she had done for him, there would be no forgiveness. David laughed in response and told the girl to worry about herself instead. It was strange, but he was starting to like her even more. Jumping onto the footboard of the cart, Mary Alice waved goodbye and said they would see each other in the capital at the entrance exams. She entrusted the boys with her most precious possession and wanted them to look through and study everything from cover to cover. David understood that he needed to train his weak body and study on top of that, but he even liked this big hassle. When the boy returned home, his daily life began as usual, but with a few small changes. David simply loved having lunch with his sister Willow, but she immediately noticed that he was now stuffing himself so much that he looked like he was about to burst. Then he would burn off those calories at night, hunting monsters around the village, slowly increasing his fitness and endurance. Eventually, these nighttime excursions became more and more fruitful, and this continued until there were no monsters left around the village. In addition, the boy was constantly studying, which was already an incredible feat for a soldier in a penal battalion. He did not understand why he needed to learn the table manners of the northern nobility. He did not know what results to expect. but he made every effort he could. A month passed, and finally, the friends reached the main scene of the story, the capital of the Walloon Empire. The capital was home to the Empire's best educational institution, the small town of the White Tower. The boys finally had something to look at as they stood before the Filion Academy. Magician Thomas was filled with excitement. He could not say anything except how beautiful it was here. For the boy, everything that was happening now was like a fairy tale. But David tried to bring him out of this state and get him moving. He said that Thomas needed to stop acting like a country bumpkin and go inside because they would be late for the exam. Thomas looked at his mentor and said that only a month had passed. But David had grown so much. That was the last straw for the corporal. He walked up to Thomas and punched him in the head. It was time for them to go. David understood that if they arrived at the Filion Academy at that moment, it was quite possible that they could meet him. The boy hoped to meet the descendant of a famous family of swordsmen, Geoffrey, a genius who became known as the strongest swordsman in the Empire. Geoffrey should be about his age now, so maybe David could meet him at the exams. In fact, for the boy, this meeting was not so important, but it would have been a nice bonus. Thomas asked if David had brought that thing with him, but the boy did not immediately understand what he was talking about. The young wizard meant the feather that the bird of dreams had left behind for its salvation. It should show the way to it. David replied that of course he had the feather with him. He had taken it before leaving for the capital. The old man lived somewhere around here, so the boy immediately planned to look for him after his exams. He had not forgotten about their adventure. Now the bluebird's feather pointed to the top floor of the building in front of which the friends were standing. Meanwhile, in one of the offices of the Filion Academy, the professor was experiencing another crisis. He believed that he was not cut out for this job. He always had doubts about his calling. He really wanted to become a seeker again, and Marpez was not against it. The bird began to chirp beautifully, and Professor Paul realized that it was supporting and encouraging him. Paul understood that he needed to continue working in this position to repay her savior. He was a professor of zoology at the academy. His biological peculiarity was that he was a Verlev, and now Paul wanted to check his room because it might be uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, Paul's office door opened in front of David. He seemed to be expecting a guest. The young man didn't even knock. Seeing Marpez, David was both delighted and surprised. He said that he had no idea that her owner could be a beastman. Verlev Paul was very frightened by the uninvited guest. He ran to the opposite side of the room and asked who David was and how he got in. His office was on the top floor, but the friends did not climb the stairs. Thomas regretfully reminded David of this as he tried to recover his hearing. But Verlev Paul did not stop talking. He was curious whether the strangers had come for his beloved bird Marpez. David showed Paul the feather, and he immediately understood that these two were his friend's saviors. Verlev immediately began to show hospitality, realizing that he had started the acquaintance with rudeness. David replied that everything was fine, that apologies were enough. The boy confessed that Thomas was to blame for everything, that he had brought them up to the office, although he noted that it was David who had asked him to. But the boy did not let the mage finish his sentence and, grabbing him by the cheeks, forced him to be quiet. David didn't want to waste any more time and got straight to the point. He was surprised that the owner of the bird was a Verlev, a rather rare species of beast people. On top of that, this Verlev turned out to be a professor at the Filion Academy, and Paul was also surprised that Marpez's rescuers were their applicants. Verlev noted that if he had known about this earlier, he would have prepared letters of recommendation for them. But the exams had already begun today. David decided to ask a few questions because they didn't have much time. And he didn't like what Verlev said about the possibility of failing the exams. He took a dark purple egg out of his pocket and asked what it was that Marpez had left him as a souvenir. Impressed, Verlev Paul looked at the egg in the boy's hand. It was the egg of a fantastic bird. Paul decided to double-check whether Marpez had really laid the egg, and David confirmed this fact, not understanding what was so strange about it. Verlev explained that this was indeed the case. But Marpez was not just any bird. She was a bird of dreams. And that was not the most interesting thing. Paul held the egg out and announced that he had no idea what would hatch from it, and David's jaw dropped. David said that it was a bird's egg, and therefore, a bird should hatch from it. But with the bird of dreams, everything was different. Depending on its environment, the bird of dreams absorbs different types of mana and lays an egg. And when it hatches, a phoenix will emerge, enveloped in tongues of flame. If the bird lays an egg in a monster's nest, the chick will look like the monsters that live there. And sometimes it is not a bird that is born at all. Of course, if you analyze the mana flows emitted by the egg, you can predict what kind of bird will hatch from it. Myriad types of mana are intertwined in this egg, resembling turbulent molten metal. But right now, it was difficult to say for sure who was inside. And David was overwhelmed by the number of problems this egg presented. He looked at the blue bird and asked her where she had been wandering, which had allowed her to lay such a strange egg. The boy had never seen such a shameless bird, which was now looking at him and covering its head with its wing. Unexpectedly, Paul asked David if he would let him look after the egg, and David had no objection. Verleva was satisfied with this answer. The bird of dreams laid its egg only once in its lifetime, and he understood its value well. If Marpez herself laid this egg right in front of her rescuers, he believed that the bird felt something special about them. He scratched the bird's neck and said that he wanted to respect the choice of his friend, with whom he had lived for so long. David agreed again and added that he was also curious to see what would hatch from this egg. The young man understood that he and Thomas had little time. So, having resolved all their issues, he began to say goodbye to Paul, but Paul asked them to stay. Verlev had been thinking all this time about what to give them as a reward. and a wonderful idea had just come to mind. He handed the boys a scroll on which was written everything that would help them hatch the egg. Sometime later, the boys went to the practical exam hall in the main building of Hellelian Castle. They sat in the waiting area for prospective students, martial arts masters, and were invited to the commission one by one. Gradually, the line moved forward, and then the guy who was announcing the serial numbers declared exam number 111 complete. After announcing this, the guy invited the next applicant, number 112, to follow him. David watched with boredom as the guy walked into the next room. Judging by the number of the previous applicant, he was next. The boy was upset that he had to wait so long, but Mary replied that this happens at all exams. David asked Mary why she was dressed like that, because it was uncomfortable, but she replied that she had paid special attention to her appearance because it was Philean. She said that the nobility were entering here, and they could become their future clients, so she had to dress to impress. Mary Alice regretted that Thomas was not with them now. But David replied that he was taking the exam elsewhere with the magicians. Applicant number 112 finished his exam and came out in despair. The boy was sure he had failed the exam. David realized that it was his turn, and Mary wished him not to be nervous, but just to give it his all. The girl shouted after him that if he failed, there would be no forgiveness, and David thanked her for her support. At the door, the young man looked back at all the other applicants and said he would be back soon. In the next room, where the admissions committee was sitting, the young man finally saw the professors of the Philean Academy. Each of these teachers stood out from the rest. They all looked quite interesting. But what caught his attention most was the old man sitting at the center of the table, the director of the academy, Archmage Donald. But the woman sitting next to him was also a very impressive personality. In his past life, David had rarely felt such an aura. The young man bowed respectfully to the admissions committee and gave his name. The director of the academy greeted him politely and introduced himself. He announced that the boy's opponent would be a magical mannequin, and David would have to demonstrate his technique on it. They asked what exactly the young man wanted to demonstrate, and he replied that a chopping blow would be sufficient for such a mannequin, in his opinion. Some professors believed that there was always a guy among the applicants who started talking nonsense when he saw this mannequin. The mannequin was capable of withstanding an aura strike, and on top of that, recovered quickly, a well-thought-out product of magical engineering. Even the genius Jeffrey could barely scratch this mannequin. It was interesting what this guy could show them. Could he really cut the mannequin in half? The academy director did not like such talk from his colleagues. The boy was right there, but they did not hold back in their expressions. He didn't want to jump to conclusions because, for some reason, he felt that this child could show a completely opposite result. Looking more closely at the applicant, the man saw a very strong aura in the boy, and was surprised by this because he was very young. In a moment, David completed his part of the practical exam, striking the mannequin, at first glance, with a single blow to the neck. Turning to the commission and sheathing his sword, the boy announced that he had finished his performance. The two skeptical teachers began to laugh and say that it was difficult for them to evaluate such talent. After laughing to their heart's content, one of them turned to the director and asked his opinion on the matter. But Donald did not have time to answer because his neighbor jumped up and rushed towards the boy. The woman's name was Emma, and she was a fencing instructor at the academy. She put her sword to David's throat, her eyes glowing with anger. After a pause, David said that she had frightened him. But instead, the boy heard a question about who had taught him such sword skills. David didn't even know how to answer that question, so Emma decided to ask him another one. She asked if he had seen her movements when she jumped at him, and David replied that her technique was truly amazing. He noted that it was difficult to draw his sword from its sheath very quickly, but she managed to swing it 3 more times. Emma replied that David was right. She had made 3 swings with her sword, just as self-indulgent as the ones the boy had shown. The corporal had no answer to this remark, nor did he want one, because this was how the best teachers at the academy tested their students. The woman continued to say that, in the boy's opinion, surely no one could see through his idiotic trick. But in fact, David had slowed down his last strike, as if to make sure of something, for example, that they would see it. Donald, folding his arms on the table, analyzed everything that had just happened. Emma considered it the height of arrogance. The boy had forgotten where he was. The theoretical professors couldn't understand what all the fuss was about, that they were supposed to see. But Emma misunderstood David's intentions. He restrained the force of the last blow only because he was afraid that his sword would not withstand it and break. But now, looking at the angry woman, the boy realized that even if he told her, she would not believe him. Emma's anger subsided as suddenly as it had arisen. She sheathed her sword and said that she would remember the boy, who was surprised. But as soon as David relaxed, the woman turned to him and said that she would definitely teach him personally. The academy's fencing instructor took her place under the impressed gaze of all the committee members, especially Donald. The director was surprised. This remark sounded as if she had already accepted this student as her pupil. The director thanked the young man for his performance, and he made a mental note for the future that he needed to be more attentive. Finally, Donald ended the test with a simple question, to which there was no correct answer. The boy had to answer as he felt. The academy director asked why the young man wanted to study at the Philean Academy. After thinking for a moment, the boy said that the question was very interesting, and his answer would be, so that he would have no regrets. That was the main reason David came to study at this institution. When the door closed behind the applicant, the director continued to sit pensively, unmoved. These words surprised him. Suddenly the man smiled and said that it was very difficult, adding that he did not know how to teach the boy this. The theoretical professors began to ask what the young man had done to elicit such a reaction, whether he had performed some kind of genius trick. The director of the academy replied that it might have been a trick, but he would rather call it talent. The next second, after his words, the head fell off the magic mannequin. David also had something to think about. He didn't know if he could have defeated this teacher if he had encountered her in a past life. The boy felt that he had already faced enough difficulties, but it seemed that he still had a very long way to go. He remembered the words of his commander, and concluded that it was not in vain that he had come to the Phileon Academy. The young man was confident that he would be able to learn a lot at this educational institution. Now all that remained was a written test. He had spent a whole month memorizing everything, so it would be very easy to do. But sometime later, it turned out that his assumptions were wrong, and the young man realized that he had messed up badly. Mary was surprised. The boy didn't answer even half of the questions, and she told him to look at the notes in his bag. Thomas hesitated and replied that, in fact, David had taken a couple of books and left the bag, and then concentrated on his studies and forgot about everything else. The magician admitted that it was his fault for not reminding David about the other materials, and Mary finally realized that the guy was a fool. David had been in a bad state since the end of the written test, and the girl hoped that the results would be available soon. Realizing that this was not right, Mary began to bring the boy out of his semi-comatose state, telling him that everything would be fine because the practical test was more important. Suddenly, her speech was interrupted by one of the applicants who saw the exam results appear in the sky above the square. All the candidates for admission to the academy went out to the square to the list hanging in the air, trying to find their names there. Mary and Thomas were also among them. According to the girl, the results appeared much earlier than she had expected. Thomas ranked 12th in the practical exam and 1st in the written exam, while Mary ranked 9th in both. The girl and the boy were ecstatic with joy. Now they could relax a little, as they had become students at the Phileon Academy. Mary noticed that Thomas had taken first place in theory, and praised him for it, even though he hadn't yet realized his score. 2 other people shared first place with him, but that didn't detract from his achievement, even though he himself considered it luck. Mary Alice turned to David in a good mood, intending to ask him how he was doing. But the boy was not happy at all. His face was lit up with pain and sadness. David was not on the list. Mary and Thomas ran up to him, not believing their ears. In their opinion, such results were absolutely impossible. Mary opened his eyes with her hands and demanded that he look again, because David must have simply read everything wrong. Suddenly, the sky above the square lit up with flames, and all the students closed their eyes from the bright light. The friends thought it was just fireworks in honor of those who had successfully passed the entrance exams. But it was much more interesting than that. A fiery phoenix bird hovered over the square. Finding David in the crowd, the bird released a fiery sphere in his direction, and the boy did not know how to react. Suddenly, the flaming sphere exploded in the air, and the flames covered the entire sky above the square. Against the backdrop of this flame, an announcement appeared that David had taken 2nd place in the martial arts faculty and 1st place in the practical exam. After a moment of shock, his friends rushed to hug each other. The young man had managed to enter the most prestigious academy in the country after all. Despite failing the theoretical exam, David still managed to take 2nd place in the faculty thanks to the practical exam. Probably, only the boy himself doubted his abilities, because neither Mary nor Thomas believed in his failure. Suddenly, it dawned on David that if he took 1st place in the practical exam, it meant that Jeffrey had lost to him. He understood that this guy would definitely not tolerate this, and that was a little scary, but it didn't take away from his joy. For a while after the announcement, the guy managed to have fun until he heard a question behind him asking if he was the same David. The corporal suspected that the meeting with Jeffrey would be something like this. He turned around and saw the holy swordsman himself standing in front of him. Everyone at the Phileon Academy knew what Jeffrey looked like, but every time they saw him, admiration was inevitable. Mary noticed that Jeffrey wanted to talk to David, but he himself saw that the boy was the same as he had been in his past life. Jeffrey from his past life could not stand those who were better than him at swordplay and had a vile desire to always win. David decided that he needed to resolve the situation quietly and peacefully, so he replied that he did not understand what his interlocutor was talking about. Jeffrey was not satisfied with this answer. He asked the boy why he was lying, but David insisted that his opponent had no evidence. As soon as the boy said something about evidence, Jeffrey drew his sword from its sheath and rushed at him to attack. Mary Alice and Thomas, who were standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. No one had expected this turn of events. After delivering a single blow, Jeffrey said that was enough. If the young man hadn't been in 1st place, he wouldn't have been able to react. Meanwhile, a crowd of spectators gathered around the 2 opponents, amazed by such audacity. Jeffrey demanded that David show him skills that surpassed his own, while the corporal considered the boy a sick freak. Finally, agreeing to the attacker's demands, the boy decided to show him something and threw Jeffrey a decent distance away from himself. The holy swordsman barely managed to keep up with his opponent's attacks, but he still managed to fend off every attack. After a series of blows from David, Jeffrey noticed that the boy had excellent technique and now understood why he had won 1st place. But, in the opinion of the holy swordsman, this was not enough for him to prevail in a personal duel. David was tired of trying to prove something to this madman. He wanted to stop Jeffrey, but he did not back down. The holy swordsman, shouting that he still did not recognize David's victory, struck the boy with his first blow. The corporal did not understand why this idiot was picking on him, probably because he had decided to die, which was why he did not want to cross paths with Jeffrey. At this rate, the boy was afraid that he would have to use his aura, and that was a problem because he did not possess it himself. With a single swing of his sword, Jeffrey was capable of summoning a storm, which is why his incredible aura was called the Sword of the Storm. David couldn't handle it. The boy saw only one way out. He instantly turned around and began to run away from his opponent. Jeffrey was surprised that his opponent had turned his back on him. Did he really think they would let him go so easily? Thomas, behind whom the boy was hiding, was terrified. He did not understand why his mentor had chosen him as a human shield for the mission. Jeffrey called David a vile bastard, saying he had stooped so low as to use a girl as a shield. He was definitely not a knight. Thomas shouted that he was not a girl but a boy, and David remarked that Jeffrey's character was just as despicable, even on the verge of death, saying that a holy swordsman puts nobility above all else. The corporal pushed Thomas aside and flew into the attack. This unexpected attack took Jeffrey by surprise, and the holy swordsman was struck in the face with the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, the enemy fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands. David looked back at his friends and shouted that this was their chance. When Jeffrey was able to open his eyes, he saw David running away from the square with Mary and Thomas by the hand. A few seconds after their escape, a guard pushed his way through the crowd to the holy swordsman, wanting to find out who had caused such a mess. But when he saw Jeffrey himself on the ground, he forgot all about his severity and began to find out who had dared to do such a thing to an aristocrat. He began to question the boy about what the attackers looked like and promised that the guards would definitely find them. Jeffrey said that he was now an ordinary student and they should not worry about it, because it was a fair fight. Getting to his feet, the boy saw that his sword was cracked, and this sword was, for a moment, made of high-quality mithril. All this time, Jeffrey thought that there was nothing unusual about his opponent's skills, but he did this to his sword. This aroused great interest on the part of the young duke, who said that from now on he would remember David's name. The next day, on the outskirts of the Shimo forest, David and Thomas were searching for something with a map. Thomas asked anxiously if the corporal was sure that everything would be all right with them. The mage was referring to his mentor's battle the day before. He had heard that his opponent was the Duke of Gracia, the second most important person after the imperial family. In that duel, David broke Jeffrey's nose. What would happen if he wanted revenge? But the corporal replied that the Duke was a good guy. The Duke had principles and could be trusted. He served as an example to all who defend the weak, the embodiment of the ideal aristocrat. Surely Jeffrey said yesterday that it was just a duel, otherwise they would already be in jail. Doesn't Thomas think so? In the end, David told the boy to forget about it. In his opinion, they had come to the place they needed to be. It was the vein of mana that Professor Paul Warren had spoken of, the source of Fernando. Mana enveloped the whole world, and the place where it gathered and formed a pool for unknown reasons was called a mana vein. Here, simple stones could become high-quality mana stones, and ordinary thistles could turn into magical healing herbs. Everyone wants to find these veins of mana for their incredible effects. This place is incredibly valuable, but Professor Paul is a very generous beast man. This Verlev shared with them such an estimated price for some unknown egg. David asked Thomas if he felt anything unusual, and the boy replied that it was the first time he had felt so much mana gathered in one place. In his opinion, here he could easily use magic that would be much stronger than his usual. In addition to everything else, they also had an egg, which usually always did this. But now this strange object was absorbing the mana at an incredible speed, as if it liked it. David replied that he still wouldn't understand it on his own, but he suspected that Mary would like it here too. Too bad she was busy. Thomas agreed with the boy, but he did so somewhat tensely. Something was bothering him. The young wizard asked his mentor if he thought this place was strange. Professor Paul said that there was a lot of mana here, which is why many fantastic creatures came here. This meant that there should be plenty of ordinary animals here, but this picture did not match what they were seeing now. After these words, David realized that he had relaxed too much and needed to remain on guard. He was hardly surprised that the whole trip was not going according to plan again, as this was the case wherever he went. When Thomas asked him a question, the young man replied that he should get ready because the corporal had already smelled blood. Thomas asked what kind of blood smell he was talking about, but David answered his question with a question, forcing the boy to figure it out for himself. Someone had already visited this place before they arrived, which was why it was so quiet on the clearing near the spring. However, these guests were uninvited, and at that very moment, they were aiming their bows at the boys. The arrows, charged with mana from the spring, flew rapidly toward Thomas and David. The corporal quickly drew his sword and began to destroy the enemy's weapons one by one. The arrows shattered into pieces, but the boy realized that he had seen them before, in his past life in the penal battalion. One of his comrades had presented them with such an arrow, saying that it was extremely powerful and could even tear off an orc's head. After finishing his presentation, the guy asked if the captain wanted some for himself. David was tired of these daily offers. He said that the promoter with such an arrow had been caught poaching, so he probably had enough of lying, but the guy insisted. The guy swore and swore that such arrows could only be used by hunting dogs, those who had successfully completed 100 raids. In this country, elite units and Calaboro squads were called hunting dogs, which meant that the boys were now facing them. David ordered Thomas to hide somewhere and be careful. The dogs must not turn the boy into a porcupine. The corporal himself, at that moment, was going to leave for a short time. At least that was how he phrased his thoughts to his assistant. Hiding behind trees, the hunting dogs couldn't understand how this guy could chop up all the arrows soaked in mana with one swing. While the Calaboro squad was speculating about the identity of their opponent, David was rapidly approaching them. Finally, the commander of the detachment saw this and ordered his men to immediately scatter, surround the enemy, and attack him. David guessed that the commander of the detachment was quick to make decisions. These guys were different from the petty thugs he had encountered earlier in the forest. When he saw the members of the squad rushing in different directions, the boy realized that things were going to get a little tricky. If things continued this way, David decided to use a trick and shouted that the Calaboro could no longer distinguish between enemies and allies. David continued to bluff, saying that it was strange that the hunting dogs had not heard the new introductions. He introduced himself as the youngest hunting dog of the Damas branch, named Kenneth. The members of the squad returned to the clearing and surrounded the boy, asking him if he was telling the truth. David insisted on his story, but the squad leader shouted that the boy must think he was a complete fool. Even with connections, hunting dogs couldn't take such a stinker. The corporal replied that he could ask the wolf of his branch. Finally, the boy advised the squad leader that considering everyone around him worthless just because he himself was worthless was not the best habit. Calling the squad leader a wild dog, David added that this was precisely why he looked so pathetic. The bandit couldn't understand where the boy got the courage to call him names. Did he really want to die? But David continued to mock him. Even the members of the gang began to calm their captain down, telling him not to doubt the boy just because he was a child. After all, only the Calaboro themselves knew the system of ranks and branches, and the boy understood all of this. The fighters insisted on waiting for the captain, and if the boy was not lying, they could have conflicts with the Damas branch. Suddenly, the captain's voice rang out, asking what kind of mess they had all made here, and the man emerged from the bushes onto the clearing. The captain turned out to be a burly man with traces of battles on his face and body. He was a wolf of the Demir Vum branch. The squad leader immediately released David and briefly recounted everything the boy had told them. David was already tired of this conversation, but if the captain had joined them, then everyone was now gathered on the clearing. The wolf asked if the boy was really Kenneth from the Damas branch, and David hastily replied in the affirmative. For the captain, this statement was quite strange. He did not understand that, in that case, Kenneth had forgotten that this part of the mountain range was Demir territory. David laughed and pretended that he was simply unaware of this division of territory. After a short pause, the boy added that it was all because he was not Kenneth, and the wolf stared at him. A second later, everyone around David was struck by his sword, and the boy no longer wanted to talk. Continuing to kill the hunting dogs, the boy said that he had simply given himself the worst name he knew. The wolf did not have time to respond, because his head flew off his shoulders with one blow, and the captain was no longer among the living. When only David and the squad leader remained on the clearing, the boy turned to him and repeated what he had said earlier about his bad end. With one lightning strike, David cut off the fingers of the hand holding the dagger. The enemy's reaction was unexpected. He fell to his knees, his back to David, and began to scream in pain. The corporal threw the map in the direction of his opponent, and said that if he did not want to die, he should pull himself together and grab it. The commander of the hunting dog squad must mark the location of all the branches he knows on the map. At the silent question in Caliborn's eyes, David laughed. Everything was quite clear, or the enemy simply did not want to do it. Raising his sword, the young man said that if the enemy resisted, there was no point in leaving him alive. The commander of the hunting dogs said he had nothing to write with, but David said he had made an unbeatable pen for him. The enemy had to look at his right hand. It was much better than any pen in the world. Sometime later, when the job was done, David looked at the map with the new markings and said that the commander had worked very hard. The young man added that, in his opinion, the commander of the hunting dogs even had a talent for drawing, and asked if he would be released now. But he shouldn't have asked, because a moment later, the corporal's sword cut the boy's face in two. David stood bathed in moonlight, radiating a powerful aura. The young man had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Thomas was thrown against the tree the boy was leaning on by the horrific sight that appeared before his eyes. David looked at his protege and said that he had warned him about this in advance. But, in Thomas's opinion, it was too much. A whole pile of dead bodies of magical creatures and forest animals lay before the boys. David looked at the pile of bodies and said that, as he had said before, not killing a Calaboro when you meet one is a crime. But still, Thomas had nothing to worry about, as they were all wanted criminals who should have been executed. Suddenly, among the dead animals, the boy spotted a blue bird, and said that if Professor Paul saw it, he would be very upset. Finally, David asked Thomas if it was time for them to return to the academy dormitory. Suddenly, the boy felt the egg on his belt stir, so he untied the bag and tried to pull it out. But Thomas paid no attention to his mentor's hopes. The boy pointed to something in front of them, and the corporal looked in that direction. A veritable tsunami of blood rose above the clearing, but the entire avalanche froze in front of the boys. David forgot about his egg and grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing for another fight. Suddenly, all the boys' worries vanished, because the egg flew into the air and glowed purple. A moment later, the boys saw that this strange egg with an unknown creature inside was absorbing blood. Thomas peered over David's shoulder and asked the corporal what he thought was happening, but he had no answer. David was sure of only one thing. Whatever was under that shell, it was definitely something unusual. A short time later, there was not a drop of blood left on the lawn. The absorption was complete. David thought this was an interesting feature, but noticed that nothing had changed, and at that moment, the egg cracked. The boy realized that the time had come for the unknown creature to hatch. He was thrilled. An amazing bird was about to hatch. But having come too close, the boy lost his vigilance, and what was inside the shell flew right into his face. David grabbed his nose, not understanding what the hell was going on. Was this creature going to attack them? He opened his eyes and saw a very strange-looking bird of dreams right in front of him, which answered him in its own language. But no matter how closely he looked, this creature did not resemble a bird at all. It was more like a dragon. Thomas agreed with him on this. In the books the boy had read, dragons were depicted in much the same way. David mentally returned to the image of Marpez. He was curious where she had absorbed the mana to give birth to such a creature. The boy reached out his hand, and the strange creature rubbed against his finger with pleasure. David leaned toward the dragon's muzzle and said that hitting it in the face was too much of a greeting. The creature closed its eyes, and a strange pentagram instantly formed in the air. When the pentagram dispersed, David realized that all the wounds on his face had healed. It turned out that this little creature knew the magic of healing. Added to all of the above was the creature's incredible love for David. The creature did not appear as capable as it actually was. Thomas was delighted and wanted to name the creature, because he couldn't keep calling it the Bird of Dreams. Both boys thought about what name would suit this creature, but the creature did not let them finish what they had started. Suddenly, the little dragon rushed away from the clearing toward the forest. David was struck by the speed of his new friend. Could the creature sense someone's presence from a distance? Sometime before that, a messenger from the Calaboro tribe named Stephen had been running at full speed toward the clearing. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, not understanding how it happened that while he was running on an errand, all the members of the squad had died along with the captain. And then, the boy managed to see this huge sea of blood being swallowed up by an unknown object. Stephen decided to run away, but as soon as he took a few steps, a strange dragon-like creature chased after him. The boy turned around in horror so many times that he lost his footing and tripped over a root on the ground. He turned toward the creature hovering above him, and it began to suck the blood from his wounds. The boy began to scream that he was bleeding and beg anyone for help. Everything stopped with one word from David. He called the creature Sita and said that this was how she would kill the boy. Thomas asked if David had just named the dragon Sita, and he replied in the affirmative, saying that the name had been floating around in his head for a long time. The boy scratched the creature's paw and asked if she liked her new name, in front of the stunned messenger. Stephen realized that David had been in that clearing with this creature. Could he really be the master of this monster? The corporal turned to the messenger and asked how Stephen was feeling, calling him by name. The boy was initially taken aback, but then replied quickly that he was only alive thanks to the stranger. Stephen realized that this strange boy knew his name from somewhere, but David, threatening him with his sword, said that it was none of the courier's business. Who would have thought that they would meet this way? In any case, David was glad to see him and asked how the boy's poaching business was going. Finally, the corporal called the guy a talkative hunting dog, which really impressed Stephen. He immediately began to justify himself, calling himself an ordinary messenger. David replied that the guy needed to do something for him. Laughing out loud, the corporal added that he needed to explain something right away. This was not a request at all. David played with gold coins, tossing them from his palm into the air. He was satisfied. For the first time, everything turned out even better than he had expected. And Thomas was also pleasantly shocked. Thomas was a little confused when David said that even water from the spring was worth its weight in gold and made him take some with him. At that moment, the boy could not even dream that Marie's father would offer such a high price for this water. Thanks to Don Carabel, they no longer had to worry about money. And besides, they owed Professor Paul a great deal. The boys were very upset when they went to thank the wizard and show him Sita, but he had already left on a business trip. Still, David thought that, considering the map he had received from the hunting dog he had killed, and at the same time, having given the task to the asshole errand boy Stephen, their conversation would not be limited to simple gratitude. The boy had frightened Stephen so much that night that he would not dare betray him under any circumstances. Thomas asked what David was going to do with all that money, since the boy was exempt from tuition fees and even received a scholarship. The magician asked if David wanted to do something specific with the money, and the corporal thought carefully. Come to think of it, the entrance ceremony was about to begin, and they needed to hurry. A few days passed, and another carriage arrived at the stagecoach station in the center of Wallonia. The page kindly opened the door and asked the woman to get out, informing her that they had arrived at their destination. The girl was delighted. She looked around and couldn't believe her eyes. It turned out that the capital was just like that. David's sister Willow was in high spirits. Everything around her was shining and sparkling, and the buildings and people were incredibly beautiful. David appeared out of nowhere and asked her how her trip to the capital had been, which made the girl even happier. The boy asked if anything had happened while he was away, but Willow insisted that she should be the one asking such questions. She said that David couldn't imagine her surprise when she saw a luxurious carriage in front of their house, wondering where he got the money for it. She was also curious why her brother had lost so much weight, wondering if he was eating poorly. David could barely get a word in, saying that he was eating well. Reassured about her brother, Willow finally noticed an unusual creature on his shoulder, which was also looking at her with curiosity. She liked it very much and asked what this cute creature was. David replied that for some reason the little dragon had followed him, but these topics could be discussed later. Now they didn't have time. They had to hurry. David took his sister by the hand and said that he would be very busy when classes started at the academy. So, the boy decided that before that, he had to do everything he had planned. He decided to dress his sister. She, of course, knew that David had earned a lot of money and, in addition, received a scholarship. But still, she thought that the dress she was wearing was too expensive a gift. The young man ignored her comments and asked the consultant if he could deliver everything. The thing was, in addition to the dress, the guy had bought a lot of other things for the girl, which were packed in boxes behind her. David rightly believed that Willow had gone through a lot of bad things because of him, so it was time for her to repay him. After these words, her sister's eyes filled with tears. She hadn't even noticed when her younger brother had grown up so much. Now Willow was simply unstoppable. She began running around the store and shouting for everyone to look at her kind and intelligent brother. David felt very uncomfortable with his sister's behavior, so he decided that they were done at this location and had to move on. The boy wanted to take his sister to the Street of Craftsmen. He needed to buy himself a decent sword. He opened the shop door, saying that his sword had been damaged by some crazy jerk, but he didn't see Jeffrey on the threshold. Looking back at the door, the boy shuddered in fear, and even Sita was frightened by the appearance of the eccentric Duke, who, apparently, was waiting for them. David asked what he was doing there, and Jeffrey replied that he had come to pick up a new sword he had ordered nearby. Passing by the shop, he accidentally saw the boy and decided to wait for him. David understood that this was what a crazy stalker usually looked like, and he was also intrigued by the remark about the defective sword. The corporal was outraged because it was Jeffrey who had damaged his weapon, and he didn't understand what he could be personally blamed for. The guy shouted that he could show Jeffrey what a truly defective sword was, and the Duke replied that he was very interested in that. The boys had almost drawn their swords from their sheaths when Willow appeared between them and forbade David to swear. The corporal began to justify himself, trying to explain what was going on, but Willow shut him up again. The girl apologized for David's actions and explained that her brother could be abusive, but he was actually a good boy. But in the past, the annoying Duke had already forgotten all his grievances against his rival. The heir to the noble house of Grancia, the star of the empire, Jeffrey, would later say that at that moment he had met a goddess. The Duke was speechless, the only sign that he was alive being his red cheeks. Willow continued to apologize, saying that she had not raised David well enough. But Jeffrey, coming to his senses, also asked the girl for forgiveness. The boy insisted that the whole situation had happened because of his explosive temper, and that there was nothing to apologize for. The Duke was solely to blame for what had happened, and he insisted that the girl not worry, thus winning her heart. Willow called Jeffrey kind. She couldn't believe that David had such a good friend, and she liked that very much. A moment later, the girl clung to the boy's hands and began to ask him to take care of her brother. Jeffrey Grancia put his hand on his chest and said he would do it, and, for starters, he would compensate David for the cost of the sword. He didn't have enough gold with him at the moment, so he handed the girl his family's identification token. With this token, they could go anywhere in the Empire, and David's jaw simply dropped. He doubted that the Duke understood the value of what he had given Willow. So Jeffrey recommended going to the smithy at the western end of the Craftsman's Street. This smithy had a 500-year history, so it was difficult for ordinary people to get in, but with this token, they would be allowed in. Turning toward the exit, the young man said one last thing, that he hoped they would make them a good sword there. David was impressed. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Did the Duke not understand what he had just done? With the Grancia family's identification token, you can even buy a decent-sized village. Could this really be the same sacred swordsman, Jeffrey, whom he knew from his past life? The next day, the entrance ceremony for the Filian Academy began in the square. The Academy's director, Donald, greeted the first-year students of the 787th intake. In turn, he announced his position and name, loudly and with sufficient pauses so that everyone could hear and remember. He said that everyone present knew they had talent, and that if they had been admitted to the Academy, they had proven their potential by passing a rigorous selection process. The director was confident that he had brought together the boundless talent of the applicants right now in this square. The Academy's best teachers had joined this talent, and everyone who was now in this place would go down in the history of the Empire. Finally, Donald once again congratulated all the students on their admission to the Filian Academy. Willow, who was watching the ceremony, could not hold back her tears of happiness, and David realized that such moments in life are also necessary. The director suddenly snapped his fingers, and a very strong energy appeared in the air, lifting all the freshmen. Suddenly, one of them shouted that the sky above them was collapsing, and indeed, the image they saw before them began to crumble. As it turned out a moment later, all 787 students of the Filian Academy's class of 2017 were now in the arena. David told Thomas that it seemed as if the director had transported the entire field with people in an instant, with a simple snap of his fingers. Donald announced that at the end of the entrance ceremony, they would like to begin the meeting between the senior students and the juniors. This event was traditionally held to facilitate the exchange of experiences between students who had just entered the academy and second-year students. This event is special for the Filian Academy and always takes place in a tense atmosphere. It usually went like this. Those who took first and second place in the entrance exams would choose one opponent each. These opponents were chosen from among the 4 strongest second-year students, each of whom had their own fighting style. Donald explained that this event reflects the approach to learning at their prestigious academy. You have to learn not only from professors, but also from other students, because finding vulnerabilities, teamwork, and rivalry are the beginning of learning. This ceremony was the first step in learning through duels between students from different courses. Donald noted that, of course, first-year students have the right to choose their opponents, and they can also refuse to fight. The director hoped that they had not scared the newcomers too much, and that they would want to participate. The first and second-ranked second-year students immediately recognized Jeffrey and David, as they were the main celebrities of the year. The third and fourth students in the rankings picked up on this, calling David a comet who had overtaken the Duke in the practical exam. The second-year student was eager to start a duel with them as soon as possible, and the corporal noted the strong physique of one of them. The guy decided that if everything went ahead, it would be a great opportunity to show his sister that he could stand up for himself. Most importantly, David had a great opportunity to make new friends, as this was not a problem for him. Donald, meanwhile, announced that the representatives of the new students could now choose their opponents. Corporal decided to make the first move and raised his hand. Donald asked the boy to speak. The boy said that if he had the opportunity to freely choose his opponents, he would very much like to receive a lesson from all of his distinguished seniors. And the young man really did not want to limit himself to one opponent, so he proposed to choose all 4 second-year students at once. This proposal shocked the professors a little, and Donald asked instructor Emma for her opinion on the matter. The woman replied decisively that the boy should be allowed to do so, as the main principle of the academy was that you could do anything you had the strength to do. So whoever won this fight, it would be a good lesson for many other students. Nevertheless, instructor Emma promised that, if necessary, she would gladly intervene in the duel to defuse the tense situation. The second-year students believed that the young man was still wet behind the ears, but he had the audacity to treat them with contempt. His opponents decided to teach the boy some manners and put him in his place, but the leader among them calmed his friends down. He said that no matter how insolent David was, the boy had still defeated Duke Jeffrey and should not be underestimated. Therefore, for this very reason, they must give their all from the very beginning, and the boy drew his sword. Willow was very afraid for her brother, as the determination of his opponents could be fatal for him. The girl shouted with all her might for David to be careful, and if he couldn't handle it, he should surrender immediately. Donald finally announced that if the sides were ready, the first battle between the seniors and juniors could be considered open. As soon as the sentence was finished, the first of the second-year students rushed to attack the boy. The blow was quite good, much better than Mary's attack. It seemed that this foursome was on a completely different level of power. David also noted the speed of his opponents, and the fact that all of his opponents acted very cohesively. As soon as one opponent landed a blow, another participant in the fight immediately joined in, but the guy managed to avoid being hit, even though the second-year students worked well as a team. In the end, David had to retreat to a safe distance, deciding that he needed to change his tactics urgently. The boy did not notice that a fourth opponent, the strongest student, had already appeared behind him. He raised his sword above the boy and said that David had started all this in vain. He wanted a serious fight with the boy, which, in his opinion, could no longer happen, although David skillfully avoided his blow. The opponent's attacks were powerful enough, and they attacked in turn without pause. The boy understood that the second-year students were all at a very high level of skill. But he was also off target, and in a moment the boy was no longer where his opponents were running. The burly student's sword struck the ground with force, and none of them even noticed that the boy had disappeared from view. David was very impressed by the skill of the Filian Academy, despite the fact that the boy managed to strike 3 opponents in a fraction of a second. In the end, only 2 remained active in the arena, and the burly student was impressed by the freshman's power. David asked if the boy had lost his fighting spirit, and if not, he promised to remain serious until the very end. The corporal rushed towards his opponent without waiting for an answer, and the latter prepared to repel the attack. Suddenly, the sophomore noticed and recognized the unique stance of instructor Emma in David's movements. While the boy was focused on this, David managed to land a series of blows to his torso. In the end, such a powerful attack caused the sophomore's giant sword to shatter. The duel was over. David turned to his opponents and said that he had learned a lot from them. All the spectators jumped up. There was an uproar. Everyone was curious about who this newcomer was, who had been able to turn the situation upside down in a flash. Even the second-year students themselves, when they came to their senses, could not understand if David was really a first-year student. The top-ranked second-year student looked at his broken sword and said that he had no objection to his opponent. David looked at his sister, who grabbed her neighbor by the chest and shouted that he was her brother, and now she wouldn't have to worry about him getting beaten up here. The boy turned to his opponents and said that they had done well and that he had learned a lot from them. Amidst his joy at being accepted into the academy, the boy admitted that he had gone a little too far, but they were much stronger than him, and now he knew that for sure. He sincerely thanked the second-year students for accepting his challenge, which greatly surprised Mary and Thomas. The young man asked them to forget about his rudeness today, hoping that he would still be able to learn something from them in the future. After a moment of silence, the burly student shouted with a smile that at first he thought David was a jerk, but he turned out to be a strong, well-mannered younger man. He grabbed the boy by the hand and said that David didn't need to be so shy, that he had won fairly thanks to his skills. You need to behave more confidently because that is the whole point of the Filian Academy. The sophomore raised David's hand above his head. Willow was shocked. Now that David had demonstrated his social skills, she had to understand that she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, one of the Academy's students, who was also very interested in David and his abilities, watched the whole scene. When night fell on the Filian Academy, all the students were invited to the dining hall. David had always been curious about what a banquet in honor of admission to the Academy looked like, and he looked around with interest. In fact, the celebration turned out to be so grand that the young man did not even dare to imagine it. Mary said what she had said before. This is the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital, and one should not expect anything less. David replied that he had even stopped being surprised by everything. Thomas asked if the boy had accompanied his sister. The boy replied that Willow was too worried about him, so he had to calm her down for a long time. The boy even had to send Sita with her, just in case, so there was no need to worry about the girl. Sita was, after all, a dragon, and Thomas was impressed that David cared so much about his sister. The corporal considered such behavior completely natural, and decided not to continue the conversation, but to check what they fed at this academy. When the boy's teeth bit into the chicken leg, he heard Jeffrey's voice behind him. Jeffrey was unhappy that the boy was simply enjoying his food. Frightened once again, David jumped up from his chair and shouted at Jeffrey, asking what the hell he wanted from him this time. He asked why the Duke had come again, and the Duke replied that he had not come to fight, but simply wanted to check something important. The boy took out his notebook and asked where Lady Willow's main base of operations was located, and how far it was from the Imperial capital. David had not yet answered the first questions when the young man asked new ones. Whether it was well guarded and how often bandits appeared there. Finally, Jeffrey asked if David had taken good care of the escort. The young man should have at least hired mercenaries. David exploded, saying that he had taken good care of his sister, and that someone more reliable than ordinary mercenaries was watching over her. So Jeffrey had nothing to worry about. Nothing would happen to Willow, unless a wyvern or something like it appeared. But these words only provoked Jeffrey, and now he was worried that if a werewolf appeared, the girl would be in danger. David was fed up with this, and he asked the guy what the hell he was doing making a scene over his sister, who the hell he thought he was. Unexpectedly, the argument between these two stubborn rivals was interrupted by the girl's voice, who said that they were putting on an interesting show. She turned to Jeffrey and asked since when the Wolf of Grancia had become so talkative. Judging by the Duke's expression, he did not like this girl at all, and he asked her what she wanted, calling her Corinne. It was Corinne Akalucia, who had taken first place among those who had entered the Faculty of Magic. The girl laughed and apologized, saying that she didn't want the Duke to misunderstand her. But at the moment, she was not interested in him, but in his interlocutor, David. The boy was shocked and did not know how to respond to such a confession from a stranger. While David was thinking of a response, Jeffrey said that the girl had probably come back with her malicious hobby. The Duke finally remarked that he was done with his work, so she could do whatever she wanted. But Jeffrey couldn't just leave, and finally suggested that David send a couple of guards after Willow, but David asked him to just get lost. Thomas approached the boy and whispered that it was the same girl who had shocked everyone during the duel. David asked him not to remind him, because he himself remembered how Corinne had shown complete superiority over all her opponents. Recalling that explosion in the arena, the boy came to the conclusion that, in his opinion, she had even gone a little too far. The girl smiled sweetly in response, and asked if he didn't think it was necessary to teach those who had become completely arrogant a lesson. But David said he didn't understand what she was talking about and suggested she get straight to the point. Corinne smiled predatorily and replied that she was very impressed by the guy's talent and had come to make him an offer. The petty thief would not have dared to even dream of such an offer, so special was it. David stared in amazement at the medallion the girl was holding in her hand. It was an invitation from the Akalucia family. Unlike other nobles who valued blood ties, for the Akalucia family, talent was paramount, and that was how they became one of the pillars of the empire. This family gave those talents who, in their opinion, had potential, the opportunity to become part of them. The symbol of this opportunity was the very invitation from the Akalucia family, the medallion that the young man now held in his hands. David asked if she had permission to just give such things to people, and Corin replied that if he was asking such questions, he understood what it was. The young man couldn't tell the whole truth, so he simply replied that he had heard something about it. He first learned about this medallion in a penal battalion in his past life. When the commander showed him the medallion, the young man asked if a commoner like him could become part of this noble family. Florence looked closely at her young interlocutor and said that it was undoubtedly possible. But first, the boy would have to pass a test administered by the head of the family, which would not be a problem for those with talent. So the boy should keep this in mind. As soon as he washed away his sins with achievements in this war, he would be able to receive such an invitation. The woman considered David to be a very talented warrior, who undoubtedly had abilities. Corin said that if the boy already knew, she saw no point in explaining everything to him, and she hoped that David would make the right choice. She looked at him goodbye and said that even if he was born a wolf but lived among sheep, he could become one of them. She left, leaving Thomas with arrhythmia, and David asked if geniuses always did whatever they wanted. The good thing was that now he could contact Akalucia, and this clan could be useful to him. In general, at the Philian Academy, the abilities of students were valued above all else, and depending on their grades, their environment changed. The most striking example of this was the student dormitory system. All students with average grades were assigned to the Netian Hall, a perfectly decent building that did not claim to be overly sophisticated. Each student was given a clean room, a high-quality cafeteria, and so on. A fairly nice dormitory with everything they needed. On the other hand, 30% of the students with the worst academic records were assigned to the Crater Hall. The first day of all newcomers to this dormitory always began with cries of discontent. The representatives of the nobility were very concerned that they had to live in this dilapidated shack without any servants. But the commandant always apologized for the fact that there were no workers for the Crater Hall at the academy. 4 people were supposed to live in each room of this hall, and the cafeteria, showers, and toilets were shared. The commandant responded to all the indignant exclamations by saying that these were the rules of the academy, and that students should not look at him like that, but rather focus on their studies. If after moving to this dormitory their grades for the semester did not improve, the students could stay in this hall for the next semester. The last hall, where 10% of the best students lived, was called the Nabardos Hall. According to David, it was easy to describe this hall in one sentence. Everything in it was extremely luxurious. The boy was surprised that all these advantages and luxuries were made for the students. It was truly an outstanding academy. Suddenly, David saw the same course selection form they had been told about on the table. The young man realized that he just needed to choose the courses he wanted to attend, but the list was quite long. In the first year, you had to get used to the rhythm of the academy, so everyone advised not to choose too many courses. But they all looked very interesting to him. This was a common mistake made by first-year students, who were in for a rough ride. A few minutes passed, and David was already sitting contentedly on the sofa in the middle of his living room. Perhaps his choice was too exaggerated, but if the guy had entered the Filian Academy, he believed he had the right to do so. But the guy's intentions were gradually falling apart. First, the teacher of the basics of Imperial fencing said that the guy didn't need his course. David didn't understand at first what he meant, since they had only just started training. But the teacher replied that those were his exact words, that the boy had already mastered all the basics of Imperial fencing technique perfectly at the beginning. According to the Academy's rules, students were dismissed from classes as soon as they mastered the curriculum. Otherwise, they would demotivate others. But finally, the teacher added that the boy should not get carried away. David should focus on his studies. In the end, the behavior of the teachers of some courses greatly upset the boy, and he was in despair. He was expelled not only from the Imperial fencing courses, but also from the archery courses. Next was the monster hunting course instructor, who was impressed with David's abilities. Now the boy had been expelled from everywhere. He had a completely different view of his studies, and his despair was interrupted by Emma's voice. The fencing instructor asked if the boy should be in class at this time, as he seemed very familiar to her. Suddenly the woman smiled, realizing that David had been able to complete all the courses he had enrolled in. The boy replied that he thought the academy would be better. In fact, Emma was also surprised that the boy had completed all the courses on the very first day, but that was to be expected. David only needed one glance to copy her personal fighting technique. The woman said that, as an instructor at the Filian Academy, she couldn't turn a blind eye to this and asked the boy to give her the sword. David was confused and asked why the instructor needed his weapon. Emma, without answering, snatched the sword from the boy's hands and added only that she was going to teach him important things. The boy continued to protest when, unexpectedly, water exploded in the pond behind him. To David's surprise, Emma replied that she believed that was all the piece of metal she was holding in her hand was capable of. The woman added that this sword could not even be considered a weapon. It only prevented the boy from unleashing his full power. Telling David to look more closely, Emma took out her sword and showed him the mana strike again. The fencing instructor's mana was so powerful that it could raise a whole hurricane. When the attack was almost over, the boy and the woman found themselves under a torrential rain from the lake. Hiding her sword in its sheath, Emma looked at the boy and asked if he now understood what he was missing. A weapon is a strong and sharp piece of iron designed for fighting enemies, and it is preferable not to break it during use. But even if this weapon breaks, you can always get a new one. In other words, it is a consumable. That was David's opinion until he saw with his own eyes what instructor Emma had done. It was completely absurd. The woman changed her sword and made the same swing, but the difference in power was enormous. Just one breath and a tiny drop of strength. It might seem like a small thing, but on the battlefield, this small thing can cost lives, so wasting energy is a sure way to die. Emma said that if mana is used, David simply has to choose the right weapon for himself. But of course, he doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand such things precisely because he still doesn't know how to use his mana. David had no idea that Emma knew, but she replied that it was hard to believe because the boy demonstrated such strength without using mana at all. The woman claimed that one day the boy would be able to start using it after all, and he shouldn't worry about it. However, in order to use his abilities correctly, he would definitely need a good weapon. Emma saw that her words made the boy think deeply, and she invited him to her classes. The instructor added that only sophomores and seniors were allowed to attend her course, but she would gladly make an exception for him. However, David had to come to his first class with a proper weapon instead of that piece of iron. It was a condition for admission to her class. On his first day off, David and his friends came to order a sword, prompted by his conversation with the instructor. They approached the very smithy that Duke Geoffrey had told them about when he gave David his medallion. According to his friends, the smithy looked very shabby, as if it would fall apart at the slightest touch. Mary asked if the Grancia family really bought their weapons from this place all the time, and David replied with a smile that it seemed to be the case. The boy said that they would only find out for sure when they went inside, but the interior seemed even worse. This was strange for the boy, because Geoffrey couldn't lie. Suddenly, a very angry voice asked who was making noise in his house, because he was actually sleeping. A second later, the door to the room where the friends were standing opened, and they saw a giant wolf in front of them, who asked who they were. Receiving no answer, the wolf asked if they couldn't see that even the fire in the house was not burning. Why were they making so much noise in broad daylight? David couldn't take his eyes off such a grand sight. It turned out that werewolves lived in this smithy. The werewolf growled and asked again why they had come, and the boy, pulling out Geoffrey's medallion, said that they had come for weapons. David added that Duke Grancia had recommended this very place for such purposes, saying that they had unbeatable weapons. The werewolf recognized the token, but asked what David wanted with it, saying he could shove it up his ass, as it wouldn't make him Grancia. He added that he did not know where the information about this place had leaked from, but the strangers had to get out of there, as they did not serve children. However, after a moment, he added that there was one more option for David and his friends. The werewolf pointed his finger at Thomas and said that David could give up this soft-bodied freak, and in that case, he would reconsider. Baring his teeth, the werewolf said that he was very hungry and would not refuse such a generous offer. David was no longer willing to tolerate such behavior from the insolent beast. In his opinion, the werewolf had crossed the line. A second later, the boy's sword pierced the werewolf's chest, and he screamed in pain. The giant had to jump back to save his life, clutching his chest with his paw. David noticed that his blow felt strange, and only now did he realize that the werewolf was wearing armor that had appeared out of nowhere. But that didn't matter to the boy. He said that he could break through it with his sword anyway. The werewolf shouted for David to wait. The giant beast yelled for the boy not to be angry because it was just a test, a mandatory procedure for new clients. Also, today he wanted to test his new invisible armor, which he had made himself, so he went a little overboard with the provocation. Finally, the werewolf shouted that he really didn't want to harm his friends, but David took it as a usual excuse. His friends didn't believe it. The werewolf insisted that it would be strange if there were no checks at the forge that served the Grantia family. He added that if the boy still couldn't believe him, David could personally ask Duke Jeffrey about it. The boy said that such a check was quite funny. How quickly and painfully one could die. The werewolf again remarked that he had gone a little too far. Finally, the werewolf got to his feet and, with a smile, said that his friends should forgive him. He didn't want to scare them, especially Thomas. Looking at the boy, the giant added that he did not like to eat people, so he had nothing to fear for his life. Realizing that he had not introduced himself, the werewolf said his name was Edward, and added that he was not only the master's assistant, but also the guard. He asked David his name, and the werewolf asked if the boy had really come for a weapon. The werewolf opened the door behind him, and said that he would take them inside, as this place was just the entrance, not the workshop itself. The real smithy was inside the room he was now inviting his friends into. When David, Thomas, and Mary entered the next room, which was completely empty, the werewolf asked if they were standing firmly on their feet. He pressed one of the bricks and said that now their new clients would see a real miracle. Suddenly, the room began to fall down. David looked at the mechanism spinning above them. The room was an elevator made of magic stones and pulleys, the fastest way to the forge. The werewolf noted that it was the best and largest forge in the empire, called the Grand Cappadocia. The boy was amazed that such a place actually existed underground. He couldn't think of anything else to say. Werewolf added that David could rejoice because he had passed his test, and Edward would take him to the best craftsman in Cappadocia. This majestic man was the best craftsman in the empire, skilled at making unrivaled weapons. David would never have imagined that there was such a huge forge under the capital. None of the common people knew of its existence. Edward also found this incredible, but this forge only worked on supplies for the royal family and the nobility. It was not a matter of discrimination, but rather that the best craftsmen in the country worked here. However, the best of them all was the elder Brian, who lived here and had been smelting metal for 400 years. Edward said that the old man was quite stubborn, but had unmatched skills, so the werewolf respected him. Edward kicked open the door and shouted greetings to the elder, adding that he had brought guests with him. Brian noted that Edward was being rude by barging into his workshop, and told him to be quieter. But as usual, no one listened to him. Edward clapped his hands and said that there was nothing he could do about it. There were weapons in front of the door, which is why he couldn't open it properly. Completely disregarding the elder's mood, the werewolf continued to say that it would be good to clean up, and Brian grumbled that the wolf was whining too much. Forgetting his resentment, Brian approached the wolf and said that, in any case, he had brought guests with him, and it turned out that they were not bad. Edward noted that he had tested David, whose sword skills were unmatched, and that Brian would surely be shocked when he saw them. This presentation of David greatly surprised Brian, who remarked that the guy looked like just some punk. The master asked if the boy could demonstrate his skills, as he could tell a lot about his abilities just by seeing them. David answered in the affirmative, but at that moment Brian saw his chipped sword and snorted meaningfully. The master snatched the boy's sword from his hands and broke it with a single blow of his hammer. Brian asked if the boy had really been carrying it as a weapon all this time. After a second's pause, David exploded, lashing out at the master with complaints about what he was doing with his belongings. But Brian said that the boy could take any of the swords lying around, otherwise he would not be able to fully assess his skills. The master agreed to give David the sword he chose for free, so the guy didn't have to worry. He was doing this because any of the swords lying around would be 100 times better than the piece of crap he had just broken. The boy's anger instantly subsided. He picked up one of the swords and felt that it really did feel different in his hand, but the boy was still curious about how different it was. David said that if he broke anything, it wasn't his fault, and Brian agreed. The master asked the boy to fully immerse himself in the new weapon, and David decided to recall Emma's instructor technique again. From the boy's first movements, Brian recognized the person he reminded him of. David had mastered Emma's technique, but the master's surprise was even greater when one of the walls of his house simply exploded and scattered into the air. Other blacksmiths rushed to Brian's house. No one understood what was happening there in broad daylight. Had the blast furnace exploded? The answer awaited everyone when the smoke cleared, and they saw the master and his new clients inside, unharmed. But even though everyone was physically unharmed, David and everyone else in the room couldn't understand what had just happened. David was the first to come to them, asking those present what had happened. Brian's workshop had been smashed in half by his blow. The boy said that he had not planned it at all, but Brian noted that this technique definitely belonged to Emma. Approaching David and looking closely at his face, the master asked if Emma was teaching the boy martial arts. The corporal responded with surprise, asking if the master could possibly know the instructor Emma, and he replied in the affirmative. Brian added a moment later that he had made the sword for her, which made David wonder if he was referring to that comically long sword. The master blacksmith added that he had named this weapon the secret sword, Urus, and rightly considered it one of his masterpieces. The sword David was holding was not even fit to be compared to the sword of Eurus, but Brian asked if the boy liked it, and he replied in the affirmative. The corporal called it incredible, and admitted that he did not think that a weapon could be anything special, and Brian said the same about the boy himself. But it turned out that the master had not seen such a grand talent in a long time, and he felt alive again. Bran noted that great talent is also a big problem, as it would be difficult to find a sword that suited him, because it is very difficult for any weapon to withstand the boy's blows. The boy looked at the blade of the weapon he was holding, and saw a crack in it. David looked back at the blacksmith and asked what he should do in this case, and the blacksmith replied that ordinary materials would not withstand it. He said that he would have to use the highest quality steel and alloy it with a special material, which would have to be at least a byproduct of a wyvern. David took the fragments of his treasure out of his pocket and asked about it. He wasn't sure at first, but took it just in case. The master, of course, did not understand what the boy had in his hand, and he explained that it was the shell of a magical creature's egg. A short time later, the sound of hammer blows rang out in the forge. Brian couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. The mithril hammer did not leave a single scratch on the shell. Could such a material really exist? Brian turned to David and shouted in excitement, asking if he could use such a precious material for his creation. The boy replied that the shell was worthless to him, so it was more important to see if there was enough of it to make a weapon. The master promised to make the boy a sword in 2 weeks, and assured David that this weapon would be the best in the entire empire. Turning to Mary and Thomas, the man remarked that since they were already there, they could go to other craftsmen and order weapons from them. Brian couldn't send the friends of an important person away from the forge empty-handed if they said that he would take care of them. The master added that he could take care of them himself, but he didn't want to be distracted and waste time on it right now. The friends watched in awe as Brian worked feverishly, and David realized that this master was crazy, completely obsessed with his work. Meanwhile, discontent was rising under the smithy, and one of the interlocutors noted that the people above them were very loud, and it was very annoying. He wanted to burn everything above them, but his opponent said that for now, they had to be patient and not reveal themselves. To calm the young man down, he added that the wait would not be long, starting with the blacksmiths and ending with everyone in the empire. They would destroy everyone. Soon the day would come when the entire empire would be buried in streams of light, and no one knew that these two were now standing next to one of the giants. David was thrilled. The foreman, who was called the best blacksmith in the empire, said he would make him a sword personally. Thomas and Mary also placed their orders with other blacksmiths, and it seemed to cost them a pretty penny. But David wasn't worried about that at all, because he wasn't even going to pay for all these orders. He put all the expenses on Jeffrey's pocket. The only problem for the boy was that it would take half a month to make the sword. David was walking down the street, and couldn't decide what to do to kill time while Thomas and Mary were in class. Suddenly the boy realized that he was near the 3rd hall for senior students, the Hallelian Hall. Instructor Emma seemed to be teaching her class there, but he hadn't been attending because he hadn't bought himself a proper weapon. But if he had a temporary sword now, he could afford to attend her course. Suddenly, Emma appeared next to him like a ghost, and grabbed the boy by the ear, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She said she had given him permission to come to her class as soon as he found a weapon, and asked what he had been doing all this time. Still holding David by the ear, she asked if he had decided to start skipping class, but the boy began to deny this. He mumbled that he had very good reasons for doing so, but Emma was no longer listening to him, and dragged him inside. To David's endless protests, the woman replied only that she would listen to his excuses and explanations on the way to the training hall. The guy was shouting so loudly that he was heard even inside the building. A girl with a stack of papers approached the window to find out what was going on, but she was not allowed to satisfy her curiosity. A guy passing by pushed her shoulder and told her to get out of the way. Dropping the papers she was holding, the girl began to apologize to him, but he replied that the teacher's assistant was too slow. He said that she had no time for distractions and needed to prepare for class as quickly as possible, and the girl agreed. Emma brought David to arena number 1 and introduced him to the other students, who might already know him from the academy entrance ceremony. But the woman decided to introduce David to the students once more. They lined up in several rows and listened attentively to their mentor. Emma paused for a moment and said that this asshole's name was David, and from now on, he would be attending classes with everyone else in the hall. The boy bowed to his classmates and said that he was very pleased to meet his seniors. The freshmen began to discuss whether this was the guy who had taken 2nd place among the first-year students. Some of them had already heard that David had passed his classes as an external student. Was he really that good, even though he looked like a dandy? David thought that these jerks weren't paying attention to what they were saying, because he was standing right in front of them and could hear everything. But he was still glad to see some of the upperclassmen in the hall. Although among the rows of students, he also spotted Duke Jeffrey, who remained the person he disliked. Suddenly the door opened and a girl's voice apologized to Instructor Emma for being late. The girl quickly approached her mentor, passing David, and said that she was late because she was preparing for class. The boy recognized the voice, but did not yet dare to admit it to himself. Emma replied that the girl should not worry, she needed to catch her breath. The instructor had just finished introducing the newcomer, the younger one everyone was talking about. Emma told the stranger to say hello to him because he should know her assistant. The boy heard a greeting from the stranger addressed to him. The girl turned around and said that she was a sophomore and worked as Emma's assistant instructor. It was Florence. She approached David and extended her hand, offering to establish a relationship with him, but the guy could hardly hear her words. Florence was famous for her exceptional leadership skills, and she was also known as the first woman to hold the position of commander-in-chief. She ruled the battlefield with her cool-headed prudence and outstanding leadership qualities. She was a true Iron Lady, and everyone under her command spoke highly of her. Some noted that it was not blood that flowed through her veins, but red-hot iron. David would never have thought that the Commander-in-Chief could smile like that. It was clear that she had no memories of her past life. And David looked at the real Commander-in-Chief from his past life. He remembered her request that he tell her to become a seamstress in her next life, but he didn't understand what he should do now. But now he was preoccupied with something else. One of the seniors asked the girl to look at his stand, and she gladly agreed to come over. Following the first, a second senior said that her towel smelled bad, and asked if there were any others, and the girl again agreed to help. David watched this scene as Florence ran from one student to another and couldn't understand why they were putting her to work so hard. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a senior who offered to spar with him. The corporal was surprised by this offer, scratched the back of his head, and said that if it was too unexpected, David should forgive him. The senior introduced himself as Anthony and said that he was a third-year student. He had heard about David and thought the boy's performance was simply incredible. Anthony added that if this was true, he would like to have a duel with David, to learn something from him. But David replied that he was busy at the moment. Anthony seemed not to hear David's answer at all. He said he was asking him for a duel, but he hadn't even brought his weapon. Finding Florence with his eyes, he shouted for the loser to bring him a training spear, and the girl agreed without even taking offense. The words of this insolent man greatly angered David. He couldn't understand how this bastard dared to insult the Commander-in-Chief. A moment later, Anthony received his spear, but not the one he needed, and he lashed out at Florence, who began to justify herself. Anthony laughed at the girl's behavior and told Florence to look at herself and her pathetic excuses. He hit the girl on the head with a spear and added that a teacher's assistant couldn't be so brainless. She didn't even have the right to attend classes. Florence was only allowed in because she tearfully begged Instructor Emma, so she had to do her job well. Anthony yelled that the girl had no conscience, and she began to apologize and say that she would be more attentive in the future. David could no longer stand the scene and grabbed Anthony's spear, which was about to fall on the girl's head again. Anthony was outraged by David's actions, but David replied that if the respected senior wanted, they could have a duel right now. If Anthony did not agree to his terms, David said he did not know what he would do to him in that case. Feeling more and more angry, David asked Anthony's silent question in his eyes. "Doesn't that idiot understand that he wants to fight?" Anthony smiled and asked if he had heard correctly, wondering why the guy had suddenly changed so much. He looked at Florence and said that it was probably because of that idiot, and that the guy must know her. Or, in his opinion, it was even worse if they were both commoners who had decided to date, and Anthony just didn't know about it. David told the guy to shut up immediately and try to block his blows, unless he wanted to die. A second later, David's sword pierced Anthony's chest, and he didn't have time to defend himself with the spear that started it all. The senior clenched his teeth in pain, unable to understand how this freshman could be so strong without even using mana. With one powerful blow, David knocked his opponent back a decent distance, and he barely managed to stay on his feet. David said that Anthony was whining because he didn't want to use a long spear, so he shortened it for his opponent's convenience. He asked if he liked his weapon now, a question that enraged Anthony, as this bastard dared to speak to him condescendingly. The senior rushed at David, saying that he had forgotten his place and threatening that the boy would not leave there unharmed. A second later, the piece of spear Anthony was wielding was broken into several more pieces before the boy could even blink. Seeing his opponent's shocked expression, David said that he should only worry about himself and struck the boy hard with his sword. Anthony choked on saliva and blood, and, losing consciousness, fell to the floor at David's feet, who stood impassively in place. Looking at his unconscious opponent, David said that he was lucky because outside the academy he would have finished him off. Anthony's classmates were shocked by the outcome of the fight, as he was one of the best third-year students. Meanwhile, David turned to the other students who were insulting Florence and addressed the lazy bitch who had asked for a towel. He said that if her towel stank, she should deal with it herself. Why bother others with such trifles? The boy did not understand the behavior of everyone around him towards Florence. The teacher's assistant was not a servant to any of them. He began to call the girl closer to him and promised to fix her nose so that nothing would bother her anymore. Florence tried to stop him. She stood between the two opponents and said that she didn't know why the guy was acting this way, but that everything was fine. But her assurances made no impression on the boy. David said that the girl should leave, that he had no intention of putting up with these idiots. He couldn't stand it when people looked down on Florence. At least in this empire, no one should look at this girl that way. David calmly asked Florence once again to get out of the way and assured her that he would not stop until he tore these freaks to pieces. David's intentions were interrupted by the voice of Emma's instructor, who ordered the boy to stop. The woman said that she would not blame the student for what happened during this fight, as such things often happen. But the instructor assured him that if David continued to cause problems in this training hall, she would not let him get away with it. The corporal felt his body stop responding to him, but the instructor still insisted that he drop his sword and step back. Looking back, David saw a giant snake behind him, ready to pounce on command. David realized that this enormous creature could be a reflection of the aura of the instructor, Emma, the former sword saint. Meanwhile, the woman said that what the boy was trying to do now could in no way be called a duel. She was responsible for this class, and therefore could not allow such disorder under any circumstances. David replied that, come to think of it, the woman had always known how to deal with her assistant. But, ignoring this, simply watching from the sidelines, Emma replied that this was only between her and her assistant, but did not concern David. The instructor noted that she was giving the boy a final warning, and he must stop immediately and calm down. But David replied that no matter who the woman was, his response in this situation would never change, and told her to go to hell. The instructor realized that she had no choice and activated the snake attack, which destroys. David, as if he were back in the past, addressed Florence with a question. Why did the girl want to command in this war when everyone else had fled? And she replied that one day he would understand that there is fate in the world and that everyone has their own. David did not understand why she had answered that way. What Florence was thinking at that moment. This woman had taken on such a heavy burden in her past life that not everyone could bear it. Suddenly, he saw Florence's face, and she said that she was sorry and that the boy should not forgive her for putting this burden on him. David jumped up on the bed, not understanding where he was or what had happened. Suddenly, he heard the commander's voice asking if he had had a nightmare. The boy was confused at first, but then quickly regained his composure, laughed, and replied that he had not had any bad dreams, that everything was fine. He asked if they were in the infirmary, and the girl replied in the affirmative, adding that the instructor had ordered him to be brought here. Florence also said that the instructor, Emma, had promised to correct David's behavior in additional classes. Unexpectedly, the girl asked if it was because of her that David had become so angry that he caused such inconvenience in class. The boy replied that he couldn't stand it when the rules of decency were disregarded. He was, in fact, a gentleman. Florence added that he was also a bad liar. The girl asked David not to hate Anthony and the others, as she understood their feelings. David was surprised that Florence could say such a thing, because she did her best to help those around her. He was very curious as to why the commander-in-chief allowed herself to be insulted like that all the time. David thought it was strange if all the seniors behaved this way towards her just because of some teenage stupidity. He was also very interested in the behavior of instructor Emma, who saw all this and allowed it to happen. Surely Florence wasn't upset by it at all. The girl laughed and asked him not to misunderstand. The instructor behaved that way because Florence had asked her to. It so happened that she enjoyed privileges she did not deserve. Initially, only those who had reached the level of expert could attend this course. But even after a year of academic leave, she was still barely able to control her mana. David couldn't believe it. Florence, who used such an incredible, powerful aura, was once such a girl. The commander said that she had asked the instructor not to interfere if any of the students behaved badly towards her. The girl didn't want to be a burden, because she had already taken the place of Emma's assistant instructor, bypassing all the rules. If she enjoyed such privileges, then of course she believed she had to pay the price for it, which was disrespectful treatment. She said that it wasn't hard for her to put up with it, but she still thanked the guy for his concern. In fact, Florence seemed to have already gotten used to such treatment. But today, it was really hard for her. David asked if Florence was putting up with all this because she wanted to become commander-in-chief, and the girl covered her mouth with her hands. Florence was surprised that it was so obvious. She couldn't say it out loud with such confidence, but the girl still dreamed of becoming commander-in-chief of the empire, even though she was still very weak. She realized how silly it sounded coming from someone who hadn't even reached the level of an expert. Nevertheless, Florence still did not plan to give up. You may not say so, but she is very good at military science and tactics. Suddenly, the girl stood up and said that the next class was about to begin, adding that David needed to get some proper rest. The boy thanked Florence for her care and help, for watching over him while he was unconscious. When the door closed behind her, David remembered her last words in his past life. Should he tell her to quit school? These thoughts gnawed at the young man. He did not know what to do to make the right decision in this situation. A few days later, the weekend arrived, and his friends returned to Grand Cappadocia. David was unhappy that no one had come to meet them, even though they had been invited to come today. If the master was going to behave like this, why did he send him a carrier pigeon in the middle of the night, saying that he had created the masterpiece of his life? David considered this to be a shitty attitude, and he kicked a helmet that was lying nearby, saying that no one was cleaning up here. Mary and Thomas looked at the boy and didn't understand why he had been so sensitive lately, especially after Emma's class. David interrupted their conversation, saying that they needed to go downstairs on their own. Mary said that this was not possible, but the boy replied that the master himself had ordered them to come, so there was no reason to argue. The boy found the right brick and the elevator went down, rapidly gaining speed. He was right. Mary and Thomas began to panic, but David was focused on the master and how to teach him a lesson. When the elevator took them downstairs, the friends saw a horrific scene of Grand Cappadocia in flames. Everywhere lay the dead bodies of blacksmiths and customers who had come to the forge to pick up their orders. Thomas called out loudly to David to look where he was pointing. Down below, a giant stone giant was chasing several blacksmiths, and the men did not know where to hide from him. David asked in surprise what the stone giants were doing here, but Thomas said anxiously that the blacksmiths would be caught soon, and they needed to help them. As soon as the boy finished his sentence, David grabbed him under the arm and ordered Mary to bring the teacher or someone else here. A moment later, the boys jumped down. David ordered Thomas to use telekinesis in midair, and he used his invisible hand. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were already exhausted and fell to the ground, preparing for their fate, probably their last seconds of life. The stone giant ran up to the men and swung his large stone fists at them. A second later, the giant monster crumbled into pieces, and David's powerful blow saved the lives of the blacksmiths. David turned to the blacksmiths and said that so much had happened to him in the last few days that his head was splitting. These giant piles of stones had chosen a very unfortunate day for such a treacherous attack. The second stone giant appeared as if out of nowhere, running up behind the boy and trying to hit him in the back. David managed to jump out of the way in time and leap over his head to launch a counterattack. The stone giant crumbled, just like its predecessor, only its head made some sounds as it fell. The blacksmiths were amazed. Was this really the same boy who had come to Master Brian back then? This young man who was killing stone giants with a single blow? David, meanwhile, climbed onto what was left of his last opponent and asked him to explain what the hell was going on here. When the rescued blacksmiths told them how it all began, and how a horde of stone giants attacked the smithy, Thomas and David did not believe them at first. But the men were so confused and shocked that the boys realized they really didn't understand how this could have happened. These stone giants simply emerged from the ground and began to destroy everything in their path, especially the blacksmiths themselves. It also happened that one of them grabbed several craftsmen, including the elder Brian, and then returned to where they had come from. Werewolf Edward chased after the stone giant, but he wasn't actually a very good fighter, so most likely, all the captives would simply be eaten. David got to his feet and asked if there were any more stone giants left, and the blacksmiths replied that the boy had dealt with the last one. The corporal turned to Thomas and said that he and Mary would need to find all the wounded who were under the rubble. He handed the boy Sita and noted that the dragon's abilities should be enough to provide first aid. Thomas asked what David was going to do in the meantime, and he replied that, of course, he would go to rescue old Brian. The old fart owed the boy a weapon, which he promised to give him today, which is why they came to the smithy. Meanwhile, Brian, clutching his new work of art to his chest, assured Edward that he had come down after him in vain, although he was grateful to him. He wanted the werewolf to flee the dungeon, which he should have been able to do with his invisible armor. But the old man told him to lock the door. Edward growled that it was hard enough for him without this senseless chatter, but the old man had no intention of shutting up. He said that if Brian had so much strength to whine, he could use the sword he was holding in his hands. But the elder closed his eyes and replied that he could not do that. That it was his magnum opus, his monumental creation. He couldn't tarnish this sword with his pathetic fencing skills. In Edward's opinion, the elder was crazy. As if, at that moment, the blacksmith was not going mad over his weapon, now was not the time for that, because the stone giants were approaching. When one of them ran up very close, he brought his stone fist down on the werewolf and the blacksmith with all his might, trying to crush them. But, to Master Brian's surprise, Edward proved to be a tough nut to crack. He withstood the blow, and it did not harm either of them. But in the process of holding back his opponent's onslaught, the werewolf began to realize that even the protective spells on his armor had failed and dissipated. The stone giant retreated to strike again, and the werewolf thought that if he had known about his death, he would have created only what he wanted. He regretted his last years of life and prepared for death, not knowing that David was already flying to his aid. With a lightning-fast combination of blows, the boy prevented the stone giant from attacking. Landing on the floor in anticipation of new opponents, the boy said that Edward was a good boy and that he would deal with the others himself. Master Brian immediately picked up the werewolf in his arms, and he, like Edward, was delighted with David's unexpected appearance. They asked how he got there, as there were many giants on the way, but the boy replied that while he was rescuing the other smiths, he had dealt with them all. Impressed, Edward fell to his knees, unable to comprehend how this was possible. But David noted that now was not the time to talk. He pointed to the bundle that Brian was holding and said that he should give him the sword because his weapon was already broken. The old man did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and the young man added that the thing Brian called his magnum opus was probably his sword. An understanding was reached, and the master handed David his creation, adding that he had not yet had time to make the scabbard, but the sword itself was ready. Unwrapping his weapon, David said that he was now going to test how good a craftsman Brian was. The boy made one swing with the sword, which broke the other two giants on the stone, who were struck by such force. David himself did not expect such power in his hands, and he froze in place, admiring what he saw. Brian ran up to the boy in excitement, asking him incessantly if he liked the Sword of La Mancha, named after the dreamer who wanted to reach the stars. The elder said that the sword was so light that its weight was imperceptible, yet stronger than mithril, capable of withstanding any sword technique. Moreover, the elder master did not add any spells to the alloy, but by absorbing blood this sword could repair itself. The corporal was pleased with what he heard. Could it be that the abilities of Sita's eggshell had now been transferred to his sword? David replied that the old man was much more skilled than the boy had thought, and Edward said that now was not the time to show off. In his opinion, they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. He and Brian were in the vanguard, so there shouldn't be anyone else in the dungeon. David replied that, in that case, Edward should grab the old man and leave, as he still had something to check. The surprised master and werewolf asked what else the boy was interested in seeing here, and David replied that he thought there were rats here. In his opinion, these rats were quite large, so they needed to be dealt with urgently. But the werewolf Edward did not move. He asked David again what he was talking about, and the boy replied that something was bothering him greatly. The corporal knew well from his past life how stone giants behaved. These freaks did not gather in groups and did not attack first. Furthermore, he had never before seen such suspicious tattoos on the backs of these giants' heads. Brian noted that it was a magic circle, and David asked if the elder knew what he was doing, but the master did not understand much and could not say for sure. He came closer, and after looking closely said that, judging by the behavior of the remains of mana, this circle was quite treacherous. In his opinion, the stone giants had gone mad precisely because of this strange magical tattoo. Elder Brian became very curious about who could have done this, but David did not have any answers yet, although he himself wanted to find out. but the boy was sure that they could find out if they didn't miss their chance and went deeper into the dungeon. It was decided to do as David insisted, and now the boy was already rushing through the underground tunnels at full speed. At first, the boy was not entirely sure, but the deeper he went, the more he became convinced that among the traces of giants, there were also human ones. Eventually, he began to see stones that reacted to mana, placed there to guard the tunnels. Now David was sure that these terrible people had definitely planned everything very well. Suddenly, as he reached another corner, David heard voices and stopped to listen. The boy was sure that the story was almost reaching its logical conclusion, and soon he would find out who was behind it all. Peeking around the corner, the boy saw an oversized stone creature, in front of which stood a couple of strangers in hoods. It was obvious to David that these two scumbags were behind all this chaos and the murders of innocent citizens of the Empire. At the moment, however, the boy was more concerned that he did not understand where this stone mountain had come from. This giant was much larger than the others. It seemed to David that this bugai was still sealed, and fortunately so, because when he started moving, people would be in big trouble. Suddenly, the two strangers began to talk. One of them sensed that an outsider had entered the dungeon because the connection with the giants had been lost. The girl replied that she was sure that a third party had interfered in their affairs, and the boy asked why the Imperial freaks had reacted so quickly. The guy asked her what she was going to do since they had lost all the giants and were not yet able to control this giant. He noted that if that was how things stood now, he could kill them all himself. The girl told Matthew to forget about it, as most of the workshops had already been destroyed, so the Empire's weapons were rapidly deteriorating. Moreover, if they revealed themselves now, that person would not remain idle, so she suggested retreating. Matthew said that in his opinion, Lola was being overly cautious. And in that case, the boy had no choice. He looked at the stone giant standing in front of them, and said that they needed to take care of him. Lola did not object. Matthew began to cast a spell and said that the smell of sulfur was already tickling his nose and annoying him. The corporal watched intently as the sorcerer turned toward the tunnel. The next second, a fiery stream of energy flew toward David, which, upon colliding with the boy, exploded in the tunnel. When the flames and smoke cleared, the thieves finally saw the man who had been watching them, and Matthew asked who David was. But, without waiting for an answer, he said that it didn't matter, considering how the boy had managed to dodge the blow. Matthew activated the energy accumulation again, and noticed that the boy was quite agile, so he asked if he should tie his legs first. The sorcerer attacked David a second time, and the boy was impressed that Matthew had materialized so much magic so quickly. These two were unusual thieves. Matthew asked David again how he got there, because the guards shouldn't have died so easily. After analyzing his opponents, David got to his feet, leaning on his sword, and said that he should be the one asking questions here. It didn't matter to the boy how passionate their relationship was, because coming here was a bit wrong. Matthew said that the boy should behave in such a way that it would not be a pity to kill him, and Lola said that they were wasting time. But her accomplice replied that he wanted to enjoy the entertainment, because there really wasn't much time left. He added that the day would soon come when this empire would be engulfed by starlight, and David's words made him remember his past life. The boy took a few steps toward Matthew and asked what he had just said. Now the corporal was even more interested in this couple, and in particular whether they knew the meaning of the words that had just come out of their mouths. David prepared to attack and said that the two strangers must come with him immediately, as he had many questions for them. Matthew laughed and asked if the boy had completely lost his mind. Surely he wanted to catch them on his own. Did he really think that was possible? David did not respond to the insults. His weapon spoke for him. The young man severed the arm with which Matthew was about to attack him. After the limb was severed from the body, the boy said briefly that it was possible, but for now, the enemy should just lie quietly. The sorcerer fell to the ground and began to crawl toward his severed limb, while David approached his companion. Lola had no idea what to do. Her accomplice, Matthew, was completely unable to react to the boy's swift attack, while the girl looked on in confusion as her accomplice gathered himself together piece by piece. David grabbed her by the throat with his hand. The corporal said that she'd better answer his questions honestly if she didn't want to end up like her friend. After David's words, the girl finally snapped out of her stupor and used a protective mana shield against him. The corporal sighed, realizing that the girl was not going to give up so easily. He noted that Lola had created a strong protective shield, but the fate of the barrier was decided by a combination of his lightning-fast strikes, and the shield shattered into tiny pieces. Lola once again dropped her hands in amazement. This little boy had managed to cut through her mana shield with just a few blows, but the girl's surprise was short-lived, because a few seconds later, David threw her to the floor, stabbing her in the chest with his sword. The rapid fall knocked the hood off Lola, and the boy saw her elven ears. She was a half-elf who had gotten involved with a complete freak. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded behind the boy, drowning out his words. To save himself, David had to pull the sword out of Lola's body and fend off the attack. The first explosion was followed by several more, all coming from the giant stone giant. David turned around and saw Matthew, whose hand had turned into something quite ugly. He thought that he had chopped off his hand after all. Matthew yelled at the boy to immediately take his hands off his accomplice. David smiled and, thrusting his sword into the girl's leg, said that Matthew didn't seem to understand how things really worked. The boy looked intently into the sorcerer's eyes and said that, in fact, he had to understand. They were nuts. David added that Matthew had to choose. Either he would silently do what the boy told him to do, or this half-elf lying on the floor would also lose her arm. David wondered if she would be able to grow a new limb as well. Matthew suddenly calmed down and said he agreed to obey David, and the boy was satisfied with his choice. In fact, the corporal didn't want to shed any more blood either, so he pulled his sword out of Lola's leg. He looked at the girl and said that it would be bad if she died. But a smile froze on the half-elf's face. While David was wondering why Lola was smiling, the stone giant's hand struck him with such speed that he barely had time to raise his sword. A second later, the boy flew across the entire cave, unable to withstand such a blow. Meanwhile, Matthew approached Lola and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine and that she now owed him a favor. If he hadn't distracted the guy with a feint, she wouldn't have been able to activate the giant to protect them unnoticed. She only activated her arm, but that guy must have been seriously injured. Matthew ordered the girl to go to the church and report. He himself was going to finish off this little freak. Lola was worried about her accomplice and told him to be careful. The girl thought that this boy was a monster in a child's body. Matthew replied that the girl should not worry. He would no longer be carefree. The sorcerer understood that this was no child, and if he didn't kill him now, it could become a big problem in the future. Matthew needed to watch his opponent's every move, he decided, but he didn't have time to do so because he lost all his limbs. A moment later, with a nasty squelch, all the parts of the sorcerer's body fell to the floor, and David stood nearby. The boy turned to Lola and asked where she was going. He had already said earlier that he had many questions for them. The half-elf was shocked. She didn't understand how the boy could have survived such a blow from the giant, and she hastily activated some kind of rune. David gritted his teeth and said that he would not let any of them escape from this cave. But after a moment, he realized that strangely, he couldn't move his limbs. His body wouldn't obey him. Lola stood opposite him and, after a short pause, said that everything had changed dramatically, and that she had to report all of this. Activating the portal, the girl added that David should prepare himself, as she would find out everything about him, and take away everything he held dear. His family, his beloved, and his friends. David couldn't let that happen. He had just found a way out, and he couldn't lose it, or everything would happen again. The boy tried with all his might to move, but he could only move his hand. He shouted for the girl to stop. Suddenly, a green light illuminated the cave, and a woman's voice ordered the half-elf to stop. Instructor Emma said that she also had many questions for the girl, but first, she had to answer this one. The question that interested the teacher most was whether the half-elf Lola was the same person who dared to raise her hand against her student. Emma approached David and said that she knew what had happened, praising the student for his good work. David looked at her and said with a smile that the instructor had arrived just in time. The boy said he didn't expect to see his teacher here, and added that he was very lucky. The woman replied that if he had the strength to talk, he would live. But now it was time to deal with these two criminals. Lola felt that the snake's aura paralyzed her entire body. Could it be that the very person she was looking for had come here? Emma, meanwhile, approached the girl and grabbed her face with such force that she choked on blood. The woman said that running away was not an option, because Lola had done many things that could not be forgiven. But what angered her most was that her student had been hurt. The instructor led the girl to the snake's mouth and told her to look at the future that awaited her. A few minutes later, Lola was lying on the floor begging for mercy, crying. Emma said that David had done well, and as soon as he was treated, everything should be reported to the director immediately. The boy asked if the future the instructor had mentioned was Ruddle in prison. The woman answered in the affirmative and asked why he was interested. The Fortress of Screams Ruddlen is a prison located in the heart of the sea. It holds criminals who rebelled against the Empire and is famous for its use of all kinds of torture. Having found out everything he needed to know, David began to ask for permission to be present at the interrogation. Emma pretended not to understand what he wanted, but the boy did not give up and grabbed her hand, begging her to at least listen to his request once. David looked pityingly into his teacher's eyes, not letting go of her hand, and said that it was very important to him. Meanwhile, the mage doctors provided first aid to all the victims in the smithy and carried them up the mountain. Mary and Thomas were finally able to catch their breath, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It seemed that they had managed to help all the victims. Thomas was still worried about their friend David, who had not yet returned. Could something have happened to him? Suddenly, the friends heard the boy's voice coming from the dungeon. He said that the boy and girl had done a great job. They told him everything on the way, and the boy heard that while Mary was running for reinforcements, Thomas and Sita had rescued more than half of the people who had been buried under the rubble of the smithy. He asked if his friends were okay, but received the same question in response. Thomas saw that the boy was covered in wounds. Young Mock ran up to David and asked him to get medical attention immediately. But David replied that he had already done so, and that his friends should rest. Moreover, the boy still had some business to attend to. He watched as two unconscious criminals were carried out of the dungeon on stretchers. A few hours later, David, accompanied by teachers from the academy, arrived at the meeting place with Rodalin's convoy. Suddenly, a cart appeared above the cliff in the forest of Greno, pulled by a giant magical flying creature and driven by a man in a mask. When the carriage landed, the man approached the instructor and greeted Emma by name. Two more people quietly joined him, and he said that they had come to escort the criminals, having received an imperial order. He approached the bound criminals and asked if these were indeed the people he was looking for, and they replied in the affirmative. Emma added that the man had an amazing ability to regenerate, and they should keep that in mind during the interrogations. The escort replied that the interrogator would be pleased, as this was the first time in a long time that they had come across such an interesting subject. After clarifying all the details, they grabbed the prisoners and promised to contact Emma after the interrogation was over. A few minutes later, the prisoners rose into the sky, probably for the last time they would ever feel free. The instructor watched the convoyers leave and said that after a week in Rodalan, the two would definitely talk. She added that she would definitely let the boy know when they contacted her, so all they could do now was wait. David had no choice but to agree to the conditions offered by his teacher. If he had to wait, he would wait. From that moment on, time flew by very quickly, and the restoration of Grand Cappadocia also moved quickly with the support of the Empire. David gladly returned to the academy and spent a lot of extra time with instructor Emma practicing combat techniques. A few more days passed, and the fortress of Rodalan finally welcomed them back. The chief interrogator was questioning another prisoner, so engrossed in the case that he almost forgot one thing. They were about to receive guests, which was a rare occurrence in these parts. A gray-haired elderly man politely greeted instructor Emma and David within the walls of the Rodalan fortress. He introduced himself as the interrogator assigned to the criminals they had captured, and also said that he would be accompanying the guests today. The man's name was Larry, and he asked if the guests wanted to go to the prisoners right away. Emma replied in the affirmative. They wanted to get information. David was very surprised by the investigator's appearance. It was impossible to tell at first glance that this nice old man was Rodalan's executioner. The instructor replied with a smile that, to be honest, she still couldn't believe it, but everyone said that when they first met him. But you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. And the young man would soon see why this man was called the worst nightmare. Larry said that the prisoner's cell was nearby, so he would only tell him the main points. First, it should be said that he had thought so from the very beginning. These two turned out to be members of the Clavier Nebula. That was the name of their villainous organization, but instructor Emma noted that she had never heard of it before. The woman asked if it was something like Caliboro, and Larry said yes, but added that they were much more dangerous because their identities were unknown. From the Great Fire at the Nalanda Granary to the bombing of the Institute of Magical Engineering, they were behind everything that had happened this year. The boy had not heard anything about them, but it turned out that things were so bad that he decided to intervene in the conversation. David asked if either of the two prisoners had said anything about the starlight, or anything about the arrival of the star. Larry replied in surprise that this was the first he had heard of it. David, so as not to attract attention, said that he had overheard the couple's conversation before capturing them, and that it seemed to be somehow related to their goal. The young man decided to repeat his question, thinking that his interlocutor was simply hard of hearing due to his advanced age. Larry did not respond, but silently took his mask out of his pocket and put it on in front of the surprised David. He seemed to become a different person. The man even got a little confused. It turned out that he had gotten himself into trouble the first time he met the young man. He felt great shame. It seemed that these two prisoners had not yet been impressed by his sincerity, so he would have to open his heart to them again. David looked at the old man in horror, not knowing what to expect from him. Before his eyes appeared a picture of tortured former enemies. Were these really the same people he had met that day? Larry said that Matthew was a very interesting specimen, restoring his body with unusual dark magic. He asked if the visitors knew how to get close to such people. It was easier than it seemed. You had to cut him so that he couldn't regenerate. Larry said that he put his whole soul into cutting off Matthew's limbs, thus showing his sincerity. So from then on, he and the stump were good friends. But that's what the investigator thought until the guy said that Matthew had been insincere with him. The man was very disappointed that after what had happened between them, the boy was still hiding something. He grabbed the prisoner by the hair, lifted his head, and looked him in the eyes. Larry said that it seemed to him that they had opened their hearts to each other. Matthew shouted that he was not hiding anything and had told him everything. But Larry said that he had maliciously concealed information about the arrival of the star. He informed Matthew that he wanted to end this delicate conversation with him because Lola did not have the strength to recover like he did. Of course, he didn't care, but the guy had to be aware that the girl could die if the interrogator decided to continue with her. David looked at the tortured Lola, who moaned with a plea to kill her. The corporal had never seen such cruelty, even in the army. But looking at Matthew, the boy couldn't understand how he still had the strength to hide anything from the executioner. The main thing David couldn't understand was why. The identities of the two criminals had been revealed, so surely the guy couldn't just not talk. Emma and Larry looked at David, and silence fell in the torture chamber. The boy explained that this was what they usually did with soldiers on the battlefield. To prevent important information from falling into the hands of enemies, soldiers are often subjected to magic that blocks their ability to reveal secrets. It was quite possible that the same thing had been done to these two criminals, as he had just explained. Larry exclaimed that he was very ashamed that he had missed such an important moment again. The man asked him to wait a little longer and left the room. A few minutes later, the executioner returned to the room, holding something rather ugly in his hands. He explained that this thing was actually called the Cursed Eye, and it ate away all the curses placed on people. When interrogating criminals who couldn't speak because of a curse, it was simply indispensable. The man approached Matthew, holding one of these creatures in his hands, and said that they were about to begin the execution. He promised that the prisoner would soon be freed, so the Cursed Eye could eat to its heart's content. A few seconds later, the room was flooded with purple light, and Matthew screamed in agony. When it was over, Larry approached the prisoner again and repeated his question about the arrival of the star. The boy said that the star was an eternal being, the only blessed one who would save the miserable creatures of these lands. They were merely torches, awaiting the arrival of the star that would descend upon them from the heavens, and their only desire is to destroy anything that might somehow interfere with this sacred day. Lola couldn't take it anymore and ordered the boy to shut up. Larry came even closer and said that he had heard too many words. Matthew had to explain everything more simply for his sake. The man asked what was about to fall from the heavens, and the captive boy replied that it would be the children of the star. Hearing those words, only David was frightened in that room. He understood well that they were talking about Daniel. The boy couldn't help himself, and despite all of Larry's warnings, approached Matthew and asked if he meant Daniel when he said the children of the stars. Matthew raised his head and looked at David, unable to understand how he knew that name. Suddenly his face began to blister and swell in different directions, and the corporal couldn't understand what was happening. Unexpectedly, Larry ran up to the guy, and pushing him away from the prisoner, activated some kind of protective shield. A moment later, there was a huge explosion that lit up the entire interrogation room. When everything calmed down, Larry said that he hadn't expected this. The cursed eye had sucked out the curse, but the prisoner had exploded anyway. David cursed and asked if this always happened. The interrogator replied that it happened quite often, but such strong curses were rare. According to the executioner, it seemed that the prohibition was twofold. First, not to tell anyone about the arrival of the star except for members of the organization. Second, they were not to utter the words associated with it, which is what caused the captive prisoner to explode. Having said that, Larry moved as close as possible to David and, looking him in the eye, asked who Daniel was. If the executioner was right, then this name was the secret information of the Clavier Nebula, and he was now interested in how the boy had obtained it. He insisted that he had to know because he was the interrogator assigned to investigate the case. David replied that he didn't know much. He just happened to hear the name, and the executioner asked under what circumstances this happened. The young man replied that, as everyone knew, he was the first person to encounter the two in Grand Cappadocia. In fact, it was all accidental. He just overheard their conversation. At first, their words did not seem significant to the young man, but now he realized that it was a very important clue. That's why the guy interrupted their conversation, apologized, and asked Larry if he was satisfied with that answer. The executioner was suspicious of David's words. He was sure that the boy was hiding something, but he did not feel that he posed a threat to the Empire. He assumed that it might be because of the young man's gaze. His eyes burned with hatred for these freaks. David's impromptu interrogation was interrupted by Instructor Emma, who put her sword to Larry's neck. She said that the conversation was over, as the man was interrogating her student right in front of her. Larry immediately backed off, saying he had no such intention and apologized, adding that he just wanted to confirm his assumptions. He asked if, in her opinion, it wasn't better to check all the information that came to light. Turning to David, the executioner apologized for his rudeness. But the boy replied that he held no grudge, and they had cleared up the misunderstanding. In fact, the young man was covered in sweat under his clothes, and if he had slipped up, Larry would definitely have wanted to interrogate him. Meanwhile, the interrogator said he regretted that the cursed eye had died, as they were harder to catch than most fantastical creatures. David asked if these animals were really that strong, and Larry replied in the affirmative, adding that if you looked closely, they were quite cute. He offered the boy to touch the one sitting on his shoulder, but suddenly saw that the creature had changed color. Larry stared intently at the cursed eye as the creature swallowed the curse, but Lola was too far away to see who had cast it. Suddenly, he remembered the moment when he protected David from the explosion and had to touch the boy's shoulder. Could it have happened at that very moment? The executioner turned sharply toward the young man and quickly placed the cursed eye on his hand, apologizing in advance. The magical creature immediately changed color and began to grow in size, clearly absorbing the curse. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, the cursed eye exploded right in David's hand, and he barely had time to cover his eyes with his hand. He shouted why it had exploded, and Larry replied that the curse was so strong that the eye couldn't handle it. He took the boy by the hand and told David not to be afraid, but to listen to him until the end. The investigator believed that the boy was cursed and asked if he felt any limitations in his daily life. For example, the inability to run or touch iron, something that only he could not do. David thought about it. It seemed to him that there was something like that. Larry did not demand an answer from the boy and did not want to insist. In the executioner's opinion, he couldn't help the young man anyway, but the boy had to know that judging by the power of the curse, whoever had put this curse on the boy, this creature or person hated him very much. Sometime later, he accompanied the guest to the carriage and noted that he would continue questioning Lola as soon as the ban was lifted. Instructor Emma replied that she approved and said she would eagerly await the report. Larry, meanwhile, watched the boy, who was lost in his thoughts and did not participate in the conversation at all. Kat asked what he was thinking, and the boy replied that he had learned about the curse that had been placed on him his entire life. The interrogator replied that he understood, but that David shouldn't worry so much, as he was a student at the Filion Academy. The young man didn't understand what this remark meant. Larry smiled and replied that, as far as he knew, there was a mage who had been working there for a long time, and who knew more about curses than anyone else on the continent. The name of this amazing woman was Professor Lillian Secret, and she was the one to turn to with a problem of this nature. On the way to the academy, the boy continued to be bothered by his eye, which was constantly itching, forcing him to scratch his eyelid. Seeing this, the instructor asked if he could leave his eyes alone and how bad the itching was. The boy replied in the affirmative, saying that ever since the cursed eye had touched him, the itching had been unbearable. Emma said that this was a sign that the curse was weakening. She added that the student should not worry, and asked if he could think of anyone who might have done this to him. He had no idea who it could be. In his opinion, no one could hate him that much because he led a quiet, ordinary life. But the boy decided to thank Emma for her help. She had stopped Larry when he was looking at him with such anger. If it weren't for the instructor, he would have been forced to confess to a crime he did not commit. Emma laughed and replied that she was only doing her job as an instructor, and that the boy had nothing to thank her for. David looked closely at the teacher. She not only had excellent skills, but also character, and she seemed to him to be a worthy person more and more every day. But the boy was very upset that, for some reason, he knew nothing about her in his past life, and had never seen her anywhere. He was worried that it might be because of the infamous Clavier Nebula. Could those criminals be connected to it somehow? The next day, David and Florence met at the entrance to Sherry Forest, near the park columns. The girl greeted him and added that they hadn't seen each other since that day, and if it weren't for the instructor's order, they would never have met. Florence asked how he was doing. David suddenly realized that he still couldn't figure out the commander's questions. The young man clutched his head, not knowing how to behave with her, what to do, or how best to act. Letting go of the situation, David decided he would think about it later, but for now, he needed to smile. He replied that they really hadn't seen each other in a long time. Things were going well for him, and Florence said that after that day, everyone had started to warm up to her. So now, it was much easier for her. Although she still had a strange feeling because Anthony was always scared and ran away when he looked at her. Still, the girl felt that she didn't really like this situation, and David was very surprised by this clarification. Florence said that the instructor had told her about the boy's curse, and he confirmed that this information was correct. That was why he had come here today. He needed to meet with Professor Lillian's secret. But now the guy realized that this weirdo had very specific tastes if she decided to live in such a place. Florence agreed, adding that the witch's office was also unusual, and could only be found by students of the magic faculty. That's why she asked for help from a friend from the magic faculty. But she seemed to be late. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Corinne materialized next to Florence and shouted, hugging her, that she missed her sister. They engaged in everyday conversation about their affairs, while David was still in a state of shock. He had definitely seen the same Akalucia who had told everyone about wolves and sheep. But now the girl was different. Florence apologized for asking the girl to come so unexpectedly, but she replied that her sister could call her any time. Suddenly, Corinne's smile disappeared, and she asked anxiously why Florence needed Professor Secret. There was a silence, and David realized it was time for him to intervene in the conversation. He greeted Corinne and replied that it was his idea. The girl's reaction was unexpected. She grabbed her head and shouted that David had forgotten something. Sometime later, the friends finally reached a strange little house, and the boy asked if it was really the professor's office. He added that it was very suspicious, and asked Corinne if she wanted to kill him and bury him there. The girl exploded, shouting that he shouldn't call her that, and asking why he thought she was going to kill him. Finally irritated, she ran ahead, saying that enough was enough, and that he should follow her. David watched the girl's back as she continued to mutter something. They were friends with Florence, although the commander-in-chief was also an Akalucia. A few minutes later, Corinne opened the door of the small house and invited the boy inside. David's jaw dropped. Could it be that he was now standing in front of Professor Lillian's secret herself? But Corinne noticed that the boy was in no hurry. They had not yet reached their destination. Approaching the woman sitting in the chair, the girl pointed her hand at her, generating magical energy. She warned David to stand still and not move, no matter what happened. The girl loudly uttered a magical spell consisting of several words, which was supposed to open the door. David looked at the old woman, who remained motionless, and did not understand what all this was for if nothing was happening. Suddenly, the grandmother began to transform and grow in size, opening her mouth, which was as big as a room. David was genuinely afraid for his life at that moment, but Corinne told him not to worry, because this was the entrance to the professor's real office. Lillian Secret's office was called Separacchio, and the boy looked at it in awe. So, the old woman was the entrance. The boy found this decision, to put it mildly, very strange. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. The professor flew toward him through the air and said that he must be the student sent by instructor Emma. Approaching David and touching his eyelids, the woman said that everything was as Emma had told her. She sensed something very ominous inside the boy. Lillian was, in fact, the best expert on curses on the continent. The main feature of this young girl who smiled at David was that she was 83 years old. Seeing the boy's surprise, the woman said that he should not be surprised, that it was for personal reasons, and that in fact, this body was already over 80. David asked how she managed to look so young, but the magician replied that they could talk about it later if he wished. Now they needed to urgently remove the curse from the boy. She snapped her fingers, and David saw strange rings with runic inscriptions around him. But it wasn't just the boy who was surprised. Lillian said thoughtfully that she would never have thought that one person could have so many curses. Moreover, most of them were similar to ancient prayers, and it was not even worth touching them with ordinary skills, as it was very dangerous. David asked what he should do in this case. Lillian replied that he should not worry, as their appearance and number were, of course, surprising. But she, in turn, was not far behind them. The woman asked him to listen to her carefully. The boy's curses would materialize in his soul. David would have only one task, to find the source of these curses and destroy it. The boy looked at the sorceress with incomprehension and simply repeated the phrase he had heard aloud. David asked how he should do this, and the woman replied that everything would happen instinctively as soon as he came face to face with the source. Having said these words, Lillian touched David's forehead with her finger and wished him a safe return. The boy began to fall into some kind of abyss, and above him he saw Lillian, who remained in the doorway and looked at him. A few seconds later, David was already looking around, examining his spiritual world, which had been created from his curses. Taking a few more steps, the boy saw that he was standing in the middle of the lawn in front of his own house. David analyzed the information in surprise. Could the source of the curse really be there inside? Suddenly, Willow ran past him. Inside the house, the girl immediately ran up to her brother and began to admire him with curiosity. After a while, Willow asked her mother why the boy slept all day, and if he was sick. The woman said that children always sleep a lot when they are growing up, and Willow was no exception. But if David suddenly got sick, she would have to look after him. His sister didn't mind. She added that she would protect him because he was her little brother. David realized that this was their home when he was just born, that this was the boy lying in the crib, over which his sister was leaning. Coming closer and looking into the crib, he saw a little baby, himself as a child. This image struck the boy. He thought he had been ugly since birth, but David had ended up in his past. Suddenly, the door of the house behind him opened, and the boy sensed the presence of another person. The corporal's body froze. The shadow man walked past him and was greeted warmly by his mother and sister. They were obviously familiar with each other. David couldn't hear the stranger's voice, but he heard his mother talking about the boy in the cradle, and she invited the man to look at the child. The woman added with a smile that the boy looked very much like him. It turned out that David was now seeing the shadow of his father. Suddenly, the mood of the conversation changed. The man raised his hand toward her, activating a dark energy, and she cried out that her son could not be dangerous. All of the mother's objections were drowned out by a magical spell, and she fell to the floor unconscious. After the woman, it was David's sister's turn. She was sitting on her knees, looking at her father in horror, and asking what had happened to her mother. The man approached the child and repeated the gesture he had once shared with his wife. This scene greatly upset David. He was very worried about his family and could not control his emotions. When he was done with the female members of the family, the father approached the cradle with David himself, and magical circles began to form on his hand. David recognized these runes, which he had seen around him before. The room was illuminated by a bright light, and even closing his eyes did not help the boy. He realized that it was his father who he had to break, the source of the curse. Lillian was also surprised. She had prepared so thoroughly, but the mana was still used up. According to the sorceress, they were now facing extremely powerful, incredible curses. Corin noted with alarm that if even the teacher said so, how many curses were there in total? Lillian replied that there were about 10, and the girl remarked that in that case, it must not be easy for the woman to remove all 10 at once. But the sorceress replied that it was difficult and amazing, not because of what they were working on now, but because it was only one curse out of 10. Having done his dirty work, David's father headed for the exit of the house. He stepped over both his wife and his son's sister without even flinching, while the corporal was still unable to move. When the shadow left the house, the restriction on the boy's movement was lifted. David immediately ran to make sure his sister and mother were okay. The boy saw that his family was just asleep, and he realized that he urgently needed to calm down. In this world, there was only one thing he could do. He needed to destroy that monster, who could not even be called a father, as quickly as possible. Extremely angry, David broke down the front door and ran out into the street, trying to catch up with the source of the curse. But to his surprise, his father was not going anywhere, but was simply waiting for him on the street. David looked at the ghost with hatred and asked what the son of a bitch wanted with him. The ghost remained silent, which only made David angrier. He demanded an explanation for what the bastard had done to his family right before his eyes. Saying that he would never forgive his father for what he had done, the boy rushed at him, and the shadow prepared to defend himself. The swords of the two opponents clashed in a fierce battle. But no matter how hard the boy pressed, his strength was not enough. He couldn't understand what was happening. The shadow fought with the same ferocity as he did, even more so. The boy began to suspect that his sword was also under some kind of curse, and that was why he was losing so badly. After a few more rounds of blows, the boy realized that his opponent had cut his arm. The enemy had no intention of stopping and attacked the boy again. This time David did not have time to dodge the attack. Blood flowed from the corporal's mouth, and he was left with numerous wounds. The young man could not believe what had happened to him. At this rate, not only would he not be able to lift his curse, but he would also die. David's extremely powerful sword could not even touch the enemy. Was he driving him away because he couldn't do anything? Because after delivering his last blow, the shadow did not attack? David couldn't let his story end like this, so he forced himself to get up because no one else could do it for him. He wanted to ask this freak a bunch of questions, and getting to his feet, David shouted that he wasn't done yet. Barely restraining his anger, the boy asked why his father had done this, as neither his sister nor his mother had shown such emotions. The boy felt a definite connection. No stranger would ever have elicited such positive emotions from his family. Without a doubt, it could only have been his father, because his sister, Willow, looked at him the same way she looked at the shadow. With tears mixed with blood, the boy shouted to the shadow that it was him, and there was no doubt about it, no matter how he looked at it. The boy realized that his opponent had no answer to all these questions. He gripped his sword and said that his opponent wasn't even going to try to explain himself, despite what he had done to his wife and daughter. A few seconds later, after a lightning-fast attack, the young man cut off his father's head. The head of the source of the curse fell to the ground and bounced several times like a frog. David approached it and, kneeling on one knee, said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to say anything. The boy would figure it all out on his own. All David needed now was for the curse to leave his body. Suddenly, the boy came to his senses in Lillian's office. He heard the magician's voice behind him and turned around. The woman asked how he was feeling. At first, the boy did not recognize the person in front of him. Could it be the same sorceress, Lillian's secret? The old woman smiled back at him. The boy asked why she suddenly looked her age. Was it because of him? The woman replied that David had good intuition, but Lillian added that the boy shouldn't worry. It had nothing to do with him. He should analyze his feelings instead. Maybe there were some changes. The boy replied that, to be honest, he knew at first glance that the woman was an extraordinary person. But now he could see how incredible Lillian's secret really was. The sorceress smiled in response, and said that this meant that everything had worked out. For some time, the woman couldn't believe that the curse was hidden in old memories that the guy himself didn't remember. In addition, it turned out that the person who had put the curse on him looked like his father, and the boy replied that it was possible. The magician asked why he said that, and the young man himself said that it was impossible to see the appearance of this person. But David had heard what his relatives had said. To be honest, the corporal believed that when this bastard touched his family, he felt something. This something was so unfamiliar to him that he would not have been able to recognize it on his own, an unfamiliar sadness. That's why the guy thought that was the reason why he got so upset. Now, when he thinks about it again, it seems to him that this man, his opponent, felt the same way. The woman asked if the young man had no memories of his family at all, and David replied in the affirmative, adding that his sister had none either. The young man explained that he and his sister had never even thought about it, as if those memories had been completely erased. The magician realized that not only his ability to perceive mana had been sealed, but also the boy's self-perception. It seemed that it was David's father who had placed such a powerful curse on his son, and also just in case, he erased the boy's memories, and for this reason, some of his father's memories were transferred to David. Sometimes magical spells related to memories have this effect, which is why his memories could affect the boy's imagination. The very fact that David was able to use mana before breaking the curse indicated that the boy had begun to perceive mana for a while. This was most likely a consequence of the boy's reaction to the restoration of his lost memories. David looked at his hand and asked Lillian if those shiny curls spreading out in all directions were really mana. The sorceress replied that it was, and that for now the boy could only see it, but later he would be able to manipulate it with ease, just like the other students. But this would only happen if the boy got rid of 2 more of the 9 curses that had been placed on him. Of course, this process would take some time, as it was unknown where the curses came from, but they were all very powerful. The woman said that when she was ready, the boy would receive a message from her, and for now, David could be free. The young man could not believe his eyes when he looked at the face of the woman sitting opposite him. It was the same young girl named Lillian Secret whom he had first seen in this office. The young man asked if the magician's appearance changed depending on the time of day, and she replied that she had the same body as him, but with some differences. The woman added that the young man might be a little confused because he had revealed an unpleasant truth, but he had to take care of his consciousness. The future of any person is too precious to burden oneself with the past. David got up from his chair and said goodbye, saying that he completely trusted the professor. At the same time, on the other side, under Grand Cappadocia, a well-dressed man approached the stone giant. He thought this giant was smaller in size, so could the student have stopped him on his own, without the help of instructor Emma? After a while, a security guard approached him from behind. The man seemed to be waiting for him and introduced himself as Donovan. He asked how the guard's recovery was going, and the guard replied that everything was going well, and that he would be fully recovered in a week. In addition, as the master had ordered, they managed to conduct an investigation into those degenerates, but there was no additional information at this point. But at the academy, they learned the location of the student who was currently in this dungeon. Donovan asked if Duke Joseph Grancia wanted to meet the boy in person. He agreed, and immediately the stone giant's eyes lit up red behind him. Donovan, seeing the giant raise his fist in the air, asked if the Duke could temporarily step aside. The guard said that he and the others would try to stop the monster, but the Duke replied that there was no need. With lightning speed, Joseph drew his sword and turning around attacked the stone giant. A series of powerful blows, reinforced by mana, made the giant scream in pain. The Duke turned toward the exit and sheathed his sword, passing by Donovan and calling him to follow. They left the dungeon to the sound of stones falling to the floor, which was all that remained of the stone giant. The next morning, in the dormitory hall, Navarro heard a rumbling at David's door. The boy got out of bed and went to open the door with a frown. Donovan, the corporal, was standing on the threshold, and without holding back, he called him crazy. Furthermore, without holding back his emotions, David asked what he wanted, as if merchants had permission to come to this dormitory. Donovan listened to the insults directed at him and exploded, asking if the boy knew who he was bragging to. The young man saw a mania that enveloped Donovan from head to toe, and this energy was quite gloomy. Something definitely mixed with this energy, and unexpectedly, the Duke intervened in their conversation and said that it was their fault for coming without warning. Donovan began to argue, and the young man realized that he was now standing before the man who was called the Duke of the Empire. Duke Joseph Grancia apologized for the words and actions of Donovan, who was his escort knight, that is, his bodyguard. He asked if the young man would give them a moment of his attention, if, of course, he had no objections. David stared in amazement at the box the Duke had brought with him and asked if he had understood correctly that they had only finished making them yesterday. David examined the scabbard of his sword, La Mancha, which was truly an exquisite work of art. The boy asked why the Duke was doing this, and he replied that the Grand Cappadocia Masters had asked him personally. To be more precise, Master Brian insisted on it. He asked him for a favor. In addition, the Duke himself wanted to personally thank the boy for what he had done. The Grancia and Grand Cappadocia families had long been good friends. His favorite sword, Pale Lord, was also created by Master Brian in this forge. That is why it was only natural for the Duke to congratulate the hero who saved Grand Cappadocia. He reached into his pocket and, saying that he had prepared a separate gift from himself, pulled out an object in his palm. David was amazed. Duke Joseph had given him a sign of recognition from Grantia, which even bore the seal of the head of the family. The young man asked if the Duke had really decided to give him such a precious thing, which was worth as much as 3 villages. Joseph replied that they were obliged to treat benefactors in this way, and that 2 other students had also received gifts. They had also helped the boy in the smithy, so they received gifts from the master, and an award from the Grantia family. David replied that his friends, Mary and Thomas, were probably praising the Duke as much as they could. Joseph replied that he was very happy to hear that, but they needed to move on to another issue that was bothering him. He asked David if he could tell him everything that was currently known about the incident that had occurred in the dungeons. The Duke of Grantia remarked that he was too interested in these reckless people. David was struck by the aura that rose from the sofa where Joseph was sitting, which was what had brought the Duke of the Empire here. The boy said he didn't know how much the Duke knew, but he already understood that these rats were much crazier than anyone had imagined. The boy said that he was very fast, so David had to expend a lot of strength and energy to hit him. David asked what Joseph meant when he said he didn't let him go. The boy was talking to the Duke, but he was still watching the guard, who still hadn't moved, reacting to their conversation. If he remembered correctly, this feeling resembled the disgust David felt when he encountered the criminals in the dungeon. Could the man behind Joseph be one of them? The Duke asked what had happened. David was talking all the time, but suddenly fell silent. The boy did not understand the reaction. Could it be that the Duke's subordinate was letting something slip? Duke Joseph Gracia was one of the most powerful people on the continent. Surely he could see what David was seeing now. Could it be that only the boy could see such things? In that case, he decided to ask if perhaps the Duke was sensing the appearance of a star, and David was not mistaken in throwing out the bait, as Donovan's face darkened. The Duke put his cup of tea on the table and said that he was talking about an organization that supported Children of the Stars, the Clavier Nebula. He couldn't believe that such a thing could exist on the continent, but the boy's words did not arouse his suspicion. Joseph asked if the boy had figured it out on his own, and he replied that before the teacher arrived, he had to work a little to get the enemy to confess. Looking at Donovan, the boy laughed and said that it was very funny to watch him cry and beg for his life. David wanted to explain in more detail, but the Duke refused, asking him to write a letter because he was unable to listen to the story any longer. The corporal did not insist and leaned back on the sofa with a smile, realizing that there was no need to continue. The moment the young man finished his short story, Donovan completely lost control. Realizing that they had agreed on everything, the Duke stood up and said it was time for him to go, understanding that his urgent intervention would be needed. Finally, David said that there was something important to know about these people, and Joseph became curious and asked what it was. David scratched the back of his head and replied that it was a long story, and it would be rude to distract a man who was already busy. He promised to organize everything and send a letter to the Duke of Grantia in the evening. The young man was sure that he would find it very interesting, especially when it came to the part about Daniel, and Donovan's reaction was immediate. That same night, the young man slept soundly in his bed in the dormitory, dreaming sweet dreams. Donovan, who had slipped into David's room, drew his sword and struck the boy in the neck, and the whole bedroom was illuminated. When the light faded, the Duke's guard realized that there was no one in the bed. David's voice behind him said that the boy thought rat number 3 would not be coming today. Donovan was furious, but David said he should look in the other corner of the room before fighting. The guard broke out in a sweat when the boy added that he had a special surprise for his guest today. In the corner of David's bedroom, sitting in an armchair, was the young Duke Jeffrey, staring silently and furiously at Donovan. After a moment of silence, Jeffrey said that his father's bodyguard had to explain right now how to understand this situation. A few hours earlier, on the top floor of the Navarra Pavilion, David had met with Duke Jeffrey. Jeffrey came over as soon as he got the message from David that Donovan was coming to attack the guy tonight. But the Duke did not believe this information, because this knight was one of the most talented and loyal in Grantia. He was his father's bodyguard. Now, immediately after appearing at the academy, the boy suddenly made such a statement. David replied that Grantia had changed in many ways over the past 4 years. Not wanting to argue anymore, the boy invited the Duke to his place so that he could see for himself. In any case, Jeffrey had nothing to lose. If David's words turned out to be true, the traitors could be hiding their identities within the Grantia family. If that happened, the young man would have to personally take care of getting rid of the third rat. Now, Jeffrey, who listened to David's suggestion, demanded an explanation from Donovan for his behavior. David laughed and said that a rat would not confess if asked, and that the Duke was very naive if he intended to live in a cruel world. Instead of explaining, Donovan suddenly raised his leg and slammed it hard against the floor. Energy rays began to form from his foot, quickly covering the entire floor of the room. David suddenly felt his whole body becoming heavier as Donovan used his aura against them. The Duke of Grancia's guard rushed at David, striking him blow after blow. From such a frenzied onslaught, the corporal could not stay on his feet and flew some distance away from his opponent. Jeffrey, who had seen the whole fight, shouted at Donovan, demanding an explanation and for him to stop. But this shout only provoked the Duke's guard, who then chose his master's son as his target. Donovan's attack was as swift as the previous one, and the young Duke barely managed to parry the blows. Luckily, Jeffrey did not yet know how to control the radius of his aura and could not use his technique, because his anger would have affected others. These words only further irritated the young man, because Donovan was right in his assumptions. The Duke could not take such a big risk. Attacking the young lord for the third time, the traitor said that despite everything, he was truly sorry. He did not want their relationship to end this way, but that son of a bitch, David, ruined everything. Jeffrey noted that Donovan's skills were very different from what the boy knew, and asked how long the traitor had been hiding his abilities. Donovan said that traitor was the wrong word because from the very beginning, the man had never been a knight of Grantia. Jeffrey instantly lowered his hands and said that he was convinced, and that David could do whatever he wanted. At that moment, the corporal activated. The boy repelled the traitor's attack, and said that in any case, it was very sad that Jeffrey had done so much for the sake of one phrase. The young duke replied that he hoped David understood that this was a very serious matter for their family. After what happened today, a bloody wind would blow in Grantia for some time. And unexpectedly, the duke rushed straight at his father's subordinate. Donovan saw that despite his fatigue and exhaustion, the boy was still able to use mana. After Jeffrey struck and knocked his opponent back, he was surprised at how strong a swordsman he had dared to face. Donovan couldn't believe what was happening. Could it be that the boy had also been hiding his strength? But there was no reason for that. Could young Master Jeffrey have grown so much in his skill in such a short time? It simply couldn't be. David interrupted the traitor's musings about the genius of the Master's son with another attack. The boy said that Donovan was probably free, and now so sad that he had completely lost his vigilance. The corporal's blow was so powerful that Donovan could barely withstand the pressure. The traitor already regretted getting involved with these two monsters. He had underestimated his opponents. David was surprised by Donovan's quick reaction. The boy, in turn, also did not expect him to be able to dodge the blow. The boy was so preoccupied with this thought that he did not notice the traitor's counterattack, which threw him back to the other end of the room. Donovan's attack caused a lot of noise in the dormitory, and the former knight was very angry with himself for it, as the professor might come here soon. The traitor decided that fighting was no longer an option, and that he needed to retreat urgently, so he turned toward the door. The man was very irritated. He couldn't believe that he had encountered so many difficulties because of one damn boy. He realized that it was a mistake to think he could defeat these two. First, he had to hide, and then find a way to get rid of them. Jeffrey's voice interrupted the traitor's thoughts as he flew toward him, already catching up. The boy said that the guard was right. The boy added that, unlike his father, he was not yet mature enough and could not properly use the Sword of the Storm. But it was foolish of his opponent to run away like that. No one else would fall into his trap. The former guard of the Duke himself understood that there was only one traitor who needed to be punished. The next moment, when Donovan looked back, he saw a powerful tornado behind him from the boy's storm sword attack. The traitor knew he couldn't fight such a powerful technique, especially when the guy was so angry. But he had no choice. When the powerful whirlwind captured Donovan, he could only utter the word, "Star." When it was all over, Jeffrey sheathed his sword and said that from that day on, no one in the family would mention the guard. David looked at Jeffrey, smiling, and said that he must have been very angry. But now, it was unclear whether they could even send the scoundrel to Rodalan in his current state. He replied that he had only cut Donovan's tendons. Jeffrey added that, in any case, he was glad David was there because he needed to report the situation to the family as soon as possible. The boy looked into the corporal's eyes and said that they needed to list all the traitors as quickly as possible. Before David could recover, Jeffrey turned and ran away, shouting that he was leaving the rest to the boy. The corporal was dissatisfied with the young duke's behavior, because it was he who had caused all this trouble, and now he had to deal with it. David was so angry that he didn't notice someone approaching him from behind, until he heard a voice. The boy turned around and said with relief that someone had finally come, and was bombarded with questions in response. Director Donald asked what kind of storm had just happened, and whether the boy had been attacked. Along with the principal, the boy saw instructor Emma, who was wearing pajamas with a snake painted on them. The boy, seeing his home teacher, complimented her clothes, but she ignored him and said that David had to answer her questions. Donald supported the woman in her desire to know the truth, adding that Emma's pajamas were not important right now. It was good that the boy was not injured, because he needed to explain everything, and David agreed to the demands of his elders. But first, the boy asked the director to repeat something after him. He decided to check all suspicious individuals this way. Donald asked, laughing, what exactly he should repeat, and David said it was the phrase, "Daniel is a jerk." Emma and Donald stared at the boy in amazement. They didn't understand what it meant. But in the end, the director complied with the boy's request without any problems. A little later, a conversation took place in the academy director's office, and Donald learned that there was a spy in the Grantia family, which was a very serious situation. The director praised the boy for his work, saying that thanks to David, they had managed to avoid many problems. The boy decided not to tell anyone yet that he had the ability to see mana. After all, he wasn't 100% sure about it himself. If, God forbid, the information leaked, not only he, but everyone around him would be in danger. Donald said that the Grantia family would conduct a full investigation, so David had nothing to worry about. His grandfather noted that the Empire was indebted to the boy time and time again after the incident in the blacksmith's village. Donald added that he would like to thank David on his own behalf as director, and asked what the boy needed. David decided to take advantage of the opportunity. David didn't even think twice. He blurted out what he would like to do inside the academy, and asked if he would be allowed to do it. The next day, David stood by the bulletin board in Fillion Square and advertised his project. He asked everyone if they were tired of the club activities limited by the academy. He had ideas on this topic, and very good news for everyone, namely a special adventure club. One of the students tried to ask what the name meant, but David shut him up and said that it was, of course, a good question. David said that it was a very constructive club that developed personal talents that would help the Empire in practical terms. In addition, it is the only club that Director Donald has agreed to operate outside the academy, which caused a bit more commotion. Finally, the corporal announced that anyone wishing to join could come to the first arena of Hellelion at the time indicated in the brochure. As David uttered the last words of his speech, Sita flew off his shoulder, and a girl passing by the crowd noticed her and stopped. She even forgot where she was going and approached the crowd to get a better look at the strange creature. A few days later, at the first arena of Hellelion, a sad David complained about his fate to Florence, and he put on a show in the square. The guy was trying to recruit new talent, but only his friends and acquaintances came to the arena today. Mary laughed and asked if David was serious, reminding him of what he had done at his so-called interview. He personally knocked the wind out of people under the guise of testing their skills. He also said very suspicious things to those who did not know or were not ready to risk their lives. After that, rumors spread throughout the academy that you needed to have 10 lives to join this club. David, after listening to his friend's reproaches, said that this is what real battle is all about, and those gossips are just cowards. After all, the guy only needed promising individuals, such as the third-year student who had just gotten to his feet after regaining consciousness. David said that the guy himself insisted on sparring, even though he told him that these abilities did not need to be tested, as they were already familiar with each other. He said that the third-year student had obviously passed, that the guy's name was Danny Brown, and that he sincerely thanked David for accepting him. David noted that he was warning him in advance that their club would be quite difficult, and asked if Danny was ready for it. The third-year student happily replied that this was exactly what he was looking for. His goal was to become even stronger. David replied that, in that case, everyone present could leave for the day, as they needed to rest before getting down to business. Thomas asked what David himself would be doing, and he replied that he had time, so he wanted to wait a little longer to see what might happen. David hoped that another talented person might come to him, but in the end, he lost hope after a few hours when no one came. The young man said it was time to get ready, and thanked Florence for her assistance. She had found a moment to help him. The girl replied that she was really sorry, and if it weren't for the help of Instructor Emmy, she would also have applied for membership. David looked intently at Florence. He couldn't tell her that he couldn't accept her into the club. He looked at the commander and realized that he would soon have to make a choice, to make her forget her dream of becoming a general, or not. It was a difficult decision, so he had to think carefully about everything. The girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. The stranger said she felt relieved that the guy was still in the arena, and David asked if she had come for an interview. The young man asked if the girl wanted to join the club, but she asked if she could do something in that case. The girl replied that if she joined the club, she would be able to touch him. David even began to stutter, and the guy asked what exactly the girl was going to touch. Suddenly, an indecent thought crept into the guy's mind, and he shouted that the girl must be a pervert. The strange girl replied that David could calm down, that she wasn't talking about him, that he had misunderstood, that she was talking about the creature David was holding in his arms. Hearing this, David laughed and said that she should have warned him right away, because that was why he had misunderstood her. Pointing to Sita, David added that this little thing was always with him, so if the girl joined the club, she would definitely be able to touch her. Seeing how the girl reacted to this news, David was finally convinced that she was a very strange person. He couldn't believe that he hadn't noticed her until she came up close. She was definitely an unusual student. Not at all simple. The stranger asked what she needed to do to pass the interview, and David replied that she had to show her technique on a magic mannequin. The girl said her name was Ruby DeKnight. She was a junior at the Faculty of Magic, and announced that she was beginning the interview. Both David and Florence were amazed as the girl used dark magic against the magical mannequin. Florence remarked that what they were seeing was incredible. Ruby was so easily handling dark magic. David was surprised by something much more significant. It was difficult to see, but the blood-red energy that Ruby was emitting was quite noticeable. The center of her magic was definitely a shadow claw. There was no point in arguing with the boy about it. Finally, a powerful explosion rang out from the girl's attack, lighting up the entire arena in red. Florence covered her eyes with her hand from the light, but David was so confused by the sight that he didn't react to anything, just stared at Ruby. When the smoke cleared, the boy saw the magical mannequin cut in half and said that the duel was no longer necessary. Ruby had passed the interview. But David was curious about the aura, and was about to ask about it when he heard the girl's voice in his head asking how he could see it. It turned out that Ruby DeKnight possessed telepathic magic, but the magician herself insisted on not saying it out loud, because if anyone else found out, it would be bad. The girl telepathically said that it would be better for them to go away and talk alone, as she also wanted to ask David something. Finally, Sita ended up in Ruby's hands, and the sorceress examined her closely, muttering something under her breath. A few minutes passed, and she was already tickling Sita's belly, squealing with delight, and the girl told David that it was a dream bird. A bird born from absorbed mana is a very interesting creature, and the boy felt the same way about Ruby DeKnight herself. He had heard rumors that their kind had long since left the Empire, but now his worldview was changing before his eyes. She was a vampire. Ruby replied that not all of them had left. A small number of vampires remained, but they were not looking for trouble, so they were hiding. David noted that, despite this, the girl dared to come to such a famous club only because of the mana of Sita, whom she noticed at the meeting. Ruby replied that she had sensed this creature when she saw her in the square. Sita possessed the energy of blood magic, the innate magic of her kind. David finally understood that Sita was using the abilities of vampires. The first thing she did after birth was to drink blood. Ruby was struck by this detail and asked again if the creature had really used vampire magic immediately after birth. David answered in the affirmative. And the next question was how long ago Sita was born. 3, or maybe 5 years ago at least. David replied that it was 2 months ago, and the girl couldn't believe what she had just heard. The creature she was looking at now had a thick, bloody aura. If that was true, then maybe it was possible. The girl asked David if she could ask him and Sita for a favor, and the question made the guy feel awkward. Ruby said that at first she just wanted to see Sita, but if the guy fulfilled her request, she would try to help him. Of course, she needed to do her experiments now, but after completing what she had planned, the girl promised to help David. The next day, the friends met at the Nest, the location of the Filion clubs. The Adventure Club now had its own building. David was pleased with the Academy's facilities. They had given the entire building to the student club, which was a very generous gesture. But before going inside, the boy decided he had to tell his friends how much they had changed. Looking at Mary and Thomas, he asked if they had weapons from Grand Cappadocia that Duke Grancia had sent them, and they answered in the affirmative. Mary had replaced her twin swords with a two-handed sword that suited her strength, so she decided to test it out. Thomas showed off his magic bracelet, which was made according to the will of the magical city of Delpium. The boy said that given that the bracelet's mana control was much better, he considered his speed and strength to be doubled. Mary asked why David had told them to come here with weapons, but he replied that he would tell them when they went inside. Sitting at the table, the boys said that they were, of course, curious as to why he had decided to create such a club, but they had only one goal. David meant to enable them to develop their talents as quickly as possible through practical experience. He didn't say exactly why out loud, but he thought that his companions should prepare as best they could for the inevitable day. The first place David suggested all club members go was a mountain range that the Empire didn't even know about yet. This mountain range was called the Vadian Mountains, and when his friends heard this information, they were collectively frightened. David said that as they all knew, such places were quite unusual, so it would be a good experience for the whole group. In addition, he had personal business in those parts, which he did not want to discuss at the moment, but simply brought to their attention. First, according to David, it was necessary to resolve the issues of the club members, which apparently they were unaware of. David picked up his sword and, smiling, said that the boys and girls should follow him immediately, because it was time for the duels. Thomas and Mary did as David asked, but they were curious about what problem related to them needed to be solved. The friends came up with a theory that the boy wanted them to finish their studies early, so he asked them not to be surprised. David said that once they left on their mission, it would take at least a week, but they were supposed to have classes at the academy during that time. This could affect the boy and girls' activities in the club, and the boy noted that the director would not be able to give them special permission. Therefore, the boy wanted to offer one solution. They should, like him, finish their studies early and become completely free. For these reasons, David took them to the clubroom on the second floor to start a private lesson. He wanted to see their skills. The boy told his opponents to attack in the style that was most comfortable for them, that they should not be afraid, as he would only use his sword sheath. He noted that if Thomas and Mary relaxed too much, it would not be as enjoyable, so they should be careful. Mary looked at Thomas and said that since it had already happened, they should try this option. They had to show the guy how much stronger they had become in this short time, and Thomas was not against it. The girl drew her two-handed sword, and the boy began to activate one of his signature magic tricks. Mary decided to attack David first, and rushed forward, striking him. David managed to jump back. He really liked the girl's determination. It was amazing how strong she was. But before the boy could finish his thought, he saw Thomas lifting fragments of the floor into the air, and the maid shouted to Mary that they were starting. At that moment, all the stones flying around flew toward a single target, David, who was standing at the opposite end of the room. The boy deftly dodged every rock, so now Thomas could use his telekinesis in this way. David even had to use his sword sheath to deflect the falling rocks, which showed no sign of stopping. Thomas had a very good skill. While the boy was busy attacking the sorcerer, he almost missed Mary, who was flying towards him and shouting for David not to block, but to dodge. David decided to follow his friend's advice and jumped aside at the last moment. When Mary's sword touched the floor, the boy laughed out loud, realizing that if he hadn't dodged, he would already be dead. Mary did not give up, trying to get David. She struck new blows again and again. And then the moment came when the boy switched from defense to attack, and now it was Mary's turn to block his blows, which was very difficult. David was pleased. In many ways, these two had already exceeded all his expectations. Thomas saw that David had already begun to push Mary back and rush to her aid, using the same technique, but on a larger scale. The attack was so powerful that David had to abandon his attempts to attack the girl and start defending himself from the stones falling from the sky with his sword. After a few minutes, the dust from the stones began to clear, and Thomas's attack was complete. David sheathed his sword and said that his friends had indeed improved their skills, especially since they were working together so well. This meant only one thing. Even without David in class, they weren't slacking off. In the corporal's opinion, Thomas had achieved particular success, becoming a completely different person. To be honest, David was even surprised by the upgrade. Thomas asked if the test was over, and David replied that it was, of course, quite enough. The boy believed that the development would not take very long. A month or even 2 weeks would be enough. Hearing no objections from his friends, The boy said that in that case, they would start private lessons. Thomas and Mary shouted that they had just finished sparring, but the boy didn't care. He chased them around the hall and shouted at them to move faster. It got to the point where the girl and the boy were in tears, screaming at the top of their lungs for someone to save them from the relentless David. From that day on, Thomas and Mary devoted all their time to personal training, even reducing their hours of sleep. 15 days later, the director was surprised by the certificate of early graduation that the boy placed on his desk. All members of the Travelers Club were able to finish their classes early, and it was no joke. David added that of course not all subjects were included, but with such success, Donald should give permission to leave, and the director could not stop being surprised. The academy director noted that, as promised, he would give them a pass to leave, wished them a safe journey and success in their adventures. The next day, the friends began their first Adventure Club mission and set off for the Vadian Mountains. Mary was surprised that they had only just begun their journey, and already there was such pure mana in the air. Training here would be even easier. Danny was happy with the situation and asked David what they would do next. The guy replied that he would let them know when they got there. The friends asked what they would be doing here, and David replied that they might not believe it, but there was something here for them to seek for their development. Meanwhile, in the temple in the heart of the forest, the elf sensed that something quite grand was happening, as guests had arrived in such a harsh land. A little more time passed, and David announced that they had arrived, and his friends could breathe a sigh of relief. They stood on the mountain and looked down at the valley where there was a whole camp of orcs. The boy said that there were just so many of them here. Danny was amazed that the orcs had built an entire village, and David replied that they could often be found in such godforsaken places where there were no people. There aren't many of these creatures now, but they reproduce so quickly that soon they will be found all over the mountain range. This could affect all the human settlements nearby, which is why the friends need to get rid of them as soon as possible. David said that this would be the first real battle for the members of the Travelers Club. He asked Thomas and Mary if they could handle this task, and the wizard replied that he was late when David told him they were looking for orcs. Now Thomas saw that there were quite a few orcs, and he wondered if the club members would be okay after such a battle. David replied that orcs were ideal opponents for them, but there was one but. The dominant species in these parts were ogres, and his friends would definitely not be able to cope with them, especially their leader, a two-headed ogre. This monster was so strong that last time the guy barely managed to defeat it. But the ogres would not appear anytime soon, so for now, there should be no problems. And the boy was about to give the command to begin. Suddenly, David heard a voice behind him saying that they had good intentions, but they shouldn't do this after all. The corporal turned around and saw a stranger behind him, whose appearance surprised him greatly, as he had not seen any traces of this creature until he spoke. The elf said that he was just a priest who had stopped in the mountains, serving an ancient soul with the divine name of Senial. When the corporal grabbed his sword, the elf asked his friends to go with him to a safe place. He emphasized that it was very dangerous here, even when David put his sword to his throat. Thomas and Mary did not understand such cruelty on the part of the boy, but he replied that there were too many madmen around now. He turned to the elf and ordered him to listen carefully and not move. When the elf indicated that he would comply, David shouted that Daniel was a bastard. Sometime later, the friends were following the elf, who said that as someone who worshipped God, he did not take kindly to such words. He called that moment the most awkward in the last 200 years, and David replied that he should not worry, it was a cry of respect. The boy asked how old the elf really was, and he replied that he had long since stopped counting the years, so he had no idea himself. After a short pause, the friend's new acquaintance said that he had counted about 1,000, which caused a very violent reaction among the students. David looked at the eccentric man who was smelling flowers along the way, and thought that, apparently, he had been alive before the Empire began. But there was something else. The elf said something about it being an inopportune moment for a duel. He again replied in the affirmative, and explained that monsters in the area had been behaving very strangely lately. Another phenomenon had occurred. Orcs, who did not usually lead a nocturnal lifestyle, had begun to roam the mountains every night. And ogres, who, on the contrary, rarely left their territory, had been appearing here very often lately. The elf believed that if the reason was not yet known, a little caution would not hurt, which is why he stopped his new acquaintances from carrying out their plan. The weirdo announced that they could now relax right there, and in a moment, the boys found themselves in front of the portal. The elf led them straight to the temple of Senial, whom he served, and invited them inside the majestic building. Danny was amazed by the sight. The temple had appeared out of nowhere. Had the elf cast a magical barrier over it? The stranger's abilities were impressive. Thomas asked David if he knew that such a temple existed here, and he replied that the boy should have seen his surprised face. The elf looked back at his friends and invited them into the temple again. This creature was far from the ordinary elf he seemed to be at first glance. When the students entered the main hall, they saw something they did not expect. It turned out that Senial, whom the elf served, was an ugly stone. The elf replied that this stone had a purpose, but he doubted that his friends would want to hear this rather long story. He offered to take their belongings and let them rest, as there were many free rooms in the temple, adding that they could let him know if they needed anything. Mary said that this was the perfect moment for David to ask where he needed to go, as the boy wanted to find the cursed eye. The elf asked in surprise if he had understood correctly, why the boy needed this monster. After looking at David for a moment, his new acquaintance asked if it was because he was cursed. But, in fact, the elf did not need confirmation. It seemed that he was right, because he felt a very strange and dangerous echo coming from the boy. Soon, they sat down in the gazebo to drink tea and talk. The elf said that he understood immediately when he saw the boy that he was a very unusual student. David laughed, but inside he was tense, not realizing how he had fallen under the spell of this eccentric. He grabbed his sword, thinking that maybe he was worrying for nothing and that this elf was not connected to those freaks. The guy didn't see their aura in him, and he didn't react at all to the name Daniel. Suddenly, the elf's voice interrupted the young man's thoughts, saying that he seemed to be thinking about something and offering him some tea. David looked at the liquid floating inside the cup and wondered if his interlocutor had done something with this drink. The tea stood in front of him on the table, and the boy began to smell a strange odor that surrounded him more and more intensely. He had never experienced anything like this before. He looked up at the elf and froze when he saw a huge stream of mana around him. The elf sat calmly, not moving from his place, and only asked if the young man liked the smell of the tea. David answered the question enthusiastically, as if his eyes had been opened to a new world, and the world had taken on new colors. He asked how he had achieved this, and Jerry replied that it was tea made from medicinal herbs that rarely grow, even on the ley line, and that it intensified sensations. The result would not be immediate, but because David's energy was blocked by a curse, the changes took a dramatic turn for him. Jerry promised to give the boy the necessary ingredients so that he could drink this tea on a regular basis. The elf asked not to use the cursed eyes anymore in order to remove his curse, and the boy asked what was wrong with these creatures. Jerry replied that these monsters take away curses, but they do so along with part of the life energy of their bearer. A couple of times would not cause any harm, but if the young man did this constantly, there would be no good to expect. David's life would be in danger, and he asked if the guy really didn't know these details when he wanted to use him. David replied that he really had no idea about such information. He just wanted to remove his curse as soon as possible, which Jerry could understand. Jerry advised David to stay as far away from the cursed eyes as possible in the future, because if something went wrong, the consequences could be very dire. David remembered that Professor Secret had also told him about this once, that removing these curses was difficult, even for her. That was why, during their last meeting, Lillian had said that she needed to prepare thoroughly. But despite the fact that David had agreed to help, he was still very impatient. Could all this really have happened because of him? The boy gripped the hilt of his sword, and thought that if he was careless, he might die before he caught that huge freak. Looking at the elf Jerry, the boy realized that he still had no idea who this man could be. In his past life, he couldn't clearly remember if they had ever met face to face. But despite this, Jerry looked very familiar to him. David said that he was indeed in a hurry, as these crazy fanatics had recently become very active. Jerry asked what fanatics he was talking about, and David replied that they were dark and vile people who were awaiting the arrival of the star. The elf listened attentively to the boy's words without saying a word. He couldn't believe that the fanatics who had come for the star had returned. At night, Jerry approached the stone he worshipped. If they were indeed the fanatics David had mentioned, something was definitely being planned. The elf felt that another catastrophe was about to happen, one that would take the lives of innocent people. Jerry was concerned about only one thing. Would he have to just watch from the sidelines again? And if not, could this child be the answer from the gods for him? Could he finally need to get involved? Suddenly, Jerry heard David's voice behind him, asking why Elf wasn't asleep yet. Jerry asked what had brought the boy to the main hall at such a late hour, whether he was uncomfortable sleeping, but he replied that he wanted a drink. David said that he had been watching the elf all this time, and became curious whether this stone was a divine statue, and what the meaning behind it was. The elf replied that once every 1,000 years, their church carries thousands of stones to the sacred land, located in the farthest corner of the empire. The strongest typhoons always rage there, and most of the stones last no more than 200 years before disappearing completely. But even in such harsh conditions, there are stones that have stood there for thousands of years, proving that they transcend time. These stones contain noble souls and become divine statues in Senial. The elf still remembers the day when he carried this stone together with his brothers. David felt that this story was very profound. The boy realized that there used to be many priests here, and he was curious how Jerry remained alone. Jerry replied that everything was more complicated than it seemed. Elf understood that he had devoted his entire life to a god who would never answer him. Jerry's faith had also faded more than once, and he too had once wanted to give up everything and go free. However, he was always stopped by some kind of premonition, and so Jerry remains here to this day, feeling that Senial's will would be the catalyst. This deity, sealed in stone, could one day save the world. For the elf, it was nothing less than destiny, which he could not pass on to anyone else. Elf Jerry was absolutely certain that the time he had spoken of earlier would soon come. The next day, the friends left Jerry's cryptic words behind and began to prepare in earnest. This unique tea, prepared by the elf, had a special effect, which David's companions felt for themselves. With the help of the energy of the ley line, the members of the Travelers Club managed to sharpen their senses. At the same time, David himself went to the mountains with the elf Jerry to find even more medicinal herbs for his treatment. Jerry was kind to strangers and showed sincere concern for them. But for a guy who had been through so much before, he was a bit of an oddball. That's how these 2 peaceful days flew by in the majestic temple building among the mountains. But, as always, tragedy awaited the friends around the corner. A tragedy that caused great harm and unspeakable pain. The sight of the bloodied body of the elf Jerry, leaning back against a rock, will remain in David's memory forever. On the day of the attack on the orc village, the friends said goodbye to Jerry at the temple door, and he was very worried about their fate. He noted that they still hadn't figured out the reason for the monster's strange behavior and insisted that it would be better to prepare a little more. David replied with a smile that the elf needn't worry about them. They would manage. The orcs were just behaving strangely, but they hadn't become stronger. Based on this preliminary information, it meant that they would not encounter any problems, and Jerry could stop worrying about their fate. Moreover, their mini vacation would soon end, and they would have to return to the academy. The elf sighed, realizing that there was nothing he could do. In that case, Jerry decided to cast a spell on the students that would allow them to overcome the barrier, so now they could freely visit the temple. Jerry had to be sure that if something dangerous happened, they would be able to escape immediately to a safe place, here. Finally, the elf noted that his friends must remain vigilant. Their group may have been strong enough, but the forest was very deep and dark. Meanwhile, in the forest Jerry had mentioned, the elf was gradually losing patience. She couldn't believe it would be so difficult to find him. She realized that she would probably have to lure him out. But could she do it with the help of those stupid animals running around here? In the end, the elf decided she had no other choice but to go there and meet Jerry herself. The Travelers Club watched from the cliff as the orcs divided the treasures they had looted from the village. David realized that they had to act now, as these creatures had begun to rob people. He asked his companions if they were ready to fight the orcs. It was time to destroy them. Meanwhile, the orcs shared their loot with each other and tried on the pendants, believing that some treasures suited them better than human children. One of the monsters put on the pendant and remembered how the boy who owned it had whimpered when he killed him. Suddenly, the monster's conversation was interrupted by friends who had been teleported from the top of the cliff into the valley by Thomas. The orcs were completely disoriented when Danny and Mary struck them with their swords. Silence fell over the clearing, and the other monsters looked at the newcomers with surprise and hatred. A second later, the first of them rushed into the attack. But one after another, they were defeated by the swords of the Filian students. Finally, it was the turn of the last two orcs, one of whom was hit in the head by a large stone. The second orc looked back in surprise at his fallen comrade, who lay dead on the ground. But he was so busy watching his dead companion that he did not notice a large stone hitting his head as well. And so, the last two dead orcs fell to the ground side by side, and the students of Filion's enemies were finished. David was delighted with Thomas's advanced abilities. The boy had finally learned to shoot. David, like an evil genius, leaned over his protégé's ear and said that in that case, it was time to destroy all the monsters. A new horde of orcs ran into the valley, and Thomas used all his current power against them. When it was all over, David's companions asked what they should do next. Thomas, with horror in his eyes, said he was sure that he would face severe punishment for what he had just done. But David approached him and began to assure him that if the boy was punished for this, they would also be punished. He turned to the rest of the team and asked if everyone agreed with him, and they said yes. Danny told Thomas not to worry about it, even though he would get the worst of it. While Thomas was crying, David thought that his friends had performed well in real combat, and that they had not gone to the mountains in vain. In the end, the boy came to the conclusion that they could still improve their strength a little. But David's thoughts were interrupted by Sita's paw. David looked at the creature and asked what was wrong, why she was worried. Was there something in the bushes? Walking a little deeper into the clearing, the boy and Thomas realized that they had found a captive. The girl was unconscious and covered in blood, tied tightly to a tree. Thomas and the corporal rushed to help, and the mage shouted that the orcs had left the girl there just in case. David began to untie the ropes and ordered Sita to immediately use healing magic on the girl. Sita obeyed her master's command, and in a moment the girl opened her eyes and saw the boys in front of her, who realized that she had regained consciousness. David asked if she could say anything, but instead of words, blood began to spurt from the girl's mouth. The corporal, seeing this, was frightened. Could it be that Sita's treatment of this captive elf had not worked? After a few seconds, the girl stopped bleeding and noticed that David was surrounded by a familiar aura. Could he have been in the temple? She put her hands on the boy's shoulders and tearfully said that he had to take her there. To Jerry, immediately. Suddenly, the elf screamed that they were leaving, and that if her friends were late, Jerry's life would be in danger. After such a passionate cry, the girl finally lost consciousness, leaving Filion's group of students in confusion. Sometime later, David burst into the temple through the portal, shouting for Jerry to come to him as quickly as possible. The elf was in the main hall, and, seeing the boy, immediately asked why he had returned, whether something terrible had happened. David told him to look at the elf. He said that they had found her in the orc camp, and that she had said she needed to see him urgently. Jerry listened to all the explanations, and looking again at the face of the girl lying on David's shoulder, suddenly realized that he recognized her. He said that the elf's name was Eve, and that he was very curious to know what had happened to her. Meanwhile, at David's request, the friends searched the entire orc camp, but found no one else. Fortunately, there was only one captive. Mary decided that if that was the case, they should also return to the palace. But suddenly she saw Thomas leaning over the monster's body. She approached the mage and asked what he was looking at so intently. Thomas replied that these orcs were somehow strange. He pointed to the body lying in front of him and asked if this had happened before. Mary replied that the boy was right. She couldn't understand what it was. Thomas said that he had never seen anything like this in his life, that it was very similar to hidden double magic. But the boy still couldn't understand why there were magic circles on these orc corpses. The elf was laid on a bed in one of the temple rooms, and Jerry sighed wearily. Now he could rest. David stood anxiously next to the bed and asked if Jerry was really unharmed. Perhaps he also needed help. The boy noted that even healing magic had not helped Ava, and if the elf had also been poisoned by some strange poison. Jerry replied that the boy had given him an antidote, so he would be fine. He owed David a debt because he had almost lost his precious sister. The elf said that she also believed in Senial, as Eve had been a believer before. He looked at the girl lying unconscious in bed, and said that his sister's faith was indeed sincere. He didn't know how he could repay such a great debt to David for saving his sister. The boy scratched the back of his head and replied that Jerry was exaggerating, but the corporal was still curious to know who Eve had warned about before she lost consciousness. The girl was so worried that she even asked the guy to warn Jerry about the danger. David decided to stop beating around the bush and ask Jerry directly if something or someone was threatening his life. The elf turned away from the guy so that he couldn't see his face, and said that, to be honest, he didn't even know who they were. The only thing he knew was that they worshipped an unknown being as their god. These people were behind most of the crimes, and kept their identities secret. As far as Jerry knew, they called themselves the Church of Nebula Kleiger. David exploded like TNT. He couldn't believe that they were targeting Jerry. The elf said that they often sent guests to him. This church had not made itself known for the last 100 years, so he had already decided that they had given up. But it seemed that they were back in business. David began to persuade Jerry to go with them to the Filian Academy, but Jerry replied that he could not betray this place. Besides, if he left, the inhabitants of the nearby villages would be safe, and he didn't want that to happen. The elf put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he and his friends needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Jerry sincerely hoped that this danger would not catch up with them. Having said that, the elf added that he hoped David would understand his position on this matter. David did not argue, but told Jerry to wait for his return, as he would bring the strongest person he could find to help. Until that moment, the boy wanted Jerry to hide and not get into fights, but the elf replied that he agreed to all of David's conditions and volunteered to hide. Finally, Jerry said that he wanted to give the boy something for saving Eve, and placed an object in David's hand. When the corporal looked at his palm, he saw a ring there, and the elf said that with its help, he could get to the magic tower, and if the boy ever went to the magical Tower of Dawn, he should show it to the librarian. In this library, David would definitely find information about his curse. Squeezing David's hand once more, Jerry said he begged the boy to be careful and not to let his guard down. The last few days had been very enjoyable for the elf, and he told his new friend this with a smile. David scratched the back of his head and laughed, replying that they weren't parting forever, saying goodbye and promising to return soon. As soon as David disappeared into the portal, the elf sighed wearily and asked his sister if he should tell her that he was glad to see her, or would it be better to return to her as a murderer sent by the church. The girl, who was standing with her back to him, smiled predatorily and said that her brother should not talk about her that way. Turning to face him, she added that the church had not touched Jerry for a very long time, but the elf pointed out that they had chosen her for the murder, and she replied that a person who had given a paralyzing potion to his patient could not say such a thing. Jerry replied that he had no other choice in this situation, compared to their senseless plan. Lemekheim's shadow was captured by orcs, which was ridiculous, but Eva said that otherwise she would not have been able to get here, as it was quite difficult to meet Jerry. She tried to get his attention with the help of monsters, but, as expected, it wasn't enough. Unexpectedly, they came to the elf's aid. These children really did have enormous energy, which could be useful to Eva. Of course, at first the girl wanted to lure her brother out by cutting their throats, but suddenly, Eva remembered their old days and decided not to do it. She asked if Jerry was affected by this information. The elf looked at his sister menacingly, and replied that if she did, he would not let her go. The elf laughed. She was not afraid of Jerry's threats. Her brother wanted her to stop joking. Unexpectedly, the girl really stopped and said that it was time to carry out the church's order. Ava said that her task was to convince Jerry Lematiana to switch sides. If he refused, Ava would not hesitate to kill her brother. David, who had almost reached the orc settlement, suddenly felt something unpleasant. He looked back and glanced toward the temple. His companions appeared behind him and hurried to catch up with him. They had been looking for him for a long time. The boy asked if they had searched the orc village, and Mary replied that there was no one there, but Thomas had found something suspicious. David asked what exactly, and the wizard said that immediately after David left, he found something strange on the body of a slain orc. The boy had never seen such magic circles before, and David even asked if he had heard correctly. While the friends were talking and discussing all the details, a powerful explosion rang out from the direction of Jerry's temple. But it wasn't just the explosion that posed a danger to the friends. Unexpectedly, a two-headed monster flew out onto the clearing toward them. It was a two-headed ogre in person, and it was incredibly fierce, the monster smelling human blood. Meanwhile, a fight to the death was also taking place in the temple itself, with a sister trying to kill her brother. But Jerry was no fool. He used the Ventus technique against Eve. In a matter of seconds, a huge tornado formed in front of the girl, rapidly approaching her. But Eve was not frightened. On the contrary, she was delighted with her opponent's reaction. The girl believed that this was exactly how her brother should be, and she wanted to make him angry. The elf did not intend to just defend herself. She accumulated a huge flow of energy and directed it toward her brother. When the two forces of brother and sister collided, there was a powerful explosion, but neither side won. When the effects of the explosion subsided a little, both opponents became visible, standing opposite each other. Ava was not going to give up so easily and decided to repeat her attack. But this attack was also repelled by Jerry's powerful defensive shield, and it seemed that her brother was stronger than her. Finally, from the strong pressure on each other, the relatives caused another powerful explosion that threw them both in different directions. Eva laughed out loud, noting that for an old man like Jerry, he was still as nimble as expected. For her, killing such a fine specimen would be a great loss. So she asked Jerry if he had changed his mind and would join them, at least temporarily. She assured him that his brother could claim a good position, but he replied that he had to refuse, as he had no desire to serve heresy. Jerry noted that Eve had rusted. Who would have thought she would be so slow? Her church did not keep track of its followers at all. The girl was not at all angered by her brother's remarks. She laughed and replied that she just hadn't warmed up yet. She said that Jerry was focused on buying time for the children, which is why he wasn't paying any attention to her. He even made a fool of himself in front of the boy to get him to leave as quickly as possible. Jerry said that if the girl crossed the line, she would definitely not be able to return unharmed. Eva laughed. She wasn't afraid of her brother's threats at all. She considered herself very resourceful. With a smile, she asked what to do. But, in reality, Eva had already made up her mind long ago. There was an explosion in the direction of the valley. Jerry turned around at the sound, frightened in that direction, where, according to his calculations, David should be right now. The elf was so distracted by thoughts of the boy that he did not notice Eva behind him, preparing to strike. She said that her brother had finally been caught, that he had revealed himself and not noticed it. A moment later, his hand separated from his body and fell to the ground. His sister had managed to strike her brother. Meanwhile, in the forest, the members of the Travelers Club stared in amazement at the two-headed ogre. It was the first time they had seen such a monster. David shouted that his comrades needed to run back immediately, as they would definitely not be able to defeat this freak. But it was too late for warnings. The two-headed ogre struck Danny with one of its giant hands before he could jump out of the way. The boy flew a long distance at such a speed that his friends couldn't follow him. Danny hit a tree and lost consciousness. One of the ogre's heads immediately turned toward Mary and Thomas, who froze in place, certain that they would be the next victims. The girls saw the giant monster swing one of its fists at them and knew she had to run. But despite the danger, Mary and Thomas froze, unable to move. Even the fear of death did not move them from their spot. Their friend David saved them, managing to block the monster's blow with his sword at the last moment. The boy held the two-headed ogre's fist with his weapon and made his friends worry about him. David repeated his request for Mary and Thomas to take Sita with them and run away. The corporal was going to take care of this giant freak on his own. Suddenly, the ogre's pressure changed into a decisive blow, which the boy parried with a counterattack with his sword. David shouted that Thomas and Mary should comply with his request as soon as possible, and they agreed without hesitation. David looked closely at the face of one of the ogre's heads and clearly saw a magic circle in its eyes. The boy remembered that this circle looked the same as the magic circle on that giant in the dungeon. David grabbed his sword. There could be no mistake. This was Nebula Kleiger's organization. While the boy was thinking, the two-headed ogre struck, but David managed to jump aside. Any attack by the boy was met with fierce resistance from the monster, but he was not going to give up. David noticed that the two-headed ogre remained as resilient as last time, and the monster swung its fist for another blow. David did not have time to dodge, so he had to withstand the pressure of his opponent with his sword. Fortunately, it was strong. This strategy was doomed to failure from the outset, as the monster was still much larger than David. A few seconds later, the corporal was already flying a long way from his opponent, to the other side of the clearing. But the sword made from the shell of Sita's egg served the boy well as a shield, deflecting the energy of the ogre's attack. The monster was as strong as ever. Realizing that he couldn't get the nimble boy with his bare hands, the ogre uprooted one of the trees growing around the clearing. In fact, David would have been happy to meet this monster again at any time. After all, they had an unfinished duel. But the two-headed ogre did something he shouldn't have done. He attacked David's friend, Danny. Thomas and Mary ran up to the boy, who was still unconscious, and began to treat his wounds with the help of Sita. David could not forgive anyone for hurting his friends right in front of him. The boy jumped up quickly, tired of playing hide-and-seek and empty talk. He moved in a complex trajectory, so that the two-headed ogre could not calculate his path and repel the attack. In a few seconds, the boy reached his opponent and jumped from the treetops above his head. Nine remembered that in his past life, he had never managed to catch this freak. This was only because the boy had been unable to pierce its thick skin and cause any damage. But now, today, everything was different. With this sword and the technique his instructor Emma had taught him, the boy used Emma's fourth form style, called Sword Whirlwind, against his opponent so that he could pierce the monster's skin. It all lasted no more than a few seconds, and in the end, the boy flew over the fence and landed on the ground. Having lost sight of his enemy, the ogre began to turn his head in all directions. David said that this was not worth doing. It was completely pointless, because for the two-headed ogre, it was all over. He was already dead, and a second later, the monster crumbled into small pieces. The boy sheathed his sword, not very pleased with himself. David still had a lot of growing to do. The boy had fought for a very long time with such a weak opponent, and the giants that awaited him ahead were much stronger. David called out to his friends, and they quickly came to him. Mary was carrying Danny on her shoulders, and the corporal asked how the boy was feeling. The girl replied that there was no need to worry. Sita had helped administer first aid, and now they needed a professional doctor. But it seemed that the boy's condition was not so bad after all, and David felt a real sense of relief. The corporal ordered his friends to take Danny with them and return to the Filion Academy. Thomas asked what David himself was going to do, The boy replied that he would go back to Jerry's temple. He couldn't ignore the powerful explosion he had heard before the battle, but when David passed through the portal, he was shocked by the sight of the destroyed temple. David had left there very recently and did not understand what had happened. Looking back, he saw one-armed Jerry approaching him. The elf, ignoring his pain, asked if David was okay, feeling greatly relieved. He said he was sorry he couldn't help them, but his body was still not in good shape. David couldn't understand what he was talking about. The boy believed that no one could be protected in such a state. He asked what had happened and who had done it, but the elf replied that he had to leave. Jerry noted that everything was quiet now, but no one knew when the attacks would start again. Before the elf could finish his sentence, his body was pierced through by enemy energy. David stared in shock at his now close friend, the elf's blood splattering on his face. While the shocked David was trying to figure out how to help Jerry, Eve landed on the ground behind him. The girl said that she had almost lost her footing and asked if it was right to treat friends this way. In fact, Ava never thought that even without one arm, Jerry would be able to perform such a powerful technique. The last powerful tornado almost took her life. The destruction was very severe. Ava looked at her brother and asked what would have happened if she had actually died, but he only coughed in response. The elf noted that if it weren't for the protection of the stars under which she was, who knows what could have happened. Looking at David, she said that it must have been truly amazing to survive the battle with the two-headed ogre. Ava finished her teasing and said that she had been distracted. She remembered that David was seeing this face for the first time. They could greet each other again. The girl ran her fingers through her hair, which was now half blonde, and thanked David for saving her. Finally, the boy realized that the elf was actually the ferocious monster, Jerry's sister. The boy couldn't believe that he had personally brought the girl to the temple so that she could cause this mess. Eve thanked David for helping her cross the line. The elf promised that because of this, she would kill the boy very quickly so that he would not suffer. A second later, Ava's energy beams flew towards David. The boy did not expect such speed. When all the effects of the explosion subsided, Eve saw a large crater where David and Jerry had been standing. There was no trace of the boy. She couldn't believe that he had managed to dodge the attack and even save her brother. He was no ordinary boy. David, meanwhile, bent over Jerry's body and ordered Sita to begin healing immediately. The elf absolutely had to be saved. The little dragon strained all his neurons and activated the healing rune. There was no time to waste. David was furious. Wasn't it enough to destroy the forge and spy on the Duke? Now they had crawled here too, the Clavier Nebula. Ava laughed in response to the boy's anger. To her, these complaints sounded rather funny. Eva assumed that the boy had met her children. She had heard that there was a boy who destroyed followers who carried out their tasks. In that case, it turned out that this extraordinarily powerful guy was David. Ava couldn't believe that the boy could have reached such a level at such a young age. It turned out that the children deserved what they got. The girl struck the boy blow after blow, and he barely managed to dodge them. Elfie said she was very interested in David. The boy defended himself skillfully, but Ava was curious to see what else he could show her. David saw Eva's reflection on the blade of his sword and realized that he had to defeat the elf with one blow. The boy decided to attack, and the roles in this duel changed very quickly, forcing Yeva to retreat. David tried to break through her defense and quickly delivered one blow after another, their swords constantly crossing. The elf said that the boy loved her very much and that it would be a pity to kill him. Eva offered to join their sect. Sister Jerry assured him that she would take care of the boy and asked if he liked the offer, but he replied that the girl was talking nonsense. Ava replied that he must not break down, that he had no choice, and released streams of energy that were not directed at David. The energy changes all at once struck Jerry, who was lying near the rock, and the elf even came to his senses from the pain. When Jerry's scream rang out across the clearing, Eva remarked that if David refused, she would kill his brother first. While the elf was telling David to run away immediately with his last ounce of strength, Eva said that Jerry's life depended on the corporal's choice. But the girl's pressure had no effect on the boy, and he replied that his choice was to cut the girl into small pieces. He yelled that Eva was a crazy bitch and attacked her, forcing the elf to jump back to a safe distance. When Eva landed on the ground, she sighed dramatically, saying that she didn't even know what to do now. After such a response, the girl wanted to have the boy on her side even more, but David's resistance was fierce. Jerry watched the fight with his last ounce of strength, but he could already feel his consciousness slipping away. Eva was delighted, thinking that it had been so long since she had met such a talented swordsman. Suddenly, the elf grabbed David's arm as he tried to attack her again. She looked at David and slowly said that she really felt sorry for killing him. She asked him to stand still, otherwise she might kill him. And a second later, the boy received his first wound. Ava said that when David opened his eyes, the light of the star would be waiting for him. As the corporal fell to the ground, he saw the blade of the sword approaching his neck and knew he had to dodge it quickly. Unexpectedly, a shield of mana appeared between the boy and Eve, which the girl was unable to break through. The elf angrily said that Jerry had entered the game again and once again protected David. The Fury's brother replied that he had already told her that if she touched the boy, she would regret it very much. The only one who was worried about Jerry was the corporal, who shouted that he shouldn't overexert himself, that the boy was capable of dealing with Eva on his own. But Jerry replied that David was a good guy. He had managed to buy time for the elf, but now the boy could leave everything else to him. Suddenly, Jerry's mana glowed blue, and he pointed his finger to the side, saying, "Back!" At that moment, the elf's mana carried David away from Eve against his will. Jerry's sister shouted that she wasn't going to just stand by and watch without doing anything. As soon as Eve tried to move, she realized she couldn't. Raising her head, she saw several blocking spells above her. The elf was very surprised. She didn't understand how, with so many wounds, her brother was capable of this. Jerry said that everything would end here. With words of farewell to his former sister, he directed all the power of his mana that he had left at her. The girl felt incredible pain as the flow of mana increased, and soon there was a powerful explosion. David saw the elf drawing on his last reserves of strength and understood that he had decided to go all the way. Blood flowed from Jerry's mouth, and he understood that he had to end everything here and now, even if it meant burning his mana and life force completely. Eva screamed that how could an old man who believed in ancient spirits like Jerry dare to do such a thing? After these words, Jerry's mana began to gradually disappear around Eva and change into her dark mana. The girl was wounded, but she insisted that they were the chosen apostles of the star, and as long as the blessing of the star was upon them, no one would dare to stop them. Looking at her brother, she added that, in other words, people like Jerry were no longer needed. Eva said that her brother must die here and now. Sita, who heard these words, flew into the air between these two opposing relatives. Jerry realized that his attack had finally failed and called David in his mind. He had something to tell the boy. The elf said that they had very little time, so he would get straight to the point. It seemed that Eve could neutralize his attacks with a technique called Star Blessing. Jerry noted that his sister was wounded and her maneuverability was limited, and David could rely on that. Jerry believed that this was precisely why the boy should leave as soon as possible and prepare for the next battle, leaving this one to the elf. Eva realized that her brother and David were talking about something and said that no one had allowed them to exchange farewells. The girl generated her mana for an attack and directed it at David. Jerry shouted in fear for the boy to be careful, but the corporal replied that he should not even think about giving up, as they were not finished yet. This girl, of course, doesn't know, but the boy hasn't run away from fights and battles for a very long time. Preparing for another confrontation, David shouted at Jerry to finally believe in him. The elf looked at the corporal with anger, and even when she took pity on the brat, he still couldn't calm down. Eva generated a second stream of mana for the strike and sent several energy arrows in David's direction. Jerry wasn't going to stand aside, even though the boy asked him to, and blocked the girl's attack with a shower of lightning bolts. Eva looked at her brother and said that this little brat and Jerry had completely gotten on her nerves. But the elf didn't let her finish her sentence. He sent all the lightning bolts of his mana at her face. When the flow of mana subsided, Eva asked if her brother really thought it would work on her. She focused on Jerry and didn't see David running towards her. The elf shouted that as long as she had the blessing of the star, they couldn't even touch her. But as she was saying this, David struck and cut off her sword-wielding hand. Blood splattered over the boy's head, falling on his clothes. And he hoped that Eve would think so too. The elf stopped in surprise, unable to comprehend how the boy had managed to break the blessing of the star. But he was not going to answer. Instead, he delivered a series of lightning-fast blows, cutting the girl's body into pieces. Even when the girl's blood spurted from all her wounds, she still couldn't believe what was happening. Those were her last words. David looked back at his opponent and said laconically that she could now go and ask her beautiful star herself. Falling into another world, Eve finally realized that this was how it all ended, and that she would soon receive the answer she had been waiting for so long. In her mind, she turned to her brother, saying that she was sure he understood what she meant. Eva fell to the ground and David could finally rest, leaning on his sword. In fact, the corporal understood that he was very lucky. Eva relaxed because of her blessing. Otherwise, he would have been in her place. In a past life, no one but the boy could even touch the giants. They had the power to ignore all attacks. And the boy was interested in the fact that Nebula's pawns could also use such power with the help of the star's blessing. Jerry called out to the boy with his last ounce of strength and asked if he was all right. The boy remembered his wounded friend. David yelled at City to start treating him again, but Jerry said he was fine. He wanted to ask David for a favor, so to speak, the last one in his life. But halfway through, the 1,000-year-old elf coughed, his strength beginning to fail him. Jerry said he regretted that in the last moments of his life, he had appeared before David in such a terrible state. The corporal said it was his fault, but the elf stopped him, noting that it was only a matter of time. No one was to blame. He warned David that there would be a long and difficult battle ahead, that he would be wounded more than once, and that there would be many losses. Although he had no right to do so, Jerry asked the boy to see this matter through to the end. The elf believed with all his heart that David could defeat this great evil that threatened the existence of all humanity. Suddenly, a green light began to emanate from the elf's body, so bright that David had to close his eyes. When the boy was able to look at Jerry, he had already begun to change, gradually turning to stone. The boy shouted that something was happening to the elf's body, but the elf just smiled and touched his face. Finally, after thanking David for being his answer, Jerry passed away, promising to be with the boy until the end. The stunned corporal watched as the elf's body turned into a perfect spherical stone. The next day, David came to see Neil's stone to say goodbye to his fallen friend. After this farewell, the friends finally left the mountain range and the temple, of which only ruins remained. The members of the Travelers Club returned to the Philion Academy, thus ending their first adventure, with much left behind. The Academy director received David in his office, and was impressed by his report on the friends' first outing. But Donald noted that the boy's story was somehow too harsh. The boy replied that they had simply run into a crazy bitch, and promised that it would not happen again in the future. It was important to the boy that the Academy director did not ban the newly opened Travelers Club. But Donald replied that he had asked about David's injuries. Perhaps their acquaintance with Jerry had been short-lived. But during that time, he had become very close to the boy, and the loss of such a person is always difficult. That is why Director Donald asked the boy once again if he was really okay. David replied that he would be lying if he said yes. But if he sat there and tortured himself, it would only disappoint the 1,000-year-old man. So David stuck to his opinion that the director had nothing to worry about and thanked Donald for his concern. Donald understood the boy's behavior and what he was trying to suppress within himself, so he said that this time he would turn a blind eye to everything that had happened. The group of travelers destroyed the orc village and even managed to defeat a criminal who was quite powerful. He couldn't punish the students for their achievements, but if the boy encountered someone from this organization again, he had to promise not to take any risks. No matter what happened, Donald was the person responsible for this academy, and he couldn't just sit back and watch his students get hurt. David replied that he promised and, saying goodbye, hurried to the exit, promising to meet with Donald before the next outing. Donald realized that the boy had almost no classes now because he had finished all his courses early, so he hadn't heard that this was about to start. A little later, in the Adventure Club building, David met someone he did not expect to see at all. The boy asked what had brought his guest there, or rather, when he had managed to return to the academy. Duke Jeffrey was eagerly awaiting David's arrival. He wanted to talk to the corporal about the Nebula Kliger organization. David asked what was going on. What was this urgent conversation about the Clavier Nebula that needed to be held? For the past 15 days, his family had been conducting large-scale investigations to find the rats among their own. Clenching his fist, the young man said that, at the moment, they had managed to identify 19 traitors, 5 of whom he had taken care of personally. Those traitors who were still alive would be taken to Rhodolin for future interrogation. However, there was one significant problem. It seemed that the Grancia family's interrogation methods no longer worked on traitors, as none of the 11 detained rats lied. Therefore, given their caution, only one thing could be assumed. David finished his interlocutor's thought. He also thought that the rats might have learned to resist interrogation. The young man grabbed his head, tired of one headache constantly being replaced by another. In the end, it seemed that the only way to identify the traitors was to personally track the flow of their mana. The Duke said that was all he wanted to say, and if any information came to light, he would report it, looking forward to further cooperation. The Duke wanted them to continue working together at the upcoming midterm assessment meeting, but David didn't even know what that was. 2 days before the midterm exam, the students went to a deserted island belonging to the Philian Academy, called Philand. The exam participants lined up in several rows in front of Instructor Emma, who checked that everyone was present. Finally, the woman announced the rules for the midterm exam. As the students knew, Emma's classes were practical in nature, and she would have liked to conduct the tests on the battlefield, but that was impossible. To her great regret, the Academy's rules did not allow this. David coughed, feeling relieved by this information. Instead, the test participants would be placed on the island and would be able to take part in real battles without restrictions. Of course, the students did not have to worry about real death, as the Academy had prepared protective equipment for this case. As soon as a participant is unable to continue fighting, a spell will be cast that will transport them to the courtyard of the Philian Academy. In addition, the Academy will have the best doctors on standby, capable of healing the most serious wounds with a wave of their hand. The instructor concluded that students need not worry about methods and means, and can engage in any battle and give it their all. Finally, the woman announced that her students should fight and kill to their heart's content today. David noted that Emma was getting too carried away. Taking the bracelet, the woman ordered them to come up one by one when she called their names. Once they put on the accessory, they would be transported to the set coordinates. Looking at the rows of students, Emma said that she would call Florence first, and the girl responded eagerly. David thought that, as expected, the commander would also take part in the competition. Unexpectedly, the boy heard his classmates whispering behind his back, saying that the girl would get a passing grade because of her position. They were unhappy that they were studying with an underachieving student, but at least the girl would never have to worry about coming in last. David was offended by these words about the commander-in-chief. They accurately described the girl's current situation. Looking at the girl who was happily receiving the bracelet from Emma, the boy understood that this was an objective assessment of her abilities. With her skills, only death awaited her on the battlefield, but the commander had no choice. After the guy put on his bracelet, he found himself in some kind of forest. Looking around, David thought he was alone here. The boy even smiled, wanting to believe that at least this time, luck was on his side, but that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, behind one of the trees, another student from Emma's class was already watching the boy. The boy was very annoyed that he had to face this terrible monster as his opponent. In the end, the student realized that he had no choice and rushed at David, swinging an axe at him. When the smoke from the attack cleared, the boy heard David's voice behind him saying that it was too much to attack a younger boy from behind. David put the blade of his sword to his opponent's neck and said that this was probably what older people did. If the boy was right, then he was very upset, and David did not yet know that several more opponents were watching him from the edge of the clearing. Finally, the boy sensed someone else's presence and said that it seemed that the students had decided to form a temporary alliance. Perhaps at the Philian Academy, this was not a bad option for dealing with their main enemy. Turning sharply 180 degrees, the boy threw his sword at one of his opponents, who was hiding in a tree. When one of the students dropped out of the game, David said that this was clearly not the best strategy. The leader of the temporary coalition shouted that the surprise attack plan had failed and everyone should prepare for a fight. Even a monster couldn't stand up to all of them at once. They had a huge advantage in numbers, but David calmly replied that he didn't mind them all attacking together. In fact, it would be more interesting that way. A few minutes later, the boy was already sheathing his sword. Perhaps because his opponents were sophomores, it took some time. David was worried about Florence, who had been driven to the edge of the cliff, her opponents not thinking that the girl would hold out for so long. But looking at the girl now, the boys had no doubt that this was the end for her. The leader among them asked why Florence didn't just give up and end the test. The girl realized, looking at those who surrounded her, that it was beyond her strength. But at least she could attack them by surprise. Since the leader of this coalition was Frank, the best student in the third year, Florence believed that they did not expect to get beaten up. It was precisely because of this carelessness that those fools exposed themselves too much and gave the girl a good opportunity. Florence now had only one chance, a chance to deal with them with a single blow. The boys did not expect such a sudden turn of events. The girl pounced on them like a lioness, and the first thing they did was instinctively jump back. But Florence's sword still struck some of her opponents, and the boys were bleeding. Florence knew she couldn't stop now. The leader was still standing, so she had to gather her energy and direct it at Frank, all at once. The girl lost her momentum when the boy counterattacked her with his mace to the chest. The blow was so powerful that Florence flew a long distance away from her opponent and fell to the ground. Frank said that he was curious to see what the girl was going to do, but what the boy saw was nothing more than a clumsy child's game. He said that Florence was not a stupid girl and understood everything perfectly well herself. No matter how hard Emma's assistant fought, she didn't have the strength to defeat Frank. The guy suddenly laughed and said that anyway, he enjoyed watching Florence struggle. Meanwhile, David watched this dialogue from the branch of the nearest tree, glad that he had arrived in time. He knew that this was how it would end. For the commander-in-chief, this method of fighting was the best strategy. She first misled her opponent with the help of the terrain she had chosen. In addition, in the face of greater force, she was able to gain an advantage and not lose it. But now, the current general, Florence, could not emerge victorious from this battle under any circumstances. The whole thing was that we, a boy and a girl, were in a chasm of difference in level and skill. Florence was not going to die without a fight. She rushed at Frank again, but he was able to block her attack. He asked what exactly the girl had decided to do. Did she really think she could withstand his pressure? Florence replied in the affirmative. She said that the test wasn't over yet, if he hadn't noticed, and she wasn't going to give up. Suddenly, the girl attacked Frank with such force that he barely managed to hold his mace in his hands. But no matter how strong the commander's blow was, she saw that she had only managed to scratch her opponent's face. Frank became enraged, shouting that Florence was good at irritating other people and striking the girl on the back. When Florence fell to the ground, the boy said that, as a student who was falling behind in her studies, the girl had behaved with dignity. But what happened? Why was the girl upset? What was she counting on when she pointed her blade at him? Did she really hope for support, or some kind of skill? Why didn't she want to give up and fight against a freshman with no outstanding talents? Honestly, it seemed to him that the girl understood better than anyone else that she had no chance against him. But in that case, Frank couldn't understand why the girl did it, and dared to take such a senseless step. Florence paused for a moment, then replied that she simply had to do it, remembering her past. Emma's assistant said she had to become a general, and Frank snorted aloud, not understanding what that had to do with anything. Florence replied that it was directly related to the duel, that she must not give up on her dream. The girl believed with all her heart that this dream was her destiny, which nothing could replace. Frank swung his mace at her and said that it was time for the girl to stop talking about a dream she didn't understand at all. Lowering his mace at Florence, the boy said he no longer wanted to listen to this nonsense. But Frank did not expect the girl to have a defender. David cut the boy's mace in two with his sword. The corporal apologized for interrupting the conversation and added that, in his opinion, Frank should stop. The shocked third-year student did not understand what had happened a few seconds ago and why this boy was thanking him for aging. But Frank had no chance to elaborate on this thought, because David cut him down with his sword. Choking on his own blood, the boy blamed himself for being so reckless. David sheathed his sword and asked if Florence was all right. The girl thanked him for saving her. The commander was curious about how the boy ended up here, but David wasn't going to answer that question because he thought it was trivial. David admitted that he wanted to hear something from Florence, which was why he had protected her from her enemies. The girl looked at David and asked if he was going to talk about why she wanted to become a general. When his body language confirmed that she had understood correctly, Florence asked why he was interested in this question, and he replied that it was important to him. Emma's assistant sadly lowered her head and asked the boy if he had heard anything about the Night of the Fangs. David asked if she was referring to the invasion 10 years ago, which was the first battle between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. In fact, the Beastmen wanted to stop the Empire's expansion in the north, but that night, the girl lost her family. Florence remembered how, as a little girl, she would ask where her mother and brothers were going when it was time for dinner. Her family looked at her, standing in the doorway, but the girl was still too young to understand the events that were unfolding around her. Finally, Florence's mother leaned over to her daughter and said that there was nothing she could do, as she and the girl's brothers had urgent business to attend to. The woman stood up and, looking at the man holding the girl by the shoulders, said that he should take care of her daughter. In Florence's memory, this was her last conversation with her own family. She learned most of the information much later. On that day, the village knights were involved in an operation to block the broken wall, and it was not a strategy. They were simply left there to die, all because of misguided assumptions about the strength of the Beastmen. That day was a tragedy. Soon, as David probably knows, negotiations took place to end the war between the Empire and the Beastmen Alliance. Instead of giving up the Beastmen's territory, the Empire incorporated them into its territory. But for the village of Florence, whose inhabitants were sacrificed to achieve this result. Nothing changed. The Empire merely erected meaningless gravestones in the cemetery. The girl remembered seeing one of the surviving warriors in this cemetery, who had lost his arm and was crying over the graves of his comrades. He stood next to her and shouted at the gravestones, not understanding why his comrades had died. Some might say that those events were a noble sacrifice, but the girl disagreed. If it weren't for that, her relatives would not have died. They could have negotiated peace first, and if they had to fight, there were many other ways to take advantage of the terrain. All those deaths that day were not a noble sacrifice. They were the result of the negligence and incompetence of the leadership, and she knew that for sure. Even now, as she told the story, the girl realized that she still couldn't bear it. Florence said that she was going to become a general, so that there would be no more senseless sacrifices. The girl was confident that she would achieve her goal of becoming the best commander-in-chief of the Empire, because the memorial monument depicting those who could still be alive was of no use to anyone. Suddenly, Florence realized that she had become very absorbed in your story, and apologized. David replied that it was not a pleasant story, but it was precisely because Florence had finally opened up to him that the young man now knew something for sure. David decided once and for all, as expected, that he could not abandon Florence. But at the same time, he would not turn a blind eye to the death that was approaching the girl. He did not want to feel that again. Jerry's death was enough for him, even though he had not known him as long as he had known the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, David and Florence's conversation was interrupted by a stream of blue mana, which was increasing with every passing second. Florence immediately recognized who it belonged to, and David gritted his teeth. This guy was so impatient. He turned to the girl and said that it seemed their time was coming to an end, so David decided to say something briefly. He asked if the girl was familiar with shadow mana. The conditions for awakening it were difficult, but once she learned how to use it, she would become much stronger. The guy said that one of his friends, referring to the commander-in-chief herself, had made a name for himself with it, and he was just like Florence. The guy was confident that the girl would succeed, so he encouraged her to learn more about this mana. Seeing Florence's excitement, he said that for now, it was enough for her to know that David had decided to be on her side and would definitely help her. The future commander-in-chief did not know how to react to the boy's confession. She was very touched by his concern. Without waiting for a response from the girl, David suddenly pushed her off the cliff. The boy smiled and said that third place would be enough for Florence today. Watching the girl fall into the abyss with screams, David said that they would see each other again very soon. The boy had dealt with one problem, and now only the two of them remained in this location, with the Duke standing opposite him. David said that, judging by the pomp with which he had appeared, Jeffrey's companions had already abandoned him. The Duke agreed with this statement and added that only the two of them remained on these islands. He drew his sword from its sheath and said that he did not need to explain to David what that meant. The corporal followed suit and replied that he did not need any explanations, as David knew the circumstances better than anyone else. He noted that Duke Jeffrey had wanted to find out for a long time, and now the moment had come. The two young men crossed their swords, and a bright light shone on the rock. The energy in both of them was very powerful, and now it would become clear which of them was the stronger. Florence woke up with a scream of horror. She still felt as if she were falling, but when she saw a crowd of students in front of her, looking at a large screen in the sky, the girl realized that she was already at the academy. Looking at herself, Florence realized that she had been healed, which meant that she had failed the exams and returned. Suddenly, the girl remembered what David had told her before she lost consciousness. Florence had taken third place. This could only mean one thing. Only these two crazy people remained on the island. Meanwhile, the fight between the boys turned into a chase. Jeffrey tried to catch up with his opponent, who was flying through the forest. Realizing that David was too fast, Jeffrey activated his mana, which flew in front of him and twisted the air into a tornado. David called the guy a crazy freak, but the Duke had learned to split his storm sword and direct it straight at his target. Of course, it was dangerous, but if the Duke decided to disperse his power, David had a chance to counterattack. The boy used one of Emma's instructor styles against the Duke, called the long sword. When the two forces collided, there was another powerful explosion. David barely managed to block the Duke's counterattack. If the Duke had not divided the power of his aura, the boy would have already lost. David wondered what had happened after all, as Duke Grancia's growth exceeded all his expectations. Jeffrey's mastery of the storm sword was now much more skillful than when they had caught Donovan the Rat. He even matched David in attack speed, and back then he lacked speed so much, how was that even possible? David noted with great dissatisfaction that this shithead had become much stronger than he had been at this age in his past life. The Duke was also surprised. Of course, he didn't use the storm sword to its full potential, but he couldn't have imagined that the boy would deal with him like that. David could indeed cut through mana. And what's more, the boy had mastered Emma's sword technique perfectly, improving his skills. Suddenly, Jeffrey felt that due to the increase in speed with the help of mana, he was already at his limit, and he needed to finish as quickly as possible. David thought that if the Duke adjusted even more to his movements, the boy would have no chance of winning against his technique. David prepared for another attack. He couldn't hold back any longer. He had to finish Jeffrey right now with one blow. But another clash between the two students ended in a draw again. They were wounded but still standing. Time was running out, so David decided to try again and rushed towards the Duke. Duke Grancia activated his storm sword again for defense, raising a large tornado in the middle of the clearing. But Jeffrey's attack was not powerful enough, and when the wind died down, the boy saw David standing opposite him. The Duke said that the boy had to quickly dodge the storm sword, but even after doing so, David still managed to counterattack. While Jeffrey was busy assessing his condition, David attacked him a third time. Duke Grancia smiled when he saw his opponent's actions and said that David never ceased to amaze him. David did not like being laughed at, and replied that he had cut Jeffrey with his sword, but he was still so pleased. In the boy's opinion, the Duke was indeed a sick freak, and they clashed again in a fierce battle, inflicting further wounds on each other. Both gifted students were very stubborn, each striving for victory. Meanwhile, the audience at the academy could not take their eyes off the screen. They could not believe that this was a fight between first-year students. They believed it would be fairer if the academy held a separate exam for them. Even if a war broke out there, the forest would not suffer so much. Florence, hearing all this talk, was very worried about David. Emma, on the other hand, was pleased. The fight was interesting, and both candidates had grown significantly since entering the academy. However, the woman could clearly see that both fighters were exhausted. So whether they wanted it or not, the next exchange of blows could be their last. The boys stood facing each other, swords crossed, neither willing to give way to the other. The Duke said that he was lucky to have met such a worthy opponent, and that joining the academy was the best decision he ever made. Jeffrey asked if the boy felt it was time to end their duel. David replied that he felt the same way, that it was necessary to end it because he already felt himself developing feelings of attachment to the Duke. The boys attacked each other again, and a third powerful explosion occurred. Jeffrey was going to give it his all, and warned his opponent about it, wanting David to show him everything he was capable of. Hearing these words, the corporal smiled, and once again the boy was convinced that Duke Grancia was definitely insane. But after saying these words aloud, David thought he had to win this guy over to his side. But before doing so, he needed to finally show the Duke who was in charge on this island. David jumped forward and struck Jeffrey before he had time to react, and the boy had already flown behind him. The Duke couldn't understand how his opponent had become even faster with such injuries, but David struck blow after blow without stopping. Jeffrey couldn't keep up with his current speed, no matter how much he wanted to. The strain on David's body from such extreme speed would be beyond imagination. The Duke couldn't understand one thing. Did the boy himself not understand the consequences that awaited him? Raising his sword above his head, the Duke shouted that thanks to David, he had learned something new again. Stabbing his sword into the ground, Jeffrey invited his opponent to attack. David seemed to have been waiting for this invitation, and he rushed towards the Duke. David was almost beside himself with rage. The sick bastard couldn't catch up with him, so he decided to release the sword's mana in front of him. Due to his wounds, the Duke could not control his mana properly, and felt intense pain when using it. Jeffrey probably had a strong desire to win, but David had no intention of giving up. The corporal understood that they were both approaching their limits. They simply did not have time for a tedious and long fight to the end. The young man decided to reach his opponent with one powerful leap and finish him off with a single blow. But Jeffrey said that he had expected the boy to rush at him, and David did not disappoint him at all. The Duke began to accumulate even more mana in order to put all his strength into the upcoming counterattack. By all indications, this clash was indeed supposed to be the last in this brutal duel. The Duke used his Storm Sword aura to its fullest, and it formed a dome around the boys and released an energy beam into space. The shockwave destroyed everything around the two opponents, and turned the living forest into a pile of upturned earth and stones. When the energy subsided in a huge crater, David and Jeffrey remained standing. While the Duke tried to hold onto his sword, David decided to secure the result and jumped at him. The corporal had no intention of dying with the Duke. He did not think that the Duke would put so much force into his sword that even he himself would suffer. Duke Grancia saw his opponent approaching him, and David thought that he was indeed crazy when it came to fencing. But thanks to this crazy Duke Jeffrey Grancia, the boy realized something important. David realized that getting into the Filion Academy was the best decision he had ever made. Today, one of them would die on this island, and David had no intention of being the victim. All the spectators held their breath, and Instructor Emma sighed with relief as the finale finally approached. The boys clashed again in a fierce battle, and the metallic clang of weapons rang out across the lawn. Once again, a very bright light flashed, hiding the winner and the loser. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, the observers saw the opponents still standing on their feet. At first glance, nothing had changed. Unexpectedly, the Duke said that he had nothing more to show David. Jeffrey Grancia's legs buckled, and he fell rapidly to the ground at David's feet. The corporal laughed at how many words there were. But now the Duke was in such a state. With the words that victory was his achievement, the boy also began to fall to the ground. Both boys lay side by side and did not move. The duel was finally over. On the square of the Filion Academy, spectators watched this scene in complete silence. When the crowd realized that the finale had taken place, there was a huge commotion, and the students were delighted that the midterm exam was finally over. After a while, David came to his senses. He was lying on a bed in the infirmary, his body still feeling the effects of his fight with the Duke. Florence and Emma stood by the corporal's bed, waiting for him to wake up. Instructor Emma said that the exam was over, that she and the Duke had made such a mess that cleaning up after them was still a nightmare. But in her opinion, their duel had been wonderful and worth all the trouble. Emma said that if David woke up first, it meant that, at the very least, he had more stamina than Jeffrey. This information cheered up the corporal, and he shouted that it meant the Duke had lost. Emma replied that it couldn't be called a victory, nor could it be called a defeat. After a short pause, the instructor announced that both boys had returned at the same time. Therefore, after consultation, both students were awarded a draw and would share first place. David lowered his head, expecting that this would be the end. But Emma noted that he took it better than she had expected. The instructor, like Florence, thought that the boy would start shouting, refusing to accept such a result. but David asked who they thought he was. He scratched the back of his head and said that he had simply predicted that this would be the outcome. That asshole Jeffrey turned out to be an extremely strong opponent, much stronger than the corporal had previously thought. So in a sense, the outcome of their fight was obvious to David. But now David planned to train even harder so that next time he could defeat his opponent once and for all. Emma looked at the boy and thought that he had grown not only in skill. Now it seemed that the boy had even matured a little. Everything was fine. There was no reason to cry. Both boys had gained valuable experience from the fight, especially David. Instructor Emma said that the boy had finally successfully used his mana. David was shocked by this information, and even asked Emma if he hadn't used his mana in his last strike. David looked at his hands. Come to think of it, at the moment of the strike, he had felt something strange. Emma confirmed that it was the energy of the sword, which could only be released with mana. David had reached a new level, completely different from where he had been before. The instructor watched the boy's reaction and realized that, judging by his reaction, he would not be able to repeat it at will. The instructor said that this issue needed to be addressed urgently because, unlike the other students, the boy was subject to restrictions, especially considering that no one knew when the enemies would show up again. The instructor ordered Florence to take David to that useless bastard tomorrow at dawn. At first, the girl did not understand who she was talking about, but after a few seconds, she asked if she was referring to Professor Gerard Stonestone. The next day, the girl met with the boy. Florence hadn't seen the professor in a long time, and David couldn't believe that Emma had ordered her to do this. The corporal asked Florence if Gerard was so good, and she replied that he was the best in the field of mana control, and everyone often asked him for help. During mana control classes, students sometimes get confused and their cores begin to harden. In such situations, the students just needed to be taken to Professor Gerard, and he would easily deal with it. David asked why Emma didn't like him, and Florence replied that she didn't know the reason, but she thought they just didn't get along. She told the boy that when he met the professor, he would understand everything himself, as this person was very peculiar. David smiled and let it go. It had nothing to do with him. The main thing was that he would be able to use mana. But if this Professor Gerard was really that good, it could mean that he knew something about General Florence's mana. In his past life, little was known about shadow mana, so David knew almost nothing about it. If they were going there, it would be a good idea to ask about it. Florence heard David talking to the Duke before they left, and she asked if he had accepted the boy's offer. David laughed out loud and replied in the affirmative, saying it was an offer he couldn't refuse. In the hall of the Travelers Club, Jeffrey said that he and David were of the same mind if they decided to meet immediately after discharge. Duke Grancia said that he was not going to settle for a draw either, and grabbed his sword. But David said that Jeffrey should calm down, that he was also dissatisfied with the result, but that he had invited him for a different reason. These words confused the Duke. He could not understand what other reason there could be for inviting him except to fight. But a moment later, he saw David holding an application form for membership in the Travelers Club, and the boy offered him membership. They go beyond the school and gain real combat experience. Jeffrey asked if he wanted to be friends with an enemy who would one day defeat him. With a dismissive snort, Duke Grancia asked why David thought he had nothing better to do. He walked to the exit, saying he wasn't going to listen to this nonsense. But behind him, he heard David laughing and saying that he was planning to throw a housewarming party with all the club members. This party was to take place on the very day his sister Willow was moving to the capital. Jeffrey stopped instantly and shouted at David to repeat what he had said, asking if Lady Willow was really moving to the capital. A second later, the guy rushed back with a bunch of questions, demanding details. Where the meeting was, whether it was safe there, whether the girl would have security. But David had no intention of answering his questions because Jeffrey wasn't even a member of his club. So why should he tell him such details? But if the Duke decided to join the Travelers Club after all, he might change his mind. When Jeffrey signed all the necessary papers, he handed them to David. It took only a few seconds. But when all the formalities were settled, Duke Grancia began to demand that the corporal tell him all the details of the case. David now told Florence all these details, and added that this man would become the head of the Grancia family, and he was now concerned about their future. Finally, Florence said that they had arrived at their destination, which was Professor Gerard's workplace. The boy looked at the huge Gothic-style tower, around which crows were circling. This tower had the number 41. David wondered why this tower was so gloomy. He understood why Professor Lillian was so frightened. But what was wrong with this boy? The conversation was interrupted by a voice behind them. The man asked why the assistant of the vile swordswoman had come to him. Turning around, David saw Professor Gerard himself standing in front of him. Florence stammered her greetings and said that David was having trouble controlling his mana, so the instructor asked her to bring him to him. Gerard asked mockingly if it was really the instructor, Emma herself, who had sent the boy and girl to him for such trifles. Looking at David, the man said that he was probably a promising student, and Gerard immediately asked him to stop being so polite. The professor immediately asked how much money the boy had with him. But at first, the corporal did not even understand the question. The professor replied that he did not volunteer and charged money for his services. Looking closely at David's face, he asked again how much money the young man had prepared to achieve his goals. David couldn't believe what he was hearing, so he asked the professor if he was serious. While David was shouting that the teacher was forcing him to pay for his services, the professor sarcastically replied that the young man had outstanding analytical skills. Gerard said that he charges a minimum of 10 gold coins for 1 hour of work, and that is, of course, per person. The professor wasn't joking at all. He was completely serious about everything he said, fleecing his students. David said he had no money, but perhaps there was a way to negotiate. Gerard replied that as an alternative, the boy could go to hell. And if the guy was still gonna go there, he could ask that bitch, Instructor Emma, for 10 gold coins. Gerard was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and said that there was another option, and the students should follow him. He wanted to offer the boy and girl a deal, and apparently the friends had no other choice. On the way, David kept answering Gerard's questions about Jerry's ring, and he didn't even notice when they arrived at this room. The place was very strange, and David couldn't say that it was clean. Rather, it was empty, like a prison. As soon as they entered, the boy stopped hearing any sounds from the street. Could it be that Gerard had cast a spell of silence on the entire tower? Even the locks on the doors were reinforced with magic. The corporal wondered what the professor was doing here if he needed such serious protective magic. Gerard sat down at the table opposite the boy and girl, and said that before they got down to business, he would like to take a look at the ring. David said that this item was very important to him, and asked the professor to be careful. But the professor replied that the ring was also valuable to him. Looking at it more closely, he felt how pure and ancient the mana in it was. The dragon had devoted more than 2,000 years to studying elemental magic. Holding the ring in his hand a little longer, Professor Gerard suddenly felt that it was not the mana of a dragon, but of an elf. The young man was shocked, but Gerard replied that to become a professor at Philion, one had to be able to do at least that. Finally, the professor gave the ring back to the boy and said that the conditions were simple. He asked permission to release some mana from the ring. He explained that for his experiment, he needed the mana of a race that lived long and practiced magic for many years. Of course, there are high elves mages in Philion, but their mana is not even close to that of this artifact. For a young man still studying at the academy, he had managed to make some impressive connections. Gerard said that in return, he promised to fully support David in all his endeavors. The offer was tempting, but David wanted Professor Gerard to help solve Florence's problem, which made her jump with surprise. The professor replied that he only needed a crumb of mana, but the young man also set additional conditions. David got up from his chair and said that if they couldn't agree on this issue, he would leave. The professor was not going to change his mind. David and Florence headed for the exit, and Gerard said he would offer a 50% discount. It was all in vain, and in the end, the professor agreed. He noted that David was also very good at negotiating, and the young man thanked him for the compliment. Gerard said that for starters, they should look at the student's problem. If Emma had sent the boy to him, the problem was serious. He activated the magic circle in the middle of the hall and asked David to stand in its center. The teacher himself approached the boy and stood behind him, placing his hands on his back. A second passed, and Gerard said that the boy had recently begun to feel mana, but there were almost no traces of its use in his body. David replied that he could only feel mana, not use it, all because of the freak who had put a curse on him. Gerard knew that this was no ordinary curse. It was now trying to close David's mana channel, which had barely managed to open. He said that he would now try to pour his mana into the channel and force it open, and the pain would be like a knife running down the boy's spine. But David had no choice. He had to endure this torture. A moment later, despite the fact that the boy was not ready for this, the professor began his treatment method, and David screamed at the top of his lungs. While David endured the excruciating pain, the professor was able to penetrate his consciousness, and so far, everything was going very well. But suddenly, Gerard felt a huge surge of dark energy envelop him in a matter of seconds. The shocked professor couldn't understand what he was seeing. This shit was huge. He had never seen such a thing appear inside an ordinary boy before. The professor tried with all his might to fight the darkness inside David, but it prevailed. Suddenly, the professor flew out of the circle and began vomiting blood in front of the students. David rushed to him and asked if everything was okay with Gerard, why he had so suddenly interrupted the procedure. But instead of answering, the teacher suddenly began to recite a spell that was supposed to open something. The words Gerard spoke were familiar to David. He had definitely heard them before. It was the same spell Corinne had used. With this spell, they had entered Separacchio, and now it was happening again. At that moment, Professor Lillian was sorting through some literature when she noticed that Gerard had suddenly opened her door, and she wondered why. Seeing David and Florence with the professor, she asked what was going on, and the students called for her help. Lillian ran up to Gerard, trying to understand what was happening, and shouted that the professor needed urgent help. Putting a magic circle on his head, the woman saw everything with her own eyes. She asked the corporal if it was true that Gerard had poured his mana into David, and the boy replied that they wanted to expand his mana channel. Lillian replied that the professor had acted so rashly because, in David's case, it was necessary to proceed with extreme caution. She believed that part of the boy's curse had now been transferred to the professor through mana. This curse was of the highest evil, so no one but the boy could withstand it. If things continue this way, Professor Gerard Staunton will die. David asked Professor Lillian if the professor would die because of his curse. The sorceress replied that if they did nothing now, that would indeed happen. Fortunately, the curse had not yet had time to penetrate deeply into him, so the woman was confident that she would be able to remove it. After a few minutes of hard work, a monster with lots of eyes popped out of Professor Gerard's mouth. With one deft movement, the woman tore it out of her colleague's body, and it immediately began to growl loudly with rage. Lillian shouted that David should chop the creature in half, and the young man, without hesitation, did what was required of him. When it was all over, Florence rushed to the professor's aid, and the man was barely breathing. Gerard thanked Lillian for saving him, but she replied that it was thanks to his reaction. If the curse had penetrated deeper, nothing would have worked. She asked if he remembered her story about recently meeting a student with the worst curse, and that it was David. The boy ran up to the professor and asked how he was feeling, and he replied that everything was fine, thanks to David. He had had an unforgettable experience. He would never have thought that such an incredible curse could even exist. It must have been difficult for the boy to live with it. But be that as it may, Gerard believed that he had kept his promise, and the boy was very surprised by this statement. Gerard asked Professor Lillian to urgently examine the student's condition. Fulfilling her colleague's request, the woman was shocked to see mana flowing freely through David's body. The professor rushed over to the boy and began to examine him more closely. Although weak, his mana channels had indeed opened. She asked if the boy had recently tried to remove a curse, or perhaps fallen into a pit with cursed eyes, but he replied that he had done nothing of the sort. Lillian said she didn't know why, but the curse that had blocked his mana had weakened, and even now, a strange force continued to destroy it. It could be compared to rain and wind wearing away a giant stone. Of course, the curse was still trying to close the boy's mana channels, but thanks to this power and the expansion of the channels, it was not easy to do so. David was thrilled and asked if he could now use his mana. Lillian replied that, in theory, yes. The boy would have to learn how to use it for a long time, because the curse was still trying to block his channels. But if David trained every day, in 20 years he would succeed. David was not at all satisfied with such predictions. What did those 20 years mean? He couldn't wait that long. Lillian thought it was a miracle, because without completely removing the curse, which is very dangerous, the boy could only solve this problem through training. Gerard said that there was a way to speed up the process. It all depended on David's efforts, but he could significantly reduce the time. The professor suggested using a mana training method that he had invented himself. He put his hands on the boy's back again and told him to listen carefully. As far as the professor could see, David could control only a very small amount of mana. The boy's channels had only just opened and were much narrower than those of other students. If the boy learned this method and trained diligently, expanding his channels, he could increase the amount of mana he could use. It all depended on the boy's abilities. But in 5 years, according to Gerard, he would be able to use as much mana as the others. The professor said that he would now pour his mana into the boy, so that he could understand where his channels flowed. It was still risky, but there might not be another chance when David's curse was weakened. Gerard announced that they were starting, and at that very moment, the boy felt incredible pain throughout his body. This training method differed from others in that the boy had to adjust the speed and direction of his mana as accurately as possible. David must not rush. His task was to carefully direct his mana. The boy had to strengthen the weak and sluggish channels with his powerful mana. He had to repeat the path that Gerard had shown him, step by step, without rushing, using his mana. After all the careful manipulations, the boy's mana would gradually become his strength. He asked if the boy understood what exactly he needed to do, and the boy answered decisively and affirmatively. David agreed to try again, but on his own, and this time the professor was surprised. He showed the boy the way only once, and the boy remembered everything and directed the mana perfectly. But in fact, it was logical. If that bitch had taken a liking to him, David's talent was on a completely different level. Gerard lowered his hands and said that, thanks to David, he would no longer have to deal with this curse. But the boy was hardly listening to his mentor anymore. He was looking at his hand, around which he could see his own mana. The boy realized that he was changing and becoming completely different from who he was in his past life. Back then, David couldn't even dream of his mother, but now he could use her calmly. Looking back at Gerard, the boy sincerely thanked the professor for his work. Now the boy understood exactly why the professor wanted money for his services. But suddenly, Gerard fell unconscious to the floor. When the sorcerer came to, he said that he had dealt with David's problem. So now David had to fulfill his part of the agreement. David replied that this would not be a problem, but first the professor needed to be treated. The professor replied that his condition was irrelevant. It was much more important for him to save her, even at the cost of others' lives, and he begged David to fulfill his request now, as agreed. Gerard clung to the boy's uniform. He was not going to back down from what he had planned. He needed the ring. Lillian said that the professor must have suffered a temporary lapse of reason due to excessive stress. Apparently, he needed the ring for the research he had been talking about all the time. She looked at Gerard and said that it was all happening because he was still clinging to the past. David and Florence decided to rush the professor to the doctor's office. Florence hurried the boy along because the nearest medical office was in the Lexian building. All the locks on the doors had to be engaged, and they had no more than 5 minutes, but unexpectedly, everything went wrong. The magic lock on the door got stronger because Gerard used his magic on it. After that, he pointed his hand to the opposite end of the room and said that now the students should turn around and go that way. David looked in that direction and saw that instead of a wall, a passageway was forming before his eyes. The boy looked at the professor and said that it did not look like an exit from the tower. He needed to open the door, which was blocked by secret magic. But Gerard insisted that they had to go down before the rose wilted. After descending the stairs to the very bottom, Florence and David froze in place, unable to understand what was happening. David didn't know what Professor Gerard was doing here, but it seemed to him that they had seen something they shouldn't have. In the middle of the large hall, the boy and girl saw a huge flask filled with some kind of liquid, in which a beautiful woman was floating. David came closer and said that it was because of this woman that Gerard had caused all this commotion, which seemed very likely. The boy laid the professor on the floor and asked Florence to help him. He wanted to look for something that could help them. This basement contained traces of horrific experiments on monsters and suspicious ingredients. At first glance, the boy could tell that these were unusual studies. In fact, David couldn't even imagine how far Professor Gerard had gone. He wanted to explore the mystery of resurrection. He looked back at the professor and wondered what the hell he was doing here. Gerard said he was almost done. He had just a little left. David read the first entry in the diary, which said that fortunately, the professor had managed to preserve the body before it began to decompose. The body is the shell that houses the soul, so as long as the shell was intact, there was still a chance. The man firmly believed that he could bring his only wife, Selena, back to life. Everyone around him said that no one had ever been brought back to life. But that didn't matter. Gerard decided that he would never give up. The 54th attempt to bring someone back to life was described, but the heart that Gerard bought on the northern black market did not work. During his 76th attempt, he was dismissed from his position. Without money, he could not continue his research and needed a source of income. With the help of the professor's position, Gerard was able to transfer Selena to the basement of the Magic Tower in Philion, and from that day on, he became a teacher. The man couldn't stand teaching students stupid things, but he had no choice because it was the only way to cover the costs of saving his wife. There were many entries in this diary, but the result was the same. No progress was made. David realized that when he wondered why the professor was so dependent on money, he unexpectedly found this. Of course, ingredients like this are not so easy to come by, but it is impossible to do so by normal means. In the end, this man did everything possible and impossible to save his loved one. In his past life, David often encountered this. People were so crazy in love that they gave up everything. Even now, there was a similar person among his acquaintances, namely Duke Jeffrey Grancia. The only problem was that such people did not end well, because there were those who took advantage of this weakness to harm them. Suddenly, David read that the professor had no choice but to agree to a deal with the suspicious people. Now David was holding a note that apparently had been sent to the professor by those same suspicious people. Suddenly, Gerard's voice interrupted the boy's thoughts, asking what he was doing. The professor asked if the boy had been rummaging through his things, and David replied that of course, he had not. The boy explained that he was just looking for something that could help them. To make his story sound more believable, David added that he couldn't even cope with the mania normally, let alone figure out what was what. Meanwhile, in the depths of a remote cave, the boss was informed that contact had been established without any problems. At first, there were some doubts, but the conclusion of the agreement was only a matter of time. He desperately needed the essence of pure blood, which only its owner could provide. The boss found it funny that Gerard was ready to go to hell for one woman. In his opinion, human beings were so stupid, but that actually worked in his favor. Gerard gave the boy the ring and apologized for making him wait so long. David asked what exactly the professor had done. He only needed a drop of mana, but thanks to that, the next step in the experiment was completed. So he was grateful for everything. Gerard said he assumed David already had a rough idea of what experiments were being conducted in this laboratory. Although he considered it rude, he asked to keep what the students had seen a secret, and David saw no problem with that. The professor was very pleased with the boy's response, and sincerely thanked David for his help and understanding. Unexpectedly, Gerard turned to Florence and said that he now wanted to deal with her problem. Looking closely at the girl, the professor said that it probably wouldn't be as difficult with her as it was with David. But Florence also exuded a rather unusual energy, which he could not yet fully understand. After saying goodbye to Gerard, the boy and girl went their separate ways, each to their own business. David was pleased that he had managed to steal something. The corporal reasoned that if the connection between these suspicious people and the cult was proven, it would be another thread in his investigation. Perhaps Professor Gerard Staunton himself was a member of the same cult and had helped him. But that did not dispel his suspicions. If this turned out to be true, David would have no choice but to do one thing. The entire contents of the note had disappeared, leaving only these stains. Perhaps it was some kind of magical password, in which case it was complicated, and Thomas would need to take a look. The bloodstains grew larger and larger, and, unexpectedly, separated from the note and flew into the air. David watched this strange phenomenon, not knowing how it would end. The blood seemed to dance in the air. Suddenly, the boy heard Ruby's voice. The girl said that it was a letter written with vampire magic, and she had come because she had sensed it. The vampire did not expect to see David here, just as the boy did not expect to see her. They had not seen each other for a long time. David said that since the girl had taken Sita away for research, there had been no news from her. They were probably both very busy. The guy asked how the research was going, and the girl replied that thanks to David and Sita, they had made significant progress. In return, she taught Sita blood magic, and, as expected, the beast's talent exceeded all her dreams. David would also be surprised when he saw it. Remembering the letter, the girl asked where the guy got the blood letter, and he asked in surprise what she was talking about. Surely she meant the note. A blood letter is one of the main manifestations of blood magic, which can be used to compress large amounts of information. Vampires often use such letters during secret negotiations. To read it, you just need to pour mana into it. Suddenly, words written in blood appeared in the air, saying that you need to go to the address to get what you need. The essence of blood is the next material for the professor's research. But since when has the Nebula been involved in volunteer work? Ruby also couldn't believe that Crooked Hook, who signed the note, could have agreed to such a deal. David asked if she was familiar with them. Crooked Hook was an organization of young vampires, no more than 200 years old, who were involved in all sorts of low and dark deeds. They justified these deeds as the revival of the golden age of vampires, but these creatures were completely immature. Adding to all this strangeness was the fact that these vampires spoke of the essence of pure blood. which was a rarity even in the world of vampires. Ruby asked if David could tell her who was the first recipient of this note. This was a very important question, because if this person took such an offer lightly, they could lose much more than their life. David's words made the girl very concerned for the professor's safety. He said that he had actually found the note in Professor Gerard's laboratory. Ruby expected something strange, but the boy was talking about Gerard Stonestone, the former chief magician of the Full Tower. David was impressed. Was the professor really that remarkable? Ruby said that his magic was known even among vampires, that he was 1 in a million. The boy asked if that meant Professor Gerard was in no danger and could take care of everything himself. Ruby replied that he was so powerful that he could get rid of several immature vampires at once. But if the man really needed the essence of pure blood, things could take a different turn. It is a special object with a high content of vampire mana collected in the body of someone who has practiced blood magic for a long time. This object can be quite effective depending on how it is used. Unless the vampire who possesses the essence releases it personally using blood magic, it will simply be an ordinary red stone. In other words, without the cooperation of vampires, it is impossible to obtain this essence. David asked if the girl meant that the professor would have no choice but to agree to their terms. Ruby replied that she roughly understood what they wanted from Gerard. The goal of the blood hook was clear. Meanwhile, representatives of the vampires were already waiting for the professor at the entrance. And finally, they saw him appear. He was their new candidate for subjugation, the one the master had spoken of, the magician Gerard Stonestone. One of the vampires asked another if this sorcerer was really so powerful, because he did not feel any energy from him. The second replied that they must not lose vigilance, because he was still in his prime, having even fought with the Holy Sword, Emma. Turning to Gerard, the vampire greeted him, but he replied that he did not see their master here. The vampire replied that he was waiting for the professor inside, but before that, could the man take off his cloak? The vampire assured him that these were just precautions, as they needed to confirm the man's identity. Gerard said that vampires only had a scary name, but in reality they were cowards. The professor took off his hood and showed his face, asking if that would be enough. The vampire thanked Gerard for his understanding, and added that it was indeed enough to let him in. He said he would take the professor inside, but suddenly saw the hilt of a sword under his cloak. He didn't understand why, but suddenly Gerard approached him and said that he had seen this before. With a combination of several blows, the professor dealt with all the vampires except one, cutting them into several pieces. David, under the guise of Professor Gerard, smiled and said that the monsters could go to the afterlife. A few days earlier, Ruby and David were talking again at the Travelers Club, and the girl had brought the transformation potion that the boy had asked for. She said that with this potion, the boy could take on the appearance of Professor Gerard for 30 minutes. Although the transformation period was short, the effect was obvious, so the boy would be able to deceive the bloody hooks. Ruby asked if David was sure he could handle it alone. They were still young, of course, but they were still over 100 years old. She didn't know the boy's skills, but offered to go with him. David replied that if representatives of the same race clashed, she would be in trouble. The boy laughed out loud and promised that nothing would happen to him, telling Ruby not to worry. Of course, that would be the case, because it couldn't be them, and now, under the guise of a professor, David had already cut down almost the entire squad of vampires that had met him. The head of the vampire the boy had been talking to rolled to the feet of the last survivor. This vampire couldn't believe that there was really a human standing in front of him. And this human was definitely not Professor Gerard. The young man suddenly grabbed the vampire by the face and squeezed tightly, silencing him. Threatening the creature with his sword, the young man said that from now on, it would only answer the questions he asked. He had to do so if he did not want to lose all his limbs. Sometime later, the boy was already moving through a dark tunnel, lit only by torches that were rarely found along the way. As the vampire had said, there were no traps along the way. This guard turned out to be more honest than he had thought. If David had known this in advance, he could have avoided excessive casualties, but there was nothing he could do about it now. In any case, this temple seemed strange to the boy. Perhaps because of the drawings on the walls or the atmosphere. It was as if he had seen it before. Suddenly, the boy began to smell a very strange aroma, which tickled his nostrils more and more as he walked forward. David decided that now was not the time to be distracted, because there were much more important things to do. A terrible smell of blood was coming from the door he saw ahead, and David stopped to mentally prepare himself for what was behind it. Plucking up his courage and opening the door, the boy saw a horrific scene. One of the vampires was drinking blood from a severed arm. Others were doing the same thing next to him, and the vampire standing in the center said he was grateful to Gerard for coming all this way. This slender blonde man smiled and introduced himself as the leader of the Crooked Hook, Gregory Arnstaffel. He added that he was sorry to have to show him such a dirty side, but since the professor had arrived late, they had to have dinner. Gregory asked if Gerard wanted to join their ceremony, saying that he needed to calm down, as there were no living people here, and therefore no one to save. David tried to calm himself down. He had to focus on his primary goal, and replied that the sight made him feel sick. He asked if there were few guests here for a simple exchange, but Gregory replied that he shouldn't feel obligated. They just needed to attract new talent. It had been a long time since the members of the Crooked Hook had gathered together, but Gerard should know that their intentions were sincere. The professor said that it didn't matter if they gave him the essence of pure blood, and asked what the terms of the agreement were. Gregory replied that it was simple. Through a blood oath, guaranteed by his life, the professor would become a member of their family. Gerard replied that this was nonsense, that the vampires wanted him to become their slave. Gregory replied that he regretted that the professor thought so. It was nothing so modest. Rather, the professor must renounce his weak human flesh and receive an honor he could not even dream of. Together, they would give new life to the vampire race. But to do so, they would first have to get rid of the older generation, the pacifist generation. They will be direct witnesses to these historic events, and Gregory was going to give Gerard a chance to experience it. According to the leader of the Bloodhook, the professor would be a proud warrior in the Holy War for the revival of the vampire race. Having spoken all these wet dreams aloud, he asked if Gerard considered it an honor that no ordinary person would ever see. The professor replied that he didn't know about happiness, but he couldn't even imagine how crazy the members of the Bloody Hook were. Gregory laughed, noting that since he was still human, it would be difficult for him to understand such profound meaning. He suggested thinking about it at the very moment the exchange took place, as it was the only chance to obtain the essence of pure blood. Gregory could guarantee that if the professor refused now, he would never get it anywhere else, because even they found it difficult to obtain such a rarity. The professor replied that, given what was happening around him, if he agreed, they would not let him go so easily. Gregory agreed and snapped his fingers, and at that moment vampires ran around them. The henchmen of the Bloody Hook surrounded Gerard. In the opinion of the chief vampire, this could help the professor make the right choice. Gregory noted that the professor should not even resist, as if he had not yet noticed that the flow of mana here was unstable. The equipment installed here was of the highest quality, and no matter how powerful a mage Gerard was, he would not be able to use magic. And if the man decided to use force to use it, his mana core would explode, and Gerard would never be able to use mana again. Finally, the vampire said that if it had come to this, the professor should think about whether he wanted things to turn out this way. After all, after that, the man would become as lifeless a piece of flesh as his precious wife. And for vampires personally, Gerard would be a tasty bag of blood. Gregory asked the man what he thought about this, and assured him that it would all be over very quickly if he just accepted his offer. Unexpectedly, Gerard began to remove his hood, saying that the vampire bitches had prepared very well for this meeting, but it wouldn't be him if he couldn't handle it. On behalf of the professor, David said he was happy to be there. Gregory was surprised to notice that the guy was not Gerard and asked who he was. While he was yelling at his subordinates about how some man had appeared here, the guy grabbed the hilt of his sword. Dave did what he always did, using a combination of lightning-fast strikes to get rid of all the vampires within his reach. He didn't want to answer Gregory's question, how, because he saw no difference in telling him his entire plan in detail. Having finally transformed into himself, David, with Sita on his shoulder, told all the vampires to shut their sucking mouths. Gregory exploded with rage, shouting that such a pathetic little man had too much audacity to do such a thing. But while the blonde vampire was screaming at the top of his lungs, David had already managed to get right next to him. Before Gregory could understand what was happening, he smelled blood around him. It turned out that David had managed to chop off his arm with one lightning-fast blow. The guy wasn't going to stop there and made a few more quick crosscuts. After these manipulations, only the torso and head remained of the vampire Gregory. For a century-old vampire, the pain was unbearable, especially since he was experiencing it for the first time. In the end, Gregory couldn't hold back and began threatening David again, who stopped this stream of nonsense with a blow to Gregory's face. The vampire flew across the room screaming in pain, and the boy said that he should stay there. First, the boy had to finish his business. The limbless vampire could wait. The other members of the Bloodhook organization watched in awe as this unknown young man proved to be very strong. The leader of their organization ended the fight with his defeat, unable to even counterattack. So they gathered to attack the boy together. David said that he had once heard from Florence that they, mosquitoes, used blood as a weapon. Now the boy saw with his own eyes that this was true, because there were rivers of blood all around him. One by one, the vampires began to run at their opponent. They had no other choice. This attack was called Bloody Harvest, but David couldn't understand what this pool of blood was that was growing larger and larger, spreading around him. Finally, one vampire shouted that they had immobilized their victim, and after that shout, the others approached the boy to strike him all at once. But their expectations were in vain, as the boy deftly fended off the attacks of the undead. He managed to get to each opponent and inflict fatal wounds on them, but those who fell were always replaced by others eager for death, and this stream seemed endless. The vampires were fast, and, in addition, had a terrifying rate of regeneration. Suddenly, one of the enemies standing far from David fired a bloody shot at the boy. This tactic proved effective, as the corporal had to dodge, causing his defense to falter slightly. The boy understood that these vampires even had intermediate-level magic skills. Surely, this was the power of the Bloodhook. In that case, the boy decided that there was no point in wasting any more time. He saw another vampire coming towards him. With one lightning strike, the boy cut his head in half. The vampire didn't even have time to squeak. David unleashed a barrage of blows on his opponents, leaving them no chance to regenerate. The guy wanted so badly to get rid of the problem. But one of the vampires suddenly realized that he was seeing something strange. Not only did this place block mana, but the guy's legs were also tied up, so it was unclear how he could do such things. The vampire began to question whether the stranger was really a normal human being. Meanwhile, the guy noticed the same thinker and asked him if the vampire was going to attack. This bloodsucker was the only one left alive in the hall besides David. David pretended to be trapped, and said that the thing was that his sword was somewhat special. With these words, the young man stepped out of the crooked puddle, and the vampire's first instinct was to flee. He turned toward the exit, but David caught up with him with one blow and cut him in half. The boy looked at what was left of his opponent, that cowardly scumbag who really wanted to run away. In the end, it didn't matter. The boy had dealt with the pests, and now he had to remember where he and Gregory had left off. Gregory felt as if he were being pierced by needles. He couldn't understand what had happened because he had only just regained consciousness. David sat next to him, holding his sword, which was stuck in what was left of the vampire's leg. The corporal said he was worried that Gregory would pass out completely, so he tried to bring him to his senses. Gregory thought that his clan members would deal with this guy, but now he saw that they were already dead, their bodies lying around. David leaned over to the vampire and said that he had played around a little too much, and now his friends were in this state. He noted that Gregory would not want to join them. If David was right in his assumptions, then they should come to an amicable agreement, and Gregory should give him the essence of pure blood. The vampire gritted his teeth, realizing that he was now in a difficult situation. He never thought it would come to this. Suddenly, Gregory exploded, shouting that his brothers could have stayed alive. What the hell had been done to them and why? David didn't understand who the guy was talking to. Had he gone mad? The corporal didn't sense that the person the vampire was addressing was behind him. Suddenly, a voice behind the guy ordered him to get out of the way immediately, because the newcomer was not going to repeat himself. A second later, David flew across the room, and he did not do it of his own free will. The corporal grabbed his throat, realizing that if the stranger had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. The stranger continued to stand in one place, looking at what was left of Gregory and paying no more attention to David. The man said he was disappointed when Gregory offered him a deal, as Gerard was supposed to become his servant. His red eyes focused on the vampire's eyes, and he asked why the bastard of the Arnstaffel family was making promises he couldn't keep. In response to Gregory's objection, the man said that he was not only obsessed with primitive things, but also unable to distinguish between right and wrong decisions. With the words that the leader of the Bloody Hook's plan had failed, the stranger began to generate bloody energy. David, who was watching from a distance, suddenly heard the stranger take the essence of pure blood from Gregory. After these words, blood began to flow from Gregory's body, gradually filling the entire room. The leader of the Crooked Hook clan asked the stranger to stop and give him another chance, as Gregory was melting away before their eyes. But all pleas were in vain, and the essence of pure blood finally formed in the stranger's hand, leaving only a bloody mess of Gregory. David asked what the man was going to do after such an unexpected appearance here, and the man looked at the boy in surprise. The corporal said that if the stranger was the true master of the essence of pure blood, then he had better cooperate with the boy, especially if he wanted to remain in one piece. The stranger said that the boy was as proud as Gregory. He called David an interesting human child, and asked what would happen if he decided to refuse this offer. David instantly exploded and prepared to attack, saying that in that case, he would teach the arrogant killer a lesson. When the boy rushed towards the stranger, the latter said that the boy's teeth were sharper than they seemed at first glance. The corporal managed to inflict damage on the man's body, which was strengthened by the bloodlust. The man stepped out of the shadows and said that in that case, it would be appropriate to call himself by another name. He asked if David had any other talents and offered to help him demonstrate them. The confident stranger was indeed very strong, and it was not easy for David to withstand his blows. The bloody cutter technique was used against David, and the boy, once again, used almost all the power of his sword to restrain it. But in fact, such pressure only irritated David, and in the end, the boy, saying that he should leave him alone, cut his attack in half. Seeing that the boy had coped with the previous attack, the stranger activated the crooked shot against David. David immediately recognized this type of attack, as vampires had used it against him just a few minutes earlier. Of course, this attack was much more powerful, but that didn't change the fact that the magic was the same. David was not afraid of this power. He was able to interrupt this attack as well, cutting through the mana as if it were butter with a knife. The man smiled and said that David was truly talented, that he had never met anyone like him before. And it wasn't just that the boy could easily block his blows. The man understood that David seemed to be cutting his mana into pieces. At first, the stranger did not expect anything worthwhile, but the boy really turned out to be an interesting opponent. The corporal gritted his teeth and replied that the damn mosquito was acting like the boss, and he was already getting annoyed. The young man rushed forward to attack and shouted that the man should shut up immediately, otherwise he would help him do so. The stranger just laughed in response and praised the young man for his good speed. Raising his hand and generating energy, the man said that in exchange for what the young man had deprived him of, he would grant him mercy. Unexpectedly, the fight was interrupted by a third party who ordered both of them to stop immediately. The newcomer descended to the ground with such speed that she kicked up a pile of stones around her. Both boys were surprised to see Ruby tonight when the smoke cleared. The girl looked at the stranger, calling him Patrick, and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, adding that she wasn't very happy about it. David wondered what she was doing here, since she herself had told him not to come here before. But all reproaches stuck in the boy's throat when he realized that Ruby tonight was, in fact, acquainted with this scoundrel. Ruby replied that everyone knew him. His name was Patrick von Warsaw, a relative of the great vampire lord, as well as his most loyal assistant and protector. Patrick replied that he could not even imagine the circumstances under which they might meet again, and in such a place, of all places. The young man said with deep emotion in his eyes that he had truly missed the girl, and asked how she was doing. It was unexpected. It had been probably 83 years since their last meeting. But Patrick was curious as to why the girl had decided to get involved in this boy's business, although that didn't matter now. The main thing for the vampire was that they had met again, but Ruby interrupted him, insisting that he not come so close. The girl said that she still hadn't forgotten what had happened that day. Ruby tonight still sees this horror, even with her eyes closed. During their last meeting, she clearly saw Patrick standing over her, and the girl she was holding in her arms. The vampire replied that the girl probably needed a little more time to forgive him. Ruby knew that such an ending was inevitable. Patrick had tried to harm the Lord and failed to save her sister, who was not a normal person. This girl was always laughing about something, but the guy himself understood that the past could not be changed. Patrick truly understood Ruby's feelings. David realized that he had gotten himself into some kind of family feud, and couldn't wait to get out of there as soon as possible. Ruby asked why Patrick had a bloody cutter. Had he really gotten involved with such minors? And on top of that, had the vampire lent them pure blood essence? She asked if the boy had any dealings with Professor Gerard Stonestown. Patrick replied that if Ruby really knew him well, she would be able to guess what those dealings were. The boy, covering half his face with his hand, said that they had not determined the winner at that time. When they met him by chance on the other side of the continent, they clashed in battle like true warriors. Such opponents could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and if only the sun had not risen, nothing would have prevented them from determining the winner. Since then, Patrick had tried to pursue Gerard, but he had simply disappeared without a trace, and he still could not find any sign of the professor. For several years, their fight remained unfinished, until these little ones came and offered a deal. Gregory claimed to know Gerard Stonestown's whereabouts, and said that if they gave them the essence of pure blood, they would not only bring him the man. Bloody Hook promised to make sure Patrick could enjoy fighting him for eternity and kill him over and over again. The cunning of these little insects was very tempting, but it was all in vain. It turned out to be nothing more than childish babbling. In the end, all members of this clan ended up the same way as their proposed deal. However, thanks to this human boy, Patrick once again felt the sweet taste of battle when he decided to measure his strength against him. Patrick realized that in 10 years, no, in just 5, this boy would definitely be able to plunge his sword into his neck. This old vampire had never seen such mysterious energy as David possessed. It impressed him greatly, but now it was too early. He couldn't make the same mistake twice and hurt Ruby again. Patrick generated the essence of pure blood and released it toward the boy, saying that he could take it. 9 finally got what he came here for, the essence of pure blood that Gerard wanted so much. The boy asked Patrick if it was valuable to vampires, and he replied that they usually did not give such things away, even at the cost of their lives. But what good would one thing do if he gave it to his killer and the girl he met many years later? Maybe that would be enough for forgiveness. Finally, the vampire said that he would take that wall and immediately aimed his bloody energy at it. After breaking the wall into pieces, Patrick said that his powers were still intact, and that this explosion was David's energy. The boy's energy had even seeped into the walls of this building, and Patrick hoped that by the time they met again, the boy would be even stronger. Then the vampire would enjoy the battle even more. David told Ruby that this vampire was extremely strange, but was that energy really the corporal's obsession? Sometime later, in the tower, David gave the essence of pure blood to Gerard. The professor asked where the boy got it, and what happened in general. The man couldn't believe that David would just give him such a precious thing so easily, and David confirmed that he had indeed expended a lot of energy to obtain it. David said that the professor did not need to know all the details, and the professor, out of gratitude for such an act, even fell to his knees before the boy. All the long years of trials that Gerard had gone through flashed before his eyes, and with tears in his eyes, he sincerely thanked the young man again. David couldn't take it anymore and knelt down next to the professor, saying that he hadn't even given him a chance to brag. Meanwhile, Patrick watched the whole scene from outside. He had finally found Gerard Stonestone. The vampire thought that the only thing more boring would be a fight with an old friend who had long since given up. But it was interesting to see how the professor was living now. Watching what was happening inside the tower, Patrick still felt Ruby's presence nearby and told her not to worry. Ruby replied that she knew Patrick wasn't the type to do such despicable things, and that he certainly wouldn't harm the two of them. In fact, the vampire had come here to thank the boy for helping her friend. Patrick couldn't believe what he had just heard. Did he really have to thank that human David for such a confession? He was very upset that he couldn't stay with Ruby forever at that moment. It was time for Patrick to return. He said that lately, even among vampires, there had been a lot of trouble because of certain gangs, which had led to the hunt for pure blood essence. Disappearing into thin air, Patrick said one last thing. If she needed help, she should call him. He was always at her disposal. Gradually, the vampire turned into a bloody flower, and a voice in the air said that the girl would forever be his blooming rose. After that, Professor Gerard began his 144th experiment with the help of mana and pure blood essence. According to the teacher, it would take a long time before any changes could be seen. But this expectation, nevertheless, gave him hope and forced him to live on. Gerard said that he was so happy about David's discovery that he did not immediately notice that something had changed in the boy recently. The professor noticed that some kind of cursed energy seemed to be bursting out of the boy's body, and it was getting stronger and stronger. As ironic as it sounded, perhaps the boy had picked up this energy from the bloody hook. David replied that it was a little different, although you could say that. Rather, the corporal thought he was just lucky. David had already thought that this was a very familiar place, but he did not expect to guess correctly. Could it be that Jerry's soul really was in this dungeon? This huge stone radiated familiar vibes. Since the place was well guarded, it was unlikely that Bloody Hook had managed to visit it. To David, the whole space resembled an abandoned old temple in the mountains. Suddenly, the large stone in the center began to emit such a strong flow of energy that the boy had to cover his face with his hand. The energy enveloped him in a dense shell, and David felt it penetrating his body. Gerard said that he didn't even understand what kind of gift of fate the boy had received. But one thing was certain. Such luck was very rare. As the energy inside the boy grew stronger, David's mana also expanded, perhaps for some purpose. But for now, it was enough to note that the boy's mana had grown significantly during the time they had not seen each other. It no longer makes sense for David to control it, because he was already controlling it unconsciously. And the boy also noticed these changes within himself. The corporal hoped that now he would be able to fight not with some pathetic copy, but with a real sword. 3 days later, in a town at the foot of the Romera mountain range called Marbas, something was happening. The peaceful inhabitants, who were busy fishing, were visited by troops of the Imperial Army in full gear. David, Jeffrey, and Thomas also came to this town, but because, according to rumors, dragons had appeared here. Because of this news, they had to quickly come to David's homeland. 4 days ago, the Duke shared this information, beating Willow to it. The information was that the monsters living in the Romera Mountains had gone mad for no reason and were approaching the city. Fortunately, according to the Duke, they had not yet reached the peaceful inhabitants, and the soldiers of the Imperial Army had already arrived in the city. Jeffrey noted that this morning he had been informed that dragons had been spotted high in the sky above the mountains. These monsters were masters of the sky, capable of killing with the poison on their teeth and claws, so even the best warriors tried to avoid them. If such creatures attacked the city in a flock, the likelihood of Willow's defense could drop to 0. This is how Jeffrey convinced them to immediately set out to rescue David's sister from danger. David could not forgive the monsters for this. They had spent so much time planning his sister's move, and now everything had fallen apart. The boy decided that as soon as they transported the girl to a safe place, he would bury these monsters alive in the mountains. David ordered Jeffrey to go first and find the Imperial troops to deliver the message, while he and Thomas would join them later. The Duke asked if it was necessary for them to split up, and the young man replied that he wanted to look around, as he felt that something was wrong. Finally, David warned the Duke not to even think about courting his sister if he didn't want this day to be his last. The Duke was indignant and replied that he just wanted to ask her one question. His milady was in danger, and as a loyal warrior, he could not allow that to happen. Before the corporal could answer, Duke Grancia spurred his horse and rode off toward the city. Thomas asked what David meant when he said that something was wrong. Had the boy sensed something strange? The corporal replied that suddenly the peaceful creatures had begun to rebel, and giant monsters had begun to appear around them. Didn't that remind Thomas of anything? This had already happened in Grand Cappadocia, and in the mountain range, and the destruction had begun in the same way. The boy was sure that all this was happening precisely because those scoundrels from Nebula Clyger were behind these events. So far, this was only David's assumption, so first, he needed to examine the scene of the incident. In this life, the boy was an ordinary warrior, but thanks to his unusual mania, only he was able to find and defeat these freaks. A few kilometers away from his friends, at that very moment, a large horde of orcs was moving through the forest. Nebula member Clyger, sitting on the giant ogre's shoulder, said that they had quickly and easily forced all the monsters to rise up. He even felt a little sorry that if it weren't for the Baron, he would have punished all those sinners long ago. But now there was nothing that could be done, since he was their new leader. Suddenly the orcs stopped in their tracks, as if they were afraid. The scoundrel tensed up, not understanding what was happening to them, why they all seemed to be stuck in the ground. Could these stupid orcs really be afraid of something? But with their brains, that was simply impossible. They were incapable of feeling fear. Suddenly, the forest ahead lit up with a red light, and the boy saw the silhouette of a warrior with red eyes. When the stranger began to move in their direction, a huge energy of mana in the form of a beast appeared behind him. The villain saw a giant sword and claws that were blacker than the shadows of night. He couldn't believe how this was even possible. How could this creature have been hiding here all this time? How did it end up in this forest? But those thoughts were interrupted by the beast's paw on his face. In a second, the tiger tore off the criminal's head, and the sentence was carried out. After that, the ogre rushed at his opponent, but the same fate awaited the monster. In the end, all these creatures died from dismemberment, which was carried out with bare hands. The mere sight of this opponent instilled animal fear in the others, and from that moment on, the hunt began, with Harold Torgon as the target. David and Thomas, gradually making their way through the forest, suddenly saw that the entrance to the city from this side was already blocked, which was annoying. In addition, there were guards from the prison standing at the entrance, not ordinary soldiers. The guards announced that outsiders were not allowed to pass today, and that those who wished to enter should use another route or wait for the gate to open here. Anticipating any objections, they said that this was an order from the Imperial Army, as the city was currently under attack by monsters. Finally, the guard said that this order had been given by Harold Torgon himself, which made David's eyes widen. Harold was the leader of the strongest unit of the Imperial Army, and the one who defeated Instructor Emma, receiving the best sword in the Empire. Thomas noted that things had gotten so bad that a swordmaster had come here. David didn't see the logic in this. Could it really be because of some monsters? One could think anything, but David's thoughts on the situation were correct. Those freaks from Nebula Clyger were involved. The boy told Thomas to get ready, as they had to jump over this wall and explore the nearby forest. The corporal was sure that the traces of these freaks were left somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, a flock of dragons was already flying towards the place where the boys were, with a rider sitting on one of them. The rider couldn't understand how this had happened. Her brother was now on the ground, but he hadn't responded for a long time. He had told her to wait, but it was taking too long. The rider was worried that something had gone wrong with her brother, in which case she needed to take some measures in advance. The girl pushed away her negative thoughts. In any case, The core of the whole plan was the dragons, and if she flew back and forth, it would create even more problems. The slightest mistake could ruin the plan, and in that case, the Baron would never forgive her for it. That is why the writer decided to simply fly to the final destination as planned. Her only duty was to deliver the dragons safely. Taking any other measures could be dangerous for the entire mission, but the girl did not know that she had already been spotted by David and Thomas. David told Thomas to start the attack, and a few seconds later, a rock hit one of the dragons in the head, and an avalanche fell on the flying monsters. The writer was frightened when she saw a huge rock fall on the dragon flying next to her. She couldn't understand where it came from, but Thomas, meanwhile, was building up his mana for the attack. When there were enough stones within the dragon's reach, the boy ordered it to explode. The fragments from the explosion pierced the monster through and through, as if they were bullets from a gunshot. A rider flying nearby directed her dragon away, and her squad lost one of its tools. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She thought it was impossible for someone to control stones of that size so easily. The writer said that it would be possible if only the greatest magician could stand on the ground right now. But she knew that couldn't be. The criminal was completely focused on her thoughts, so she did not notice David, who was already very close to her. He flew up to one of the dragons, finally finding a worthy opponent to test his sword, and David cut off the monster's head with a single swing. The boy felt that the sword was more powerful than expected. The force and range of the blow were incomparable to a sword that had no mana. This blow further shocked the girl, who was beginning to realize that she had fallen into some kind of trap set by the Empire. While the girl looked away, watching the head of the second minion, David landed on the dragon's back behind her. The boy asked if the girl thought that such giant thugs would not be visible from the ground. Seeing the surprised face of the cultist, the boy laughed and explained that he had grown up here and knew everything about this area. A second later, the rider regained her composure and began to generate mana for an attack, shouting that the boy was nobody to interfere with their plans. A second later, the arm with which the girl planned to fight was severed from her body. David apologized for not yet being fully accustomed to the peculiarities of his new sword. He had only intended to sever the wrist. Whatever the plan was, David ended up cutting off her entire arm. A few seconds later, the girl felt indescribable pain, and with tears in her eyes, began to scream that the stranger was a complete bastard. The guy said that if the girl was so badly injured, he would have to finish her off. If she was carrying out such a difficult mission on her own, perhaps she was simply forced to do it. Someone was controlling her. David showed her his sword and said that he was her doctor, that because of them, the bastards, his village was now in danger, and she was wobbling. The boy ordered the rider to stop pretending and answer honestly. What were the freaks who were with her planning? Through her tears, the girl asked David not to laugh, and said that the stars themselves had given her the fire. But it was because of godless people like him that the whole grand mission had failed right before her eyes. David couldn't understand what kind of cunning trap this was. The boy hadn't yet seen that a giant dragon had already appeared above him. While the corporal was questioning the girl, the dragon had already begun to close the distance between them. Finally, David sensed that something was happening behind him. He looked back and was astonished beyond measure. There were only a few meters between the giant dragon and the boy, and the monster had already opened its mouth. David thought that the girl had deliberately pretended not to know about the attack in order to set up such a trap. The rider laughed out loud and shouted that the insolent boy had realized everything too late. According to the girl, this dragon was the strongest, incomparable to the one the boy had caught before. The girl shouted that it would swallow the boy in an instant, but suddenly, a bright light cut across the dragon's face. When the light faded, the dragon's body began to fall apart into two pieces, and it died instantly. On the other side of the monster's dead body, the boy saw Harold Torgan himself. The rider was also shocked. She did not expect to see such a warrior here now. Could it be that everyone knew about their plan? David knew that anything could happen now, because Master Harold Torgan was a stranger to him. And then, what the boy had predicted happened. The mighty tiger marked him as one of the villains. Harold attacked the dragon, which still had two people on it, releasing his mana in its direction. In a moment, the head of the last living dragon separated from its body and began to fall freely. But the tiger decided that this was not enough, and additionally dismembered the body of the giant monster into several pieces. David was unpleasantly surprised that Harold Torgan did not even use his sword for this attack, doing everything with his bare hands. This master could attack with such force, even without weapons. How was that even possible? A few seconds later, the dragon's body, along with the rider and David, fell to the ground, causing a powerful explosion. When the dust and smoke cleared, it became clear that Harold was standing on the rider's back and holding David by the neck, suspending the boy in the air. Squeezing the boy's neck tighter and tighter, Harold said that he should think carefully before answering who they were. The corporal was outraged. This stupid cat had linked him to those fanatics. Did he really think David was connected to the rats? The tiger and David's eyes met, and the boy managed to ask if Harold wanted to die. A moment later, the boy swung his sword and shouted that Torgan should shut up and take his paws off him. The counterattack was effective, and the tiger let go of him. The boy grabbed his throat. There was a big difference between them. When David tried to strike, the boy knew that Torgan would be able to fend off a single attack. But now the tiger did not even resist, which was probably how he had defeated the instructor Emma. Even without fighting the tiger now, the boy understood that he would never defeat it. He freed his neck from its paws, but it would not wait any longer. It was clear that the swordmaster had made one mistake and was now targeting the boy with renewed fervor. Unexpectedly, after a few seconds of silence, Harold said that the boy was, in fact, a former corporal. David was taken aback by this remark. He did not know how to react to such seemingly idiotic but true words. Coming closer, the giant tiger said that the boy should raise his sword immediately. He seemed to be giving instructions, saying that the position should change from the side to the center and behind the head. And with the words that now David had to fight back, he attacked him with his weapon. And there was an explosion. When it was all over, Harold said that the exchange of blows was not bad, although most of the attacks obviously lacked power. But Torgon also noted that the boy's defense was now flawless. However, all the techniques David used during the fight were very familiar to the tiger. He asked if the boy had learned from instructor Emma, and David replied that he was a student at the Philion Academy, giving his name. David asked if the tiger wanted to study with them, but he still didn't suit them because Harold was a nobleman who fought with a fragile student. Jumping back far enough for another leap, David shouted that the tiger would now fail his test. The boy smiled and asked if the swordmaster understood what he was talking about. Harold Torgon frowned. This kid was very rude, and it was unclear whether he was the mentor or the student. In the end, the tiger apologized for his rude greeting, saying that it was much better to get to know a person by fighting them. He said that if the boy was also a warrior, he should understand what he was talking about. David smiled and replied with a sarcastic snort. A moment later, David rushed towards Harold, saying that in that case, it was time for him to greet him properly. But, caught up in the idea of a duel, the boy did not notice two creatures jumping out onto the clearing behind him, a hyena and a bear. One of them quickly caught up with David halfway and grabbed him by the throat with a huge red paw. The bear turned to the commander and asked what kind of little creature he was holding in his hand. The gray fighter was a member of Harold's army, a captive hyena, the captain of the 3rd Squad, Dennis, who asked if this boy was one of those sectarians. The red-haired member of Harold's army was a captive bear, the captain of the 2nd Squadron named Bradley. Bradley looked at Dennis and said that everything was obvious. Everything was decided by the fact that the boy had decided to attack with one sword after all. Saying that they always resolve such issues in one way, the bear threw the boy to the other side of the clearing. David managed to orient himself in midair and landed on his feet. The bear rushed after him, taking advantage of the boy's temporary discomfort, and tried to attack him. But to his surprise, Bradley realized that this strange boy had managed to catch him from behind. Bradley had to admit that he was facing a very unusual young man. Unexpectedly, the fight was stopped by a lioness, who began to threaten both participants with swords. She asked why Bradley was fighting without the commander's permission, which was frankly disgusting behavior. She hoped that another punishment might finally bring the bear to his senses. The imprisoned lioness was the commander of Harold's army, named Lucy. Finally, Harold Torgon himself decided to intervene in the conversation, saying that they should stop there, that the boy was not one of those crazy people. What the bear saw was just a greeting and response from the boy. It turned out that David had received recognition from the commander. Bradley couldn't believe that this brat could be honored in such a way, but the tiger replied that one should expect nothing less from the boy. All such talk had to stop, because they were in the presence of Emma's own student. They were talking about the same woman who had defeated their entire army, the swordswoman who was more terrifying than any monster. Bradley, catching Vietnamese flashbacks, said that to be honest, he thought the woman was a dragon in human form. Bear ran up to David, grabbed his hands, and began to apologize for his behavior, saying that he sometimes jumped to conclusions. Bradley insisted on forgetting all their misunderstandings, while David pondered how much Emma had hurt him to make him behave this way. Harold asked Lucy if the situation had ended in their favor, and she replied in the affirmative. She reported that, as the tiger had ordered, they had dealt with those flying monsters. Also, the commander no longer had to worry about the cultists who controlled them. David looked up at the sky and saw members of Harold Torgon's army flying into the clearing from all sides. When the warriors lined up in front of their commander, Lucy officially reported to the tiger that the ambush had been successful. Harold said that now he had to officially introduce himself to David. He said that the strongest unit of the Imperial Army of Prisoners was expected. Also, carrying out the Emperor's will, he commanded a secret squad for hunting down sects, and it was he who was entrusted with destroying the Nebula Cliger sect. David decided to ask again to make sure he had heard correctly. He was interested in the sect search detachment. At the same time, on the other side of the Romera mountain range in the city of Nimbotten, people saw guards. Willow, who was also on the street at the time, couldn't understand what was going on, so she asked someone to explain the situation to her. A few seconds later, Jeffrey came out in front of the girl, and she immediately recognized him as one of David's friends. The boy apologized to Willow for scaring her, but due to the emergency situation, they needed to urgently bring in the army. Jeffrey hoped that the girl would forgive them for such rudeness and, of course, such unexpected news. The guy knelt in front of the girl and introduced himself, saying that they had the honor of coming here to help Miss Willow with the move. Looking at David's sister with love in his eyes, Jeffrey asked if they should start packing her things. David wanted to satisfy his curiosity about the sects and waited for an answer to his question. David knew very well that such a unit did not exist before. Could it be that the palace was concerned about sects after he caught Nebula Cliger's gang? But the young man did not expect that such a detachment would be led by the master swordsman Harold Torgon himself. David asked how the tiger, without revealing his identity, had managed to find all the sectarians who were hiding here. The boy had heard that even interrogations using forbidden methods no longer worked on these scoundrels. So the tiger asked if Emma had told him these details. Suddenly, Thomas's scream interrupted the conversation between the tiger and the boy, and David looked back. The boy was hanging in the air because one of Harold's army soldiers was holding him by the scruff of his neck. The imprisoned hyena reported that the boy had been walking in the forest and aroused suspicion, which is why he was caught. He asked if the commander wanted to finish Thomas off right away because the kid was whining nonstop, which was making his ears hurt. As Thomas howled for his friend, David admitted that, as embarrassing as it was true. When night finally fell on the forest, the tiger was told what they had learned while dealing with the cultists in the area. Lucy said that the scoundrels had taken control of the monster's brains, and it seemed as if they were about to stage an unexpected rebellion, but it was just a trick. The real target of the criminals was the mountain range itself. That is, when talking about the range, one must understand the road through the Romera range. This road was one of the main roads in the country for the transportation of goods, with about 1/3 of all cargo being transported along it. By destroying this road, it was possible to undermine the country's economy and cause irreparable damage in one fell swoop. It was no surprise that this bunch of rats tried to use the monster's intelligence to capture this place. However, David could not understand how these wretches managed to do it at all. The road along the ridge was extremely valuable, which is why they were strictly ordered to do everything possible to ensure that this mission was not disrupted. But this place was not so easy to destroy, even with a few dozen monsters or a general uprising. David couldn't believe it. He leaned toward the rider and said that if she wanted to save her life, she had to tell him what they were hiding. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, asking if the boy really thought they were afraid of death. Suddenly, the girl's face lit up with a bright light, and through this light, David heard her call him a sinful freak. The boy saw how the mana of all three captives began to merge into one. The girl said that although her skills were insufficient, although she had not been able to fulfill her destiny to the end, she asked the starry path to take the energy from her body to the last drop one last time. The girl wanted to burn all the traitors who had decided to interfere with their righteous mission, to walk the starry path. Sometime later, 3 members of Nebula Clyger cautiously made their way through the forest. One of them looked at the sky and said that after all, their brothers had dared to perform a not-so-noble feat. Although they were just a group of sectarians, they had dragged their feet until the last moment to stop Harold's detachment. The noble followers had to make such a sacrifice, while the other 2 turned to the Baron, believing that it would be better to postpone the attack. But the Baron replied that he did not agree with this opinion, as it would give the enemies more time to defeat them. In that case, it would be more difficult to plan another ruse involving noble self-sacrifice. The Baron believed that they could not wait any longer. Although it was not their main goal, they would take the beginning of the Romera mountain range from these filthy sinners. The sphere he held in his hands activated and illuminated the clearing with magical circles. He said that this explosive mechanism was developed by the great scientist Douglas, who personally combined 30 spells and put them into this mechanism. This sphere was capable of destroying everything around it, and all they had to do was guard the mechanism until it absorbed the required amount of mana. The former commander of the guard army and the former mage of the Green Tower willingly agreed to carry out the Baron's order. One of the men said that, according to rumors, the Baron would receive the position of the senior guard who had recently died after this mission. He asked if he had received the blessing, and the Baron laughed and confirmed the information, saying that this was not usually the case. It was done for this mission because they needed to obtain a power that could save them in an explosion, so he was given the blessing earlier. Of course, the Baron's power now cannot be compared to that of the deceased elder, but with the blessing he received. Now, no matter what happens, he can easily repel the enemy. It should be noted that the Baron's reaction was lightning fast. He managed to create a magic shield when he sensed the approach of enemies. The attack of the Imperial squad was repelled by the dome of the Sectarians' protective barrier. The Baron said that they could direct the mechanism to accumulate mana only from this place. But now they could be interrupted. The members of Nebula Clyger could not understand how they had been found so quickly. Harold asked if the conspirators really thought they could hide from him, because as soon as they set foot on Romera territory, he knew immediately where they were. Tiger said that he was just waiting until there were very few of them left. Harold Torgan called them hunters, blinded by greed and faith, and invited them to a duel so they could try to defeat him. 10 minutes earlier, Harold had asked if the captured rats were using mana as gunpowder to blow themselves up. He ordered Lucy to retreat with the entire squad, promising that he would take care of it himself, but he didn't have time because David rushed at the prisoners first. As always, the boy performed a series of his signature moves with lightning speed, but the explosive energy that the captives had accumulated immediately dissipated into the air. The shocked rider couldn't believe her eyes. This guy amazed her. She and her brothers wanted to attack their enemies with their last burst of energy, but everything went wrong, and the girl, along with losing her head, felt devastated. Her brothers died with her at that moment. The boy looked back at their bodies and said that if they were going to do such perverse things, it would be better if they died. Harold watched David's movements and couldn't believe that the boy was capable of dispelling such powerful magic with simple physical force. Now the tiger was finally convinced that this boy was really using the mana of his body. David turned to the tiger and said that he had fought with the cultists and understood everything, that rats could not be treated well. Even if they were released, they would not change. They definitely had some hidden goal, and the leader of this sect was at least as powerful as Harold, if not more so. And if Torgon leads this sect investigation squad, he must know how to find the members of this sect. In that case, he must cooperate with David, who will make sure they receive mercy from the Emperor. Now, Harold Torgan stood opposite the trio of conspirators, who, in fact, were not that difficult to find. The Baron understood that before the tiger attacked, he did not feel the presence of mana. He thought it was not mana, but some kind of wind caused by a normal collision. The swordmaster, Harold, in the man's opinion, probably understood immediately what it was when he heard the distinct sound. No matter how you looked at him, Harold Torgon was a real monster, but the Baron only offered flattering greetings. The man confidently told his henchmen that they had enough strength to resist such a monster. They must endure all trials for the sake of the destiny that the stars had given them, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. The trio began preparing for battle in a second, activating their mana, while the tiger was in no hurry. Harold said that the mage had teamed up with some pretty high-ranking swordsmen, which he thought was a pretty good move. If the tiger had brought his warriors here, the rats would be good opponents for them to train against. The swordsman tried to reach Master Torgon with his technique, but the latter easily parried his attacks, which the rat considered an honor. Delivering blow after blow, the young man shouted with excitement that it was an unprecedented stroke of luck to meet warriors, as magnificent as they were. The boy called on the tiger to show why he was called a great swordmaster. He wanted Harold to break his weapon. In that case, it would be a great honor for the swordsman to die at the hands of such magnificent warriors. Unexpectedly, Harold decided to grant his opponent's request, and grabbing the blade of his sword, broke it into pieces. Tiger said that the boy had said he was honored to fight them, but in reality, he dared to say such a thing while using power that did not belong to him. With one lightning strike, Harold Torgon knocked his opponent's head off with his paw. The tiger said that the boy should not have dishonored the honor of other warriors by calling himself a warrior. The other two cultists were next in line, and they watched in shock as their comrade met his end. Before the young mage could activate his mana, Harold had already torn him in half with his paw. Next in line was the chief rat, while the Baron continued to hide behind his protective dome. The tiger struck the protective shield with such force that it almost completely buried it in the ground. The Baron seemed familiar to him. Decades ago, in the western village of Aden, thousands of peaceful residents were sacrificed for black magic. The explorer of the boundary between life and death, who had suddenly disappeared, was the bloody wind of Aden, known as the Baron. The Baron narrowed his eyes with satisfaction, considering it a real honor that the master himself knew his name. But the man had long since abandoned his old pursuits. Now he was just a simple researcher of the starry path. But Harold didn't care. The tiger had finally broken the protective dome. It didn't matter to Torgon who the sectarians were. For him, the truth was that the rats had to be destroyed. In the opinion of the sectarian hunter, they were incapable of reform. And in this, he completely agreed with David. Unexpectedly, the Baron activated the patronage of the stars, and Harold was thrown away from the man. The tiger's attack failed. The Baron said that even their carefully selected followers could not stop the tiger. And now he too felt how strong the swordmaster was. But the Baron was sure that against such great power, given to them by the stars, he still wouldn't be able to stand. The man said that even someone like Harold was nothing against the power of the stars, just a pathetic swordsman. Having completely lost all fear, the Baron spread his arms wide and shouted, asking what the tiger was going to do in response. He asked Harold how the power of the stars felt, and begged the stars themselves to hear what Torgon had to say. The tiger considered this nonsense. The Baron was deceiving himself, thinking that he had started a new life, but he was still under this illusion. This is what Harold Torgon considered to be the greatest, fatal mistake of his opponent, the Baron Hunter, blinded by his own illusion.